Projects are all around us. Everything we eat, touch, or use every day was created as a result of project. And successful project management enabled to complete this task and create the product. The modern society continues to run on the project management. So the question is, what exactly the project management is? Basically, it's an art and science of getting things done to make unique product. It is how Japan built the first high-speed rail system, the bullet train, in 1964. This is how the International Space Station was made by a group of 15 nations and 5 space agencies. Also, this is how your smartphone was designed in California and put together with more than 100 parts from more than a dozen of countries. And isn't about just making things. Service industries like information technology, software, and healthcare have some of the most advanced project management techniques and processes. You can think of project management as keeping track of 3 flows: the flow of people, flow of process, and the flow of tool. So, in this course, we would learn in depth about the project management and how to make a successful career out of it. This course teaches you both practical and theoretical idea. It has same breadth and depth as PMP course or any other project management course taught in university. I love teaching project management because the ideas and techniques are useful everywhere. This course is divided into 2 parts. Part 1 will cover the topic from basic project management till project procurement. And Part 2 will cover the remaining section including how to develop a career in project management. Ideas you will learn in this course can be used in any kind of project management across any industry. Further, in the description below you will find the link to download the course material. And if you like to read more about this, please feel free to do so. See you in the class.
So, what is project management? Well, in simple terms, project management is basically an art and science of getting things done. And art is basically referred to as soft skills, and science is basically referred to your hard skills. So project management is basically combining your soft and hard skill to get the job done. Remember, the project is basically a sequence of various activities, and you need to perform this activity to achieve the overall objective. So an art, because there is no one definitive answer for how to best manage a project, and a science because there are well-developed techniques and processes that can help to complete the project successfully. So project management is basically art and science both at the same time, and we need to utilize all this soft and hard skill to complete the project. Like every art, project management also has its own history. Project management concept is not new to the human civilization. In fact, project management dates back to the ancient time where several projects were done. Let's take some few examples. So the very first example which comes in my mind is Noah's Ark. It was a project management through which Noah managed the construction of Ark and saves humanity. Then another example is the Great Pyramid of Giza and also the Great Wall of China. They were all constructed through the project management practices. Even though the project management was not a formal term, but these all great projects were done through the project management practices. Then if we talk in terms of development of project management tools, the Gantt chart was the first tool which was developed in 1917 by Henry Gantt and is one of the common tools which is utilized in project management as a Gantt chart. Then the next big project which comes in my mind is the Hoover Dam project, which was done in 1931. That's another good example of project management. And then in 1950s, there was an official term coined for project management. So till 1950, there was no official term for the project management. So all these projects were done through the various project management practices, but there was no official term for the project management. So it was in 1950 when this term project management was coined. And then the next development in terms of tool was the CPM method, which is another tool, in fact, the key tool for the managing any projects, and which was developed by the DuPont Corporation in 1957. And then another milestone is the foundation of PMI, which is Project Management Institute. And this Project Management Institute is basically known for its PMP certification. and it was founded in 1969. So if we talk about the recent example of project management, SpaceX is one of the good examples which we can take as a successful project management. Also, the S model car of Tesla is a good example of project management. So basically through this example, I wanted to demonstrate the project managements are basically the backbone of modern economy. Everything we eat, drink, touch is a result of successful project management. And also the project management was developed through several fields of application, which include civils, construction, engineering, software, and defense. Now the next question comes in, what are the origin of the project requirement? I mean, how the projects are decided and how they actually originate in a business scenario. Well, there are several factors. Mostly these are the 6 factors which basically drives the requirement of the project. First one is your market demand. Depending upon the market demand, there may be requirement of new projects. Then another is strategic opportunity. Depending upon the company's long-term vision or strategic positioning, they may decide to come up with new program or new projects which can help them to grow their business. Then the customer request. The customer may also have the specific requirement and they can ask the various company to do some projects so that they can benefit from those new initiatives. Then another driver factor is a technical advancement. There is a continuous development of technology which may lead to new projects requirement. Then there is a legal requirement. So there is a continuous updation in the government policies. New policies are coming depending upon the various situation, and again that may lead to requirement of new projects. And then comes the risk mitigation. Remember, when any company or any business is doing its operation, they are continuously exposed to various kind of risk, and to mitigate those risks, company may come up with several projects, or let's say the several specific initiative or activity which can help them to reduce those risks or reduce the impact of those risks which through these projects. So these are the 6 factors which basically originates the projects or the requirement of the projects, which further taken up by the various department or various company and to meet the project or to meet the overall organization objective. So managing project is crucial for success of any firm, and also the project management is a very common term. However, it is often misunderstood. So what exactly the project management is? Well, if you see the term project management, it basically consists of 2 terms. One is project, another one is management, which basically forms a project management term. So let's first understand this project and management terms separately, and then we'll combine together to arrive at definition of project management. So what is project? So if you go by definition of project, it's basically a temporary endeavor with a beginning and end, and it must be used to create a unique product, services, or result. So if you see, the keyword is here is temporary. It means it has a fixed start and end. And then the next keyword is your unique product. So basically what it means, every project produce some kind of unique product, services, or result. It's not same as the previous project. So if you see, the project is basically nothing but a series of tasks which is completed to reach a specific outcome under the given constraint. Now constraints could be anything. It could be financial, it could be related to your time, it could be related to the scope of work. Also, the project doesn't continue forever. It has fixed start date and fixed finish date. And also the project is not like operations where you do the continuous similar activity at the same in a repeated fashion. So the project is basically the no same activities are performed every time to produce the same output as it is done in operation. So no 2 activities are same in a project, and every project is basically leads to some kind of unique product. And if you want to see a quick example of project, so designing a Tesla car is a project where you have to design a new model, but to produce the same model car in a production plant is kind of operation. So that's what's the difference between projects and operation. So having understood the definition of project, let's understand what is operation and what are the difference between operation and project. So if we go by definition of operation, so basically operation is an ongoing activity that produces repetitive and long-term output like manufacturing product and supplying services. So the keyword is here, if you see, is repetitive. So basically operation is producing same kind of product in a repetitive fashion. So operation is nothing but it's an ongoing work effort, and the main objective of the operation is to sustain the business. So to capture the market or bring the new project or sell the more product to increase the revenue of the company, that's the main objective of operation, and that's why we call it, it's repetitive in nature, right? So once the objective is reached, the operation adopts new sets of objective and continue to the work. So like once the new model arrive in the market, then the manufacturing plant will start producing the new kind of Tesla car instead of producing the old one. So this is how the operations work in a business scenario. So basically, if we try to compare the project and operation, there are basically the three differences. So for project, it's a temporary endeavor, where operation is like ongoing routine activity, which is kind of repetitive in nature. Then the projects always produce a unique output, unique product or unique services, whereas in operation, you will always get the same kind of output. Then the project is basically terminated once objectives are met. So it has basically this fixed start and finish date, and once objectives are met, the project is terminated. Whereas the operations continue to operate. It's basically adopt new objective and keep on making its operation in repetitive. It's just like producing the new model of cars. Now, having understood the project and operation, let's understand what is management. So, if we go by definition, management is basically an art of getting things done through and with the people in formally organized group. So basically, it's an art of creating an environment in which people can perform. Individual can cooperate towards attainment of group goals, and process of dealing with and controlling things people is basically management. So in the management, if you see, the keyword is basically you're getting things done. So let's define the project management. So if we take the definition of PMI USA, the project management is basically application of knowledge, skills, tools and techniques to the project activity to meet the project requirement. So you remember, project management is nothing but you need to utilize your knowledge, your skills, your tools and techniques to the project activity. Remember, a project is basically a sequence of some activity which you need to perform to attain the project objective. So if we combine all together, project management is simply application of your knowledge, skill, tools and techniques to the project and attain the project goals. So if you see in overall, basically you need to focus on the three things. One is the planning of your activity, planning of resources, everything has to be planned, and then organizing. Based on the plan, you need to organize all those resources, and then throughout the project you need to manage and those resources through controlling and monitoring and make sure project team is working as they are supposed to and attaining their objectives as it was planned initially. Well, by now I hope project management concept is clear, but if you're still wondering what exactly project management is, then you can go through the story of Mike and Ted.
I think the best example of project management is when I was completing my graduation. My friend, Mike, was a technical geek who loved to solve problems of people. One day, he received a call from her mother, Linda, seeking help to buy the best smartphone. Linda wanted to enhance her social network skill and expand her friendship circle. With the power of IT, Linda wanted to expand her homemade cookie business in her town. Mike was elated to hear her decision to join digital networking sites. He was determined to get the best mobile phone for his mother. After all, this requirement came from his mother and did not want to goof it up. So, Mike initiated brief conversation with his mother to understand the full specifications. He wanted to ascertain the key requirements like what kind of website she would use while using mobile. Does she have any preference for iOS or Android type phones? What are her favorite colors? When does she want the phone to get delivered? What apps she would use? What is the budget for the phone? What accessories she would like? And so on. After listening to his mother's requirements and phone features, Mike did some quick planning. He decides to break this project into several steps. Also, Mike sought my advice on how he can buy the phone at the lowest price. His first step was to find the best place to buy the phone. His mother's budget for the phone was on the lower side, however, the targeted phone was of high-end features. He was unable to find the required phone at such a low price. So, he decided to look for online stores, where he could get the phone at discounted offers on the latest mobile. After several hours of research on the internet, Mike found the phone. He was looking for the desired price range. And for sure, finding the right phone for the woman, who carried him for 9 months, takes a great deal of research. After pinning down the right mobile, Mike moved to the next step of ordering the phone online. However, Mike would need a credit card to do the purchase and get the mobile at the targeted price, and for that, he again turned on me for help. I knew how seriously he is pursuing this mini project, and I was happy to help him out. So, with my credit card, Mike executed the online ordering of the phone with the fastest network provider plan, including the phone accessories. After the order placement, Mike continuously monitored the shipment status on a daily basis. After 2 days, Mike checked the online status of the shipment as delivered. But Linda informed him that she has not received the parcel. Mike was at the end of his wits. Mike thought he has been part of some online fraud. He made a phone call to customer care for registering his complaints. To his surprise, the customer care executive took the matter on a priority basis. The team ran several checks through the various departments. Actually, there was confusion over the shipment address, and it was delivered to the wrong address. After several rounds of discussion and phone, team assured Mike that the phone would be redelivered to the correct address. The team issued a new shipment tracking code. As a proactive guy, this time Mike directly coordinated with the shipper's delivery team and delivery boy. This way he was able to clearly communicate and control the further delays in delivery. It took 5 days for the shipper to redeliver the package to his home address. Finally, the mobile phone was delivered on Sunday morning. Mike outfitted the phone with a screen protector, activated the network SIM card, and installed all apps as desired by his mom. Also, Mike taught her mother how to create a Twitter and Facebook account and follow someone. After spending his whole Sunday, Mike made the phone ready to use in all respect and handed it over to his mother. Finally, the mission success was celebrated through a closing ceremony with Mike's favorite pizza. And that is how Mike bought the perfect smartphone for the most favorite people in the world, his mother. By the way, did you notice that Mike has effectively used his project management skills to complete this mini project at his home? Well, that's a perfect example of project management. At the core, this is how the personal, as well as professional projects are managed.
So, does Mike's story sound familiar to you?
I think the best example of project management is when I was working at the world's #1 technological firm, Amazon. My colleague, Ted, was a tech-savvy person who loves to solve problems of people. He was fascinated with the technical gadget and phones. All his friends and relatives always seek his help before buying any electronic items. One day, Ted had a quick chat with his boss Jen at the coffee corner. During the discussion, Jen told him that management is taking up several strategic initiatives to improve employee morale and productivity. Ted was intrigued by this new development regarding company strategy. He learned from Jen that company is starting several projects to achieve the mission. One of the initiatives was to provide an advanced smartphone to each employee. This initiative excited Ted, and he told Jen about his interest in the area of technical gadgets. Ted narrated several incidents when he helped his colleagues and friends to buy the latest smartphone. After hearing for some time, Jen was assured that Ted is the right person to handle this project. On the same day, Jen had a discussion with management, and Ted was assigned as project manager. The project goal was to buy the best suitable smartphone for the company's employees. These employees were located in several geographical locations. The company has a very tight budget for this project. Also, Jen informed that management wants this project to be completed before Christmas. With a time period of little over 2 months, and a tight budget, Ted found himself in the middle of Pandora box. He has to quickly plan out all the activities, like identifying the best smartphone for different grades of employees. Right vendor, retailer, fastest delivery partners, and local team to coordinate the distribution. All of a sudden, what initially looked a fun project, is now changed into a mammoth task. Ted reached out to me for help in initiating the project. I told Ted that basically, it is the same activity that Ted performed for his mother, to buy the best smartphone. However, now it has to be performed on a large scale. Now, Ted would need a team of experts and professionals who can perform tasks through well-defined processes and practices. I helped him in developing the project charter and stakeholder list. With the approval of the project charter from Jen in place, Ted was ready to kick off the project. Mike quickly formed his project management team to do scope planning, work breakdown structure, schedule development, budget planning, quality, and risk planning. Ted come up with a perfect project management plan to execute the project work. However, at the very next week of execution, Ted's project management journey came to a hard stop. The cost management team informed him that rate of the handset which they had considered for the initial budget is now increased by 30% due to inflation and an unexpected shortage of electronic components. Ted thought of reducing the phone features, however, this will defeat the whole purpose of the project. If he removes some popular features, the phone becomes redundant and will not contribute much to improve the productivity of employees. Ted was scratching his head and could not think of any solution for it. Management has already approved the maximum possible budget, and there is no way that the management will approve any additional budget. After evaluating several options over the weekend, Ted came to a conclusion to terminate the project. This will save some money for the company. Monday morning, while Ted was preparing to report his conclusion to Jen, the sourcing manager, Randy, came to his desk. Randy informed Ted that he may have a solution for his problem. Randy suggested that if mobile order is placed directly to manufacturers instead of retailer, the company can avail a heavy discount on the price. With this discount, the project can be completed under the budget. However, there is one condition with manufacturers: transportation and handling of shipment has to be managed by the company. Ted was sure with employees over that 10,000, the company has its own logistics team. The transportation of shipment can be handled internally. Ted briefed this situation to Jen and got the approval of the revised plan. Ted communicated the revised project management plan to the team. The team continued to execute the project work as per the new plan, and in fact, the team was able to accelerate the work. After 2 months of hard work and continuous effort, Ted was able to provide the best smartphone to all his colleagues in the company, well before Christmas. Also, the project was completed under the budget approved by management.
By the way, have you noticed Ted and Mike, they both use their soft and hard skill to manage the project? Well, that is why I call project management is basically art and science of getting things done. Also, the project management is kind of continuous process which basically identify and solves problems throughout the project life cycle. Basically, it is an integration of various knowledge areas like scope, cost, time, and even communication too. So, with the combination of creative idea, knowledge, skills, and tools, project management will get the job done whatever your goal is. So, before going further, I would like to talk about the forefather of project management. So, there are two forefathers of project management. One is Henry Gantt, another is Henry Fayol. Henry Gantt is famous for the Gantt chart as a tool, and Henry Fayol basically developed the 5 project management function, which is known as initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closure. Well, if you look closely, everyone is doing some sort of project by knowingly or unknowingly. In fact, your life is a project too, and it's a tool to promote the change, and be it your personal life or the business. Everywhere, projects are basically promoting change and helping people and businesses to attain their objective. So the next question comes at how the project and business goals are combined together, how they are tied up. So the project and company business goal, they goes hand in hand. So let's say the example of Tesla. So let's say the long-term business goal is to capture the transportation market and industry. Now to achieve this business goal, Tesla may come up with several projects. So one project is like Tesla car, where they want to basically capture the market of car industry. And then the SpaceX is another project which is basically to travel the space, to capture the space travel. And so by doing several projects, basically companies try to achieve the one common business goal by doing all those projects, and each project may have the different goal which may support to the overall objective or the bigger vision of a company. Now the next question could be, why do we need a specific project management discipline? Because projects are always been there, right? So why do we need a specific discipline to manage a project? Well, the projects in modern days are complex. So they are consist of a lot of stakeholders, and to manage all those complexity of the project, you definitely need a specialized project management team so that project can be done very efficiently and meet its objective at minimum cost. Also, project management provides the leadership and vision because it's very easy for a team member to deviate from the main goal, and the project management team basically helps the team to align with the project objective, which is aligned with the company's goal. And in absence of project management, simply it leads to chaos. So basically project management drives the team toward the goal in a smart way. So when I say smart, smart means basically specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. So here's a quick summary. So first one is your project, which is basically temporary in nature and it's create unique product. Then operation, it's the ongoing work efforts and it's repetitive in nature. This is basically to sustain the business. Project life cycle, we will be learning in detail about this in later chapters. But project life cycle in brief is basically the phase which marks the completion of one phase or deliverable business. Project management, we already know that's to apply the skill, knowledge, tools and techniques to the project management activity to achieve the objective. Then the project management process group, basically the 5 process group, which is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and we will be learning more detail in later chapters. So by now we have learned about the projects, operations, project management and its overall concept. Now the question comes that how exactly projects are managed professionally. What is exactly the professional project management? So in previous section we have learned about the project. Also we have learned about what is the difference between project and operation and what is the meaning of management. And by combining these two terms, project and management, what exactly in terms of concept means by project management. But when this project management has to be performed in business environment, how exactly does it look like? Basically, what is exactly the project management in a professional environment, or I call it professional project management environment? What exactly do you mean by professional project management? And that is what we are going to discuss in this chapter. So once you know what is the definition of project and management, it's not a rocket science to guess what exactly project management would be. Now the key part is that we need to understand what exactly the project management will look like in terms of professional world. So many times project management might look complicated to you, and if you're working on a project in office, definitely many times you might feel that it's a complex process. But the chances are that you might have already handling some sort of project by knowingly or unknowingly, maybe in your office or in your personal life. So when I say personal life, let's say you want to buy a mobile for your mother, or let's say for your girlfriend. Now buying a mobile itself become a project, but during that period you don't realize that it's a kind of project. It seems to you as a normal activity and you perform it without any problem. But let's assume that in the office you need to buy mobile for all of your employees. Now that's become a complex project, even though those activities are same, but the magnitude of those activities now increase, and which brings other complexity, maybe in terms of design or the requirement from the specific band of employee, or there may be some other budget constraint, time constraint, which will basically bring in the complexity, and that's basically makes the project management complex. But if you don't need to much worried about the complexity part of the project management, because if you see in terms of management, so just to tell you some facts, that 56% of project managers are only certified, right? So remaining 44% are still working as a project manager, and they are successfully managing those projects without having any certification. So project management is more like having an experience and applying those skills, tools, knowledge throughout your experience and managing the project and reaching the objective. Also, there's another interesting fact. If you see that 33% of project fail not because the project is complex, but they don't get proper support from the senior management or key stakeholders. So getting a successful project completed, it's very important to have key stakeholder support or management from the top management. So let me further explain the example which I mentioned in previous section. So I mentioned the buying a mobile for a mother or your girlfriend is one of the examples. So let's say Ted wants to buy a perfect smartphone for his mother. Now, what kind of step Ted would be taking to basically complete this task? Remember, the objective is to provide the best smartphone to her mother, right? That's the objective of this, let's say, mini project. So the very first logical step would be, the Ted would gather the information from her mother. Basically, he would like to know what kind of mobile or what kind of smartphone her mother is looking for, and then based on the gather information from her mother, he would basically go and do some research, maybe online or through the store, and find out how to purchase the best smartphone which basically meets her mother's requirement, right? And then once he find out what exactly the mobile model or specification, then he will simply go and execute the order online, or maybe go to the offline store and make the order to purchase that smartphone. And once then he made the order, then either he will directly get the mobile phone, or maybe if he has paid online and make the order online, then he will basically track the shipment, coordinate with delivery guy so that the shipment is delivered right on time and at the right address, right? And then once he get the mobile, probably he will activate and install all the apps, maybe train her mother that how to use those apps or how to use mobile, and finally her mother will be able to use and the best smartphone which Ted has bought. So if you see the whole process, right, this 1 2 3 4 5 is basically nothing but in code the 5 process of project management. So if you see the first process is basically your initiation, right? So initiation means Ted has basically initiated at this step and gathered all the requirement for his mother, and then based on those requirement he did proceed for the next step, and that is basically nothing but planning. So once he found out what kind of mobile, what kind of requirement is needed, based on that he did some planning, and then once he planned everything, he basically executed the order, right? So here he basically executed the order, and then once he executed the order, he continuously monitor and control, right? Remember this word, monitor and control. Sorry about my handwriting. And then finally he basically got this mobile phone and handset, and then handed over it to his mother, and then finally did the completion, you will say, of this project or mini project. And completion means basically the objective is achieved, right? So, and remember the objective was to get the mobile phone. So if you see, this is the core of any project management process step. So it is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and then completion. And when we go to the professional project management, we will see these 5 project management process is continuously being performed at various stages of project. So before going deep into the professional project management processes, let's quickly see several definitions which is provided by the project management knowledge bodies like PMI or APM or other various source of knowledge, or we can say the source of information. So, and in overall, I mean, they all points toward the same definition or similar kind of meaning of project management. So if you see the first definition, which is basically from the PMI USA, Project Management Institute of USA, and they basically define the project management is application of knowledge, skills, tools and techniques to the project activity to meet the project requirements. So project requirement is basically nothing but these are the objectives which you need to meet when you complete the project. So we have already seen this definition in previous section. So this is one of the most utilized or most shared definition of project management you will find all over the internet. Then the next definition is coming from the APM, and again if you see they have also the similar wording. So project management is application of process, methods, skills, knowledge and experience, right? They have added word experience here to achieve the specific project objectives according to the project acceptance criteria within the agreed parameter. So when we say in the agreed parameter, this is nothing but referring to the various constraints, right? So this we will be discussing later in detail, but this is what this means. So basically idea is that you apply your skill, your knowledge, your experience to achieve the project objective under the given boundaries, or let's say under the given constraints. Then the next definition is I have taken from Wikipedia. So again the Wikipedia, where a lot of subject matter experts provide the opinion in terms of defining the project management. And if you see the wordings of the project management as per the Wikipedia, it's leading work of team. So it's basically they're calling project management as a process of leading the work of a team to achieve the goals and meet the success criteria at the specified time. So here they are talking about one of the constraints, that is every project has to be done within specific time limit, and then they have some specific criteria, maybe budget criteria or some specific goal need to be reached. So those has to be achieved through a team, and that is what exactly the process is called as project management process. And here they are also mentioning the challenges of the project management. So the main challenge of project management is basically to achieve all the project goal within the given constraints. So constraints are very important because these are the defining boundaries for any project to complete. So if we combine all those various definitions and we try to figure out what are the key areas where all those project management bodies are focusing on, so they are basically calling the project management is nothing but the process of planning, organizing and managing resources to achieve the organization objective, right? This is what they are all pointing towards. So this is basically nothing but it consists of your planning, then organizing and then managing the resources, from the start till the end of the project. So here are some other facts about the project management. So if you see 75% of business and executive, if you see, especially we talk about software project, they know from the beginning that the project will fail. And then another interesting fact about the 50% of all project management offices closes within 3 years, right? Well, just think about it. So in my project management experience, what I understood that project management is basically about managing 3 flows, that is flow of people, flow of process and tools. So I call it that this is the PPPT of project management. So these are the 3 pillars of any project management, and if you want to manage any project successfully, you need to focus on these 3 terms, that is the people, process and tool. And while project in progress, you need to find a harmony or some kind of balance between all those 3 pillars. So they could be lack of resources, there could be lack of the process, there could be lack of tool, or there could be excessive use of all those 3 pillars. So it's a best combination of all those 3 pillars or 3 elements that basically ensures the success of the project. And again, this balance has to be maintained within the project constraint. So when I say project constraint, you cannot have the unlimited number of people which you can deploy in the project. You cannot have all kind of sophisticated tool because they require the acquisition cost, and then that may be the higher than the initial cost, and which basically impact the overall your profit or the margin of your project itself. So there are certain boundaries, and you need to basically balance these three elements within the project constraint and optimize in such a way that you meet the project objective. This is what exactly it's mean when I say the harmony between these three elements. So basically what it means that projects do not have infinite resources, right? So when I say infinite resources, that we don't have the infinite budget, we don't have the infinite people, we don't have the infinite time. So we have a limitation of the resources, and project has to be performed within those limited resources, right? And that's what basically the constraints mean. And if you see some of the interesting facts, so 70% of organization projects fails to deliver on time. So if you see overall out of 100, 70 projects are failing to complete on time, right? And then if you see, and during those my experience in project management, I try to find what are the major reason for the failure of the project. So there could be n number of reasons, but several times I found that 1 out of 3 projects have no baseline. So basically 30% of the project, 34% of your projects have no baseline. So we will be going in detail and understand what exactly the project baseline is, but this is one of the very common thing. Like baseline means, suppose if you want to measure something, you need to have some start, right? A point from where you start and a point from where you finish, and then the difference between these 2 points you are going to basically measure, or in terms of magnitude or quantity or whatever. But suppose if I say that there is no start itself, then how would you measure at any point of time what is the difference? And that is what exactly the baseline means, that you need to set a baseline for your cost, baseline for your timeline, and then again the baseline you measure. And in case if you don't have those baseline, then it's very difficult to measure the project progress. Well, anyway, we will be discussing this detail in later section, but just for facts, it's interesting to know that 34% of the projects, they don't have the baselines. So in my previous section, I was referring the constraints for the projects, and these are the basically nothing but the defining boundary for any project to complete. So there are basically 3 constraints in all kind of projects, and that is basically your scope, cost, and time, right? And also these triple constraints are also known as iron triangle of project management. So this is also called PM iron triangle, right? So when I say scope is nothing but what are the work which you have agreed with the client to complete in any project. So this is basically what are the activity, what are the deliverables which you will be providing to the client, is basically nothing but your known as scope. Then the cost, as it's clear from the definition itself. So every project has some cost, and of course there's no availability of infinite resources, as we discussed in previous slides. So definitely you have to complete the project in a certain cost, right? If you go above that cost, that will be lost to your company, and basically it will erode your project margin. Then next one is your time. So remember, any project has a start and finish date. It means that it has to start at a certain date, and then it has to finish a certain date. So there is a limited time. It cannot continue forever to the infinity, right? So project has basically a limited timeline, and this is what exactly it's mean by time. And so this is when this is what actually, let's say, contractor commit to the client to complete the project in a certain timeline. And let's say if the contractor or the team is not able to complete the project on time, there could be various consequences. So in, let's say, construction industry, this could lead to the LD and other complications, which basically results into the financial losses. So we will be discussing those in detail. But in terms of constraint, these are the basically triple constraint, which we know that is basically nothing but your scope, right? And then cost and time, right? And one more thing, if you need, right, the quality is basically at the center of all those three constraints. So what does mean that whatever you do, either do your work or your cost or your time, this has to meet the certain quality or standard requirement which you need to meet while meeting all this constraint. So, and one more thing also, you will notice that if you change any one of those boundaries, so let's say if you reduce some of the activity from your project, or let's say you increase some of the activity in the project, this will directly impact your cost and time. How? Remember, when you're increasing your activities, basically this means that you will require more cost, more resources to complete those work. Also, if you increase the number of activity, this may require additional time to complete the project. And once additional time is required, this will basically overflow your finish date or the completion date. So if you change any one of these triple constraints, and similarly, if you, let's say, try to reduce the cost of any project, this will be done by either reducing the scope or some quality issue, or you can have the impact on the time. If you try to reduce it, maybe you will try to optimize the timing of the resource or ideal time. So any of this constraint, if you are pulling, either you are increasing or decreasing, this will have subsequent impact on your remaining two constraints, right? We will discuss this constraint theory and how its impact in various practical example later section, but as of now, I think it's pretty much clear that what is triple constraint and how it's actually impact overall in terms of the boundaries of the project. So if you want me to demonstrate the constraint, you can take this example from the service industry. So this is what I found on internet. Suppose if you want to avail some services, so you can avail a good services at very cheap price, but it won't be fast, because then the service provider will try to minimize his cost. It may take some time to him to figure out how it will optimize so that he can provide you the cheap and good services. But remember, time is limited in project management industry. So again, this is the constraint which you may face. Or let's say you want a good services fast, but then it won't be cheap. So suppose if you want a good services, also you want to do it very fast, then of course you need to spend additional money or additional resources so that you can complete those tasks or provide the services fast, right? Or the third option would be you want a fast service, but you want to do it with a cheap cost. Well, that won't be good, right? Because in that case, what will happen, the service provider will try to do it fast by skipping several mandatory activity or mandatory part of the scope, which may lead to basically bad services. So it won't be a good services or the actual services which is required, and may you end up with problem. So why I'm basically explaining this, because this exactly represents the dilemma of every project manager in every project life cycle, right? So every project manager face this issue, because remember, every time the management will want the project manager to reduce the cost, to maximize the profit, and at the same time, when the project manager goes to the execution team will require more time to execute those work. They will require more budget to complete those activity, and a project manager is always sandwiched between these three situations. So very much practical situation, and if you ever work in any project, you will find this problem is always there. So having understood the project constraint and its boundary, let's quickly understand what exactly the project lifecycle is. So project lifecycle is basically the combination of distinctive phases, and every project, if you take any kind of project, it basically goes to various stages. It could be 3 stages, 4 stages, 5 stages, or n number of stages, but minimum any project will have at least 3 stages. So that is, first stage is your basically initiation, or you can say the start of the project. Then there will be some intermediate step. It could be designing, planning, depending upon the type of industry. These phases can increase or decrease. This basically the intermediate phases, and then you will have the final stage, which is basically the completion. So we will be defining these stages for the various industrial project, but in a concept wise, a project life cycle is nothing but basically it's a combination of various stages or phases, and every project, at least minimum, they have the 3 phases at any point of time, right? So like every project which is unique, similarly the project life cycle is also unique for a particular project. And remember one thing, there is no standard guideline or defined guideline to define a project life cycle. This project life cycle will depend from project to project, from industry to industry. In fact, in the same industry, the 2 projects could have a different project life cycle. That will depend upon the project to project condition and the type of the projects we are dealing, right? So, and remember one thing, project life cycle is not same as a project management process. So remember, we discussed the 5 project management process. That was basically initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and then your completion. So these are not project life cycle. These are basically project management processes, and this will basically help you to solve all the problems or do all your project management activity during each phase of your project. So let's say this is first phase, second phase, and third phase, or let's say 4th phase, and so on. So at each phase you need to apply these processes and solve your project problems. So we will be discussing in detail earlier, but never confuse the project life cycle with project management process. They are the 2 separate things, okay? And then the project management process has to be performed, as I mentioned earlier, that throughout the whole life cycle, right? It's not just one-time activity, but you have to continuously perform from the start till the end of the project. So the project phase, right? So project phase is basically gives you the project life cycle. So project life cycle is nothing, but if you see, the project life cycle is basically combination of phase 1 plus phase 2 plus phase 3 and so on. So this is basically combination of phase will give you the project life cycle. Okay, and how do you know when particular phase is completed? So at the start of the project, you define each phases. Basically you define the deliverables at each stage, right? You define the deliverables, or basically the list of deliverables which you are supposed to complete or supposed to provide it to the customer at every stage. And when you meet all those deliverables at each stages, you basically mark it as the phase completion, and then your project move to the next phase. So if you see from phase 1 to phase 2, you will check the deliverable, what are the provided or what were the planned deliverable, and then based on that you move to the next step. So this is how you move from phase to phase, and once you complete all the phases, which is basically gives you the completion of project life cycle. So this is nothing but the combination of all the phases, and this is what we call as project life cycle. Okay, so let's take some example of project life cycle depending upon type of industry or type of project. So here, let's say, our first example is for the software development project. So this is, I have taken from an IT industry project. So let's say we are going to manage a software development project. So in general, or what is the typical example of project life cycle of any software project? So like any activity, this is basically it will start. So your first phase will be basically planning. So normally in software project or software industry, planning is done depending upon the requirement or what kind of contract specification is there. All those things are done during this phase, and then the project move to the next step, which is analysis. Depending upon the requirement, depending on the project plan, basically the team has to analyze exactly, you know, what are the activity, the actual detail working plan, and then based on that, team move to the design phase. Design phase basically, you know, the coding and all those things, they need to be basically find out how they will code those. They have to basically do the lot of coding with the coding team, and then the project move to the implement. Basically you implement those software at the customer's location or wherever this agreed platform is there. And once you implement those, then the next phase is basically test and integration. So before handing over to customer, you need to test and integrate with the other platform and make sure they are meeting the customer specification and requirement, right? And then project move to the maintenance phase, which is basically debugging or solving various technical issues throughout the use of the software. And then finally, you know, based on the obligation of your project in the contract, you finish the project. So this is what a typical project life cycle for a software project, right? So this is how it looks like. So your first phase would be planning, second phase would be analysis, third phase is design, fourth phase is implementation, then the fifth phase is testing and integration and maintenance. And remember, this is just a typical example. It can be modified depending upon the size or the type of the project. Now similarly, moving to another type of project, which is this construction project. I have taken from one of the civil construction project. So again, obviously the projects start with the planning. So planning is the key phase, and once planning is done, it will move to the design. Basically, let's say if you want to design a building, you have to design with the help of architecture team and meeting all the criteria, rules and regulations, and then you come up with those drawings and everything, and then the project move to the procurement. So remember, you know, the civil construction project, they require a lot of material, so you need to do a lot of procurement, materials, services, all those things. And once you have the material, basically the procured material and design, project will move to the construction, which is actual construction of building at site, right? And once it is constructed, this project will basically move into operation, where you will hand over the facility to client or customer, and then the project will move to the maintenance, basically looking after, you know, all the utility issue or various queries which is pending work, or the work which is supposed to finish after the handover. Those kind of work will be completed at this phase, and then finally your project will finish. So this is a typical example of civil construction project, where this is how it will look like as a project life cycle, and these are the typical phases which you can find in a normal construction project. So the next example I have taken for project life cycle is from an EPC oil and gas project. So the any EPC oil and gas project start with a conceptual phase, then it's moved to the engineering phase where all the detailed engineers are done, and then the project moved to the procurement stage, and then from procurement it moved to the construction, from construction lead to the commissioning of the facility, and then finally the startup and handover to the client, and then, you know, the overall operation starts. So this is what typical oil and gas project life cycle will look like. Now here, one thing you notice that at every phase, right, at every phase you need to basically utilize some knowledge areas. So when you talk about a project we have scope, a project has time, a project has a cost, quality, procurement, then communication, risk, human resource. So these kind of area, this kind of expertise, or this kind of you know, the elements which need to be managed throughout the project by the project manager by integrating, you know, all those areas. And this is basically, you know, one of the integration itself is one of the area where project manager need to work on and combine all those in an optimized way, so that your work is completed at each phases, right? At each phases you need to look into this knowledge area and manage wherever it is applicable. And how would you manage that? That is basically you're going to do with the help of project management process. So if you see, these process or these application or management of this knowledge area has to be performed by project manager at every phases, right, by utilizing this project management process. So this is what I was mentioning earlier slides. Project lifecycle is not equal to the project management process. So this is project management process, which is separate, and project lifecycle is nothing but combination of your phases. So like we discussed earlier, your project lifecycle PLC is not equal to project management processes, right? So they are not equal, they are different, right? PLC is basically summation of your phases, right? Some of your phases. Project management process is basically nothing but combination of 5 process, which is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and then final closure. And remember, this process need to be performed at every phase of the project, right? So if you see, we have 5 phases, or let's say 4 phases. So every phase you need to perform this project management process so that you complete all the activity, right? This phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and each phases has to be performed or completed through this PM process. So how does it work? Well, it's pretty simple. Initiation means basically starting off your project and creating a business case or feasibility study. Once you complete that process, then you basically move to the project plan and then develop a project management plan. Then every component has to be discussed, how you will be executing in terms of cost, risk, resource, and timeline. All those detailed planning has to be done. And once you're finished with planning, basically we have to do the execution. So whatever you have planned, you have to perform those activity in the execution phase. And while you're performing those activity, you need to always keep eye on those activity, whether the work done or the progress which you are making, is it actually as per the plan or it is deviating from the plan. And then once these activities are completed, you need to formally close all those activity, or let's say that all the documentation has to be done in terms of client deliverable or the other responsibility, and then move on to the next project. Or let's say if it's moving from one phase to another phase, then you move to the next phase. So this is how it's worked, and it seems pretty simple. I think it might have clear, and in case if you have any doubt, please let us know by having a comment below. So quick summary. First point is market demand. Again, I think it's a pretty simple term. You will be knowing that depending upon your market, what kind of product is required, or what kind of product is basically is required by the customer is basically means your market demand. Strategic opportunity, depending upon the market scenario and conditions. So company decide to strategically position their business, and this is what basically means that identify those opportunity and plan your activity, or let's say the projects, depending upon how better you can control those market. Customer request is basically nothing but the requirement which is coming from the customer side, which basically dictate what's customer want, right? Then the technical advancement, again it's related to the various technology which is being developed, and it's a continuous process. So depending upon the various technical event or technical advancement in a particular industry, that may define your how you will going to take the projects. Then the legal requirement, again this is all business activity are bound by the various policy from the government, for the various organization, and if those policies and legal requirements are changed, definitely this may lead to require some new projects or new activity or new assignment to meet those obligations. So in previous section, you have basically learned the projects, the project management, project life cycle, project phases. So having a clear understanding of project management and its elements, now the very next obvious question would be, who actually manages the projects, right? And that's what we are going to learn in this section. So if you see, the project management team is basically divided into three tiers. First one is top management team, another one is your project management team, then your project execution team. And if you see, the level of working and how they manage the projects. So top tier management team, they basically manage at business level. So basically what they do, they coordinate and manage the project organization. They monitor the progress of various projects at the higher level in terms of milestone or toll gate, and they also look after the various number of projects, not just one single project but portfolio of the projects. They look at very high level and see how the KPIs are performing. But when we go one step down, there comes the project management team, right? So these project management team may be specific to some sets of projects or some specific projects depending upon how the organization is there. And then if you go further one step down, which is basically your project execution team, they are specific to the particular project, right? So they could be team 1 for another project, for project 2, project 3. So this is basically project management team and project execution teams comes under the project level. So they are the people who are directly working on the projects, whereas the top management team are the people who are overviewing those projects, in fact the number of projects at the same time. So they are not directly involved in a day-to-day activity of the problem. It is the project management team and the execution team. They are the basically involved in day-to-day activity of any project, right? So they are the basically actually driver, or let's say the actual acting people in a project level, and they basically manage the projects. They monitor the progress to the milestone, they solve the problem, and all those things is basically done by your execution team and project management team. So this is how a project typically managed in a business organization. So if we talk about the ranking or the job title of these tiers, so this is basically depending upon the various tier level, we can define some of the common job title which comes under those seniors management or middle management or supporting role. So when I say senior management, this is what the top management I was referring in previous slide, right? This is basically the top management. And this includes like chief project officer, vice president of project management office executive, portfolio executives, portfolio managers, and project directors. So they all basically come under the top management team, who is not directly involved in daily-to-daily activity, but they are managing at higher level, or you can say the business level. Then there comes the middle management team, which is basically what I mean by project management team, right? So they are the they consist titles like senior project manager, control managers, planning managers, and associate project managers. So those kind of roles are basically part of your project management team, and they are directly involved with various other functions, which is basically nothing but your project execution team, right? So these are the two teams which are directly involved in your project. And in project execution team, you will be having roles like project planner, project scheduler, controller, document controller, coordinator, administrator, support officer, engineers. Those are the roles are basically coming under supporting role, or you can say the project execution team. So if you try to map what we discussed in previous slides, so basically your top management is tier 1, which is your senior management. Project management team is tier 2, which is your middle management, and project execution team is basically tier 3, which is supporting roles. So while discussing who manages the projects and the various level of project management, it is very important to know these three terms, which is project, program, and portfolio, right? So project we have already learned in previous sections and slides. Now how the project, program and portfolios are related, that we are going to understand, right? So if you see, if any organization, let's say one company which is the biggest company of the contractors in, you know, the civil contracts, so this is just an example. So they must be having some different portfolios. So one may be looking after the road projects, another may be looking after dam projects, another may be looking after some commercial buildings, and those kind of portfolio they might be having, right? And this is what it means by the portfolio. When I say portfolio, is basically getting managed by your senior executive, or let's say CEO level of title will be basically holding or managing this portfolio levels, or the portfolio. And what exactly the portfolio is? Portfolio is nothing but combination of program or project. So portfolio, suppose if you want to find out what exactly portfolio means, so portfolio is basically, you know, it's a combination of projects, right, plus programs. So it's combination. So if you see this example, right, so in this portfolio A you have two programs, program A and program B, which is basically being managed by the some program manager, and then each program has some different kind of projects, project 1, project 2, project 3. So one portfolio, it basically consists of various programs, and those programs basically consist of various projects, and then these each projects are maintained or managed by your project managers. So in an organization, basically what happens that every tier level manage the projects in any organization at their own level. So let's say the top executive, they manage the project at the business level. Your middle management team or project management team manage the projects with the execution team at the project level. So this is how the projects being managed. So it is not like, no, one person which was managing the project, that is project manager, but it is a chain of management which is basically, you know, managing a particular project. So it's always about the whole chain, your top management team, your middle management team, and then your basically the project execution team or the supporting team, right? So this is, let's say if any project, so project is not managed by one team or one person, it is basically a combination of various level of management who is looking after the overall management of the project. So if you talk about specifics of any project organization, so it's basically structure of any project, right? It's created separately with specialists and workers, so basically which give you the overall project team, and they have basically three area of competence, right? What we discussed previously, one is a project board which basically takes the various decisions, the key decision, and then the leadership team which basically drives the project management team to reach the project objective, and then we have the project team or the execution team who basically responsible for the implementation of all those decisions and direction given by the upper level of management. So this is how typically any project organization work, or how they are leveled in three groups, and accordingly they perform their activity. So if you talk about the type of the organization structure, so for a project organization, there are basically the three type of organization structures. One is a functional, another one is a productized, and another one is a matrix. So in functional, they are basically depend upon the departments, and it's basically grouped by their specialization. And these normally, you know, these projects are executed in silo environment. So the project will be done by the each function separately, and each function will focus on their own project, and this is how the projects is performed in their organization. Then the another type of organization structure comes, which is basically a projectized organization, where one specific project team is assigned to a particular project. So and this is basically, you know, based on each project which team is working, and that particular team is basically devoted to the particular project. Then comes a matrix organization, and this is the most prevalent or kind of very effective and efficient uh, organization structure in terms of the EPC contract. So here basically the matrix is nothing but it's a hybrid of projectized and functional, where there is a flexibility between the function manager and the project manager to work on various kind of project at the same time. This is basically done to optimize the resource allocation and basically reduce the cost of the project. And this basically organizations helps the project team to have the right source available at the right time in a right quantity. So further, if we discuss about the detail of functional organization, so here if we see, functional manager has all authority. So they have the full authority of their projects, which is done under their function. Resource will directly report to the function manager, not the project manager. Here the project manager will simply act as a project expeditor or coordinator. So if you see this example, let's say this is an organization, this is a CEO level or CEO level, and then there are various functions, engineering, marketing, IT, and manufacturing. So what will happen in a functional organization, each function will have some different kind of projects, and they will focus efforts in all those projects, right? And this is not connected to this function or this function. This is completely separate. This is what we mentioned earlier. It's a silo environment, right? It's nowhere, there's no cross-functional communication happening. Similarly, for marketing, they may have the different project, they focus on their own projects. Similarly, IT team will focus on their projects, and manufacturing focus on their own function project. There is no coordination between various functions, and this is what mean by functional organization. Then comes the project organization. So projectized organization is basically the project manager have full autonomy or authority. Here the project manager decides everything. So if you see a typical example of projectized organization, so the very top level is basically owned by the PD or PM, or it's the same level as CEO or your CPO or CCO. So they have the same level of authority, right, in any projectized organization. And each project, let's say if each organization, or let's say one organization, have a different numbers of projects, so each projects will have their own PM, and they will have your own authority to manage their projects separately. So this is what it's mean by the projectized organization, where organization is basically nothing but combination of various projects, and project manager has full authority and directly responsible for the project team and its project progress, and project team actually directly reports to the project manager. So next one is matrix organization, and matrix organization has various variation. So this one is your strong, and I will tell you why I'm calling it strong. But here the project manager has full authority or equal authority as functional managers, and the resource report to the project manager, and then project manager is here actually called as project manager. So let's say if this is a one organization of matrix format, and here we have the various functions, that is engineering, marketing, IT, and let's say there's a one project is going on and which is managed by your project manager. So what happens, that resource from each function will form this project management team, and they will report directly to the project manager. So project manager has full authority to reassign, to reallocate, or to provide those tasks or assign some tasks to all these team members. And that's why I'm calling it as a strong, because PM has full authority here, right? So here PM has full authority, and that's why I'm calling it strong. Then the next variation of matrix organization is the balance, right? Here the functional manager and project manager both shares the authority, either through the DOR, responsibility will be defined, who will be dealing with what, or they have the same level of authority or equal authority in terms of resource allocation. And then the resource will report to the project manager. But what happens, let's say in previous example, even though the project team is working, the engineering function can decide the deployment of this resource. Depending upon, let's say, the engineering function thinks there's another project which is being carried out by the organization and this has to be prioritized. This function can prioritize the deployment of the resources, and once we discuss this with the project manager. So this is what means by the balanced matrix organization. Then the next matrix organization is basically the weak. Here again it depends upon the authority of the project manager. So in this weak matrix organization, functional manager has full authority, right? Resource report to the PM, but the project manager basically act as a project coordinator, right? So here what happens, that the function managers, they decide which resource has to be deployed and up to how long they have to deploy it and when they need to taken out from the project team. So here the project manager will simply act as a coordinator without having much power to influence. So key definition. So one thing is we have just learned the project managers. So basically it is a person responsible for managing the project and managing the stakeholder communication and overall project quality. Project sponsor, so basically the person or the group that provides the financial resources or the go ahead to the project manager to start the project. Function manager, as we discussed previously, it's basically assign the personnel and receive and evaluate the individual performance review based on their each functions. So that is basically like engineering function, procurement function, IT function, and so on. Then we have the project management team. This is a team which is directly involved in the project management activity and then overlook all the project activity directly, and they work with the project execution team. Project team is basically project execution team. They are the responsible for performing all those activity or implementing whatever the project direction or vision or leadership which is coming from the top management. So quick summary, we already know what's a project sponsor. Project manager, I think there's nothing much to explain. Performing organization is basically the organization who is doing the work, who is involved in implementing various projects. Function manager, we have discussed earlier, this depends upon who is owning which function. Project management team is basically your main execution team who is directly working. Just one question, have you ever wondered how the projects are managed in heaven or how projects managed by the God? Remember, Noah's Ark was one of the projects which was managed by God itself to save the humanity. Do you have other example? Well, if not, why don't you see this video? Once upon a time, God was evaluating an idea to help children on the earth. The main aim was to make every child's wish come true on the Christmas Eve. With this endeavor, God wanted to bring peace and harmony to every family on the earth. He asked his saints to do a cost-benefit analysis of this idea. After in-depth analysis of the case, they found that idea had a good potential and can be very beneficial for the mankind generations. With this initial assessment, God decided to go ahead with the implementation of the idea. He was looking for a suitable saint to do the complete task. While discussing this idea with Saint, God found that one of his pope has experience in sending gifts. Also, he found that Santa loves and cares for children. And that was a moment when God found the project manager to implement his idea. Soon, God handed over a project charter to Santa with specific goals. Since Christmas was nearing, he asked him to hurry. After all, Christmas is the birthday of his son. Santa was asked to fulfill the wish of every child and give them on the Christmas night. Also, God informed that Heaven's management is running low on budget and want to complete this project at minimum cost. Managing a project has never been an easy task, especially when you're working with kids. Initially, Santa thought this would be a piece of cake. However, soon things become very complex. Considering huge number of children and varying wishes, this turned out to be a very impossible task to complete on such a short notice. With a time period of little over 2 months and a tight budget, Santa found himself in the middle of Pandora box. He will need to quickly plan out all the activities like identifying the best gift for the different children, right vendors, retailers, fastest delivery partner, and team to coordinate the distribution. Santa reached out to his best friend, Pope Planner.
Pope told Santa that basically it's the same activity that Santa performed for his children. However, now it has to be performed on a large scale for all kids on the earth. Santa would need a team of experts and professionals who can perform the task through well-defined processes and practices. His friend planner helped him to develop a project charter and stakeholder list. With the approval of project charter from the god, Santa was ready to kick off the project. Santa quickly formed his project management team to do the scope scheduling, work breakdown structure, budget planning, quality, and risk management. Santa came up with a perfect project management plan to execute the work. However, at the very next week of execution, Santa's project management journey came to a hard stop. The cost controller informed him that the cost of procuring gift, which they had considered for initial budget, is now increased by 30%, since there is high inflation and huge demand of gift with supply chain constraints. Santa thought of buying cheap gifts. However, this will defeat the whole purpose of the project. If he doesn't give the gift as expected by children, they won't be happy. Also, God would not be able to achieve his initial objective. Santa was scratching his head and couldn't think of any solution. Management has already approved the maximum possible budget, and there is no way that management will approve any additional budget. After evaluating the several options over the weekend, Santa came to a conclusion to terminate the project. At least this will save some money for the heaven. Monday morning, while Santa was preparing to report his conclusion to the god, the sourcing manager Randy came to his desk. Randy informed Santa that he may have a solution for his problem. Randy suggested that if gifts orders is placed directly to manufacturer instead of retailer, the project can avail a heavy discount on the price. With the discount, project can be completed under the budget. However, there is one condition with manufacturer. Transportation and handling of shipment has to be managed by the project team. Santa was sure with his sleigh and 12 reindeer, the transportation of shipment can be handled internally. Santa briefed the situation to God and sought his approval for a revised plan. Santa communicated the revised plan to his team. The team continued to execute their project work as per the new plan, and in fact, the team was able to accelerate the work. After 2 months of hard work and continuous effort, Santa was able to provide the best gift to all the children on the Christmas Eve. Also, the project was completed within the approved budget. And that's how Santa managed the Christmas project.
So in previous section we have learned about the project management, who manages the project, and basically all about the professional project management. Now the question is that there are a number of projects which goes in every project management industry or various business environment. So the question is that how do you exactly choose a project? You cannot start working on all kind of projects. Remember, like life is full of choices. The point is that you are not going to choose all options. You decide which options to choose and which options not. And the same basically applies in a project management industry too. So any business organization who is looking after the various type of projects, they need to find out what is the right project for their business. So like people make choices every day. Similarly, companies also make choices in the same way as you do. So you may be choosing to like have dinner at some place, or maybe you are thinking about your career and which career do you want to choose. So the same way, company also go for choosing the various projects, right? And of course, like some choices are easy, some choices are not so easy, they are serious and they have long-term effect in your life. And in the same way, for a business, before deciding working on a project, they need to consider what are the long-term impact in terms of business growth and opportunity. So in business environment, company have the several project opportunities. So at a point of time, they are basically thinking about various number of projects. There could be n number of projects which company is considering at any point of time, which basically supports your business and the growth. Now the point is that company has a limited resources. They cannot invest on all projects, or they cannot carry on all the projects at the same time. So they need to prioritize their project's objectives as well as the priorities, and depending upon that, they basically select new projects. So they are basically selective which projects is going to beneficial for them. So what exactly they look for? They basically look for the benefits, right, in terms of company return of investment and other benefits which company may get in a long term. So projects are not randomly selected. In fact, they are evaluated on various criteria, various parameters, and based on that company decides on projects. And also safety is one of the key factor, right? Even though you do the business, it's not only just profit, it's also take care of safety. Also remember, the project selection is an integral part of transforming any business, right? So any business, if they want to transform from one market position to another market position, they need to continuously invest in a project to achieve their growth objective or capture the market opportunity. So to be very specific, why business selects the projects? Well, basically to avoid any poor results, right? They are basically selecting a wrong project could result to a lot of poor result in terms of company performance and the growth as well as the return of investment to their stakeholders. Also, company may lose focus if we select the wrong project, right? Company has certain objective, vision and goal, and all those projects need to be aligned in terms of their vision and company's goal. Then the third thing is the wastage. So if you select the wrong project for your company, it is simply lead to the wastage of the resources, which basically means your cost, and basically means if cost, this means loss to your company. So these are the key reasons why the company has to be very selective when they are selecting any project, because it has to be aligned with their overall company objective in terms of profit, in terms of results, in terms of company vision and optimization of company operations. So far we have talked about the impact of wrong selection of projects on a company level. But also, if you select the wrong project, this will have a cascading impact on the project itself, right? So if you select the wrong projects, definitely it is not going to align with the company's objective, and this will lead to a poor performance. Then also definitely it's going to lead cost overrun and delay, which will result to the further financial losses for the company, and that's why we avoid selecting wrong projects. Then the loss of interest, definitely if you see a lot of bad outcomes or a lot of negativity in the project itself, which will basically lead to the loss of interest among the team member, and this will lead to impact their performance. Then of course, if you select the wrong project, which will definitely lead to rise in high stress level among the team member, and again that will impact their productivity. Then the very common thing, the blame game, right? So if you select the wrong project from the beginning, you will see lot of blame game is going on among the team members. So that's why it's very important to select the right project, and selecting the wrong project has its own impacts on your team, on your company and overall objective. So how do you select the project? How you are going to select the project for yourself? Well, if you talk about the personal project, or when you're working in an organization, how you select the best project for your company? Well, if you talk about the project selection process, it has basically 3 steps. First thing is identifying the business need, then you do the feasibility study, and then you finally select the project. So in the step 1, you finally find out what is the market demand, what is the company need, what is the customer request, what is the technology change, legal policy. You check all those external factors which is basically driving the business case. Then you need to find out whether these are feasible, right? In those scenarios, whether you have the probability of success is high, whether you have the expertise, whether you have the resources or capability. All those things are done in step 2, which is basically nothing but called feasibility study. And once you're done with feasibility study, you move to the step 3, which is basically your project selection, and that is done based on the benefit measurement, comparative approach, constraint optimization. Remember, at step 2, you may be having several number of projects, right? You may be having n number of projects, and then when you go to the step 3, you basically prioritize these projects, and then based on that maybe you decide to work on top 2 projects or top 3 projects or maybe top 5 projects. So this is how you do the project selection based on where you have the more benefit, where you have the best approach or best benefits in terms of return of investment, or the constraint optimization, because in some cases your projects may be selected based on where you have the limited constraint or we have the maximum constraint. So this is what the overall process is. In summary, it's like the 3-step process. One is business need, another one is feasibility study, and then project selection. So in business environment, based on the feasibility studies, project selection methods, and the committee, they will select the project. So this is how in professional world the projects are selected. So let's understand the project selection method itself. So basically there are the two models. One is based on economic model and then another one is based on mathematics model. So economic model is basically based on the benefit measurement. You basically measure the benefits by choosing those projects. And how do you measure those benefits? Where the first tool is basically a cost benefit analysis. You find out what is your present value, what will be your net present value, and then you will find out what is your internal rate of return and payback period. So basically you look at all those parameters to decide which project you're going to choose in terms of economic model or economic impact. Also, there are the math models, which is basically based on your constraint optimization. So what is that? Based on the previous history or the previous data of the projects, these models decide to find out what will be the best suitable projects for the companies, right? And this mathematical model could be linear, non-linear, dynamic, integer, multi-objective algorithm. This is all going to based on type of historical data or performance of the company for the similar type of projects, and based on that you can run the various math models and basically find out or prioritize the various projects depending upon all those parameters, and you can choose which projects you can work. Then in the business environment, once the project is selected, what happens after the project selection? How actually the project management start operating in a business scenario and supporting the company's objective? And I think that may be the question which might be boggling in your mind. So the project launch is basically 4-step process, right? It basically, as we learned in previous section, then it's all starts with ideas, right? So step 1 is basically you find out some idea, some business case, some business need, where you evaluate whether the idea is aligned with company need, visions or goal, which basically give you some list of some ideas which you can start working on or produce some benefits, maybe 4 or 5 ideas you are having at this stage. This is basically called ideation, or identifying the idea which can bring profit or gain to the company, and that's what all your step 1 is. Then you move to the step 2. So once you identify those ideas, you find out what exactly the feasibility of those ideas. Those ideas may result into some projects. Maybe after 5 ideas you come up with only 2 feasible idea which can result into project. So when I say feasible idea, means it's confirmed that if company do these projects, they are going to get some benefit, in monetary benefit or some other benefit depending upon company visions and objective. So once you clarify or once you clear the number of projects which you want to take on, you move to the next step, that is called project selection. So here you maybe decide, or depending upon the various feedback from the various stakeholders, you decide to work on only one project. And this is what all project selection is about. Step 3, you don't work on all projects which you identified in the feasibility stage. You choose the project which is more beneficial to you, and that you do in step 3, which is basically called your project selection. So once you select that project, this basically means you have the project which you want to work on, and let's say at this stage out of 2 you selected on one project. And this one project is basically moved to the step 4, that is launch of the project. So what do you mean by launch of the project? So let's say your final project is selected. This basically means you develop a project charter, which will basically authorize you as a project manager to start working on the project and execute it. So this is how it works. So it's a 4-step process. Start with your ideation, then goes to the feasibility step, then goes to the project selection, and once project is selected, it simply goes to the project launch. And project launch means project charter. So once you have the project charter, you can say that you have launched the project. So what is project charter? How do you define a project charter? So let's understand those things. So project charter, basically it's authorize a project or a project phase, right? A project charter can be developed for a whole project, or it can be also developed as a phase wise. So it's a basically authorization to launch a project, as we learned in the previous section. Then this documents initial requirement, need and expectation of stakeholders. So what it does, it basically lists out all the requirement, your initial requirement, not maybe detailed requirement, but high level requirement. What are the needs and expectation of the stakeholders, which basically influence the overall project. So if we talk in terms of process, so this is basically your input. So let's say if you want to develop a project charter, what will be the inputs which is required for you. Second thing is that this is the tools, right? Once you get the input, or let's say some information, you need to utilize some project management tools to develop the document. And the document is basically what? Outcome. And outcome is basically called project charter. So idea is that how do you develop the project charter? So the first thing, what input is required. So we took the input, you need the statement of work, you need the business case, you need the agreements maybe between client and company and some contractor, then you need all those enterprise environmental factor which can impact those projects. Then also you need the organization process asset. Basically each organization has their own way to manage the project, to oversee the projects, and this is what it means by the organization process asset. And while doing those projects, you need to make sure you're aligned with projects. So these are the input which is required to develop the project charter. Once you get this input, you utilize the tools. The tool is that to develop project charter, you to take the expert judgment. Maybe you will form a team of expert and you will discuss with them, identify what will be the best, what will be good for the company. Based on utilizing these tools and technique, you will basically develop that project charter document, right? So when I say the expert judgment is nothing but you simply receive input from the subject matter experts who has deep knowledge about those particular type of projects or particular area. Or you can also utilize a facilitation technique, which is solving the problem or having some conflict resolution or brainstorming with the team or with some expertise. Right, so utilizing these tools and technique, having this input, you basically arrive at the project charter. So this is what your, I will say, the outcome, and this is how you develop the project charter. So the next important thing is to understand why it is critical to develop project charter, right? So first thing, it's a formal document which basically states the project exists and provides the project manager a written authority to begin the work, right? Because remember, every project utilizes some resource, and when you talk about the resource, which basically means it will cost to the company, and before spending any cost, any kind of financial expenditure, you need to validate it and make sure it is coming through a proper authorization. And the project charter is basically that authorization document which is required by any project managers. Project charter is your authorization document or a ticket to start the project, right? Also, it's provide a common understanding of the goals, objectives and resource requirement among all the stakeholders. So it's basically clearly state what is your top management expectation, so that your project team and the execution team, right, they all are aligned with these objectives and they know what they are required to do. Once they know what is actually required or desired from the project. Then this project charter should always include some of the important things, like it's an overview, outline of an scope, then the approximate schedule, which is as per the stakeholder expectation, what are the budget estimate, not the detailed one but the preliminary estimate, what are the anticipated risk and key stakeholders. So these are the minimum thing which should be required in a project charter. So if you see, if this is nothing but a kind of format where you need to have these, at least these are the minimum things which you need to have. It's an overview, outline of the scope, then you have to expect schedule, budget estimate, anticipated risk and key stakeholders. So these are the minimum thing which you should be having, or you should be make sure those informations are available in any project charter to make it effective and useful for the project. So by now you must have identified, or you must have realized that company selects multiple projects through the number of list of the projects, and remember each projects may require different approach. So multiple methodology to execute the project. Also it's possible that you can utilize various methodology to the same project, or you can do the several projects to the similar methodology, right? And remember one thing, the incorrect approach lead to the project failure. As we learned in previous slide, it's very important to identify the right project as well as the right methodology to execute those projects. So key definitions, well, the first one is your project charter. So as you know, project charter is a formal sort of document that states the project exists and provide project manager a written authority to begin the work, and that is basically a formal definition of your project charter. Then the benefit measurement method, well, these are based on measuring the benefit in taking the project and comparing the result against the project or a strategy benchmark, right? Then the functional organization, we have learned this in previous section, where the employee has a clear manager or superior staff where the functions are responsible for their own projects. Let's say the IT function is responsible for all the IT projects, manufacturing function will be responsible for manufacturing projects, and so on. So here the functions have the full authority. Project selection, we have learned is a process of evaluating and choosing the projects which is both aligned with organization objective and maximize performance, let's say cost, time, schedule and all those things, right? Then the life cycle cost. So life cycle cost is nothing but it's development cost, plus maintenance cost and support cost. We will discuss this in detail when we go into the cost management section, but life cycle is basically considering all the cost element from the start, or let's say the start of the project to the finish of the project. So when I say the finish of the project, not just handling the product, but utilization of product, and then the providing the service and maintenance, and then finally phasing out of the project. In fact, that cost also includes in the life cycle cost. So once we know what is project management, how professionally we manage the project, and how we select the project, right? So once you have selected the project, now the very next obvious question is, how do we manage projects? So once you have selected the project, now the very next question comes to, how do you manage the projects? How actually projects are managed in a business environment? How do you manage it, right? So starting with the project management, let's understand how the projects are actually managed. What are the things which is required to manage a project in a professional way? So let's start with a small project. So let's say you have a mini project. You have to provide 100 computer to EBC company. So what happens that you are a project manager of your company, right? And your company has signed a contract with ABC company to provide what? To provide 100 computers, right? This you need to provide to the ABC company, and you are the project manager, you are dealing that project. So in that case, let's say, the total value of the project is around $1 million, right? And you have to complete the project within this given cost. So as a project manager, what are the things you will be doing just by thinking the scope of work? So let's say if you have to provide a project, what are the things as a project manager you should be doing? So some of the things which may comes in your mind is, first you need to find out the scopes, right? What exactly you have to do. So it's just only providing the 100 computer, or also you need to provide some software, or also install those softwares, or you have to just simply provide the hardware and no need to worry about the software thing. So you need to clarify all those scope of work. So basically you need to clarify all the activities which you will be doing to meet this objective of providing 100 computers to the ABC company. Then you need to also know at what time period you will be providing those computers to the company, right? Maybe the ABC company has asked you to provide these computer maybe in 1 month time period, or maybe they have asked you to provide 10 computers over the 10-month period of time. So those timeline has to be identified by you as a project manager to know what exactly the timeline it is. Then of course the project budget, right? So suppose if the project budget is 1 million, you may be wondering whether that 1 million is sufficient to do this scope of work, or you can do that work even in less budget. What will be the profit? All those things has to be identified in terms of the budget requirement. Then of course when you fix with scope, cost and time, then you need to find what are the available resources are there and how you can utilize them. Then you have to come up with a project plan. May not be the detailed one, may not be the very big and a lengthy document, but at least you have to have some sort of project plan which can basically tells you what will be the various plans, activities, scopes, and various objectives which you will be achieving through the various milestones or various timeline. Those things has to be defined in a project plan. And then once you come up with a project plan, the point is that then you will simply delegate those tasks to the resources so that they start working on those resources, on those activities. And then the next thing, that's also you need to document everything, because this project is over some duration, over a timeline. So it has some start, it has some finish. Your project activity will be starting, let's say, from these days. Then there's a possibility that some of the activities are delayed, some of the activities are already finished in advance. So you need to document everything. You need to record all those events so that you come to know which activity is completed, which is finished, which is pending. All those things has to be done, and that can be done only if you document them very well. Then of course once you document it, you need to monitor it. Basically you compare it with your previous plan or initial plan and see if all those activities are aligned or on time with respect to your previous plan. Then communicate with the team, right? You need to also communicate this progress with the top management or with your team members, and so on. So there are so many other things which could be done in a project, right? So just a small project, and you can see there are so many things you as a project manager should be doing that so that you can complete this project successfully. So when I say successfully, means on time, right, within budget, and of course you need to provide the 100 computers. So this is basically nothing but your scope. So on time, within budget, and complete scope, right? So by seeing this example, you can imagine, right? So these are the activities which is required to complete this project. So if you closely look or try to categorize the activity which we have discussed in the previous section, so you can categorize all those activity basically in 10 groups. So when I say you can categorize all those activity in terms of scope, in terms of time, in terms of cost, in terms of quality, then in terms of resources, stakeholders, then procurement, and then the risk and communication. So as a project manager, you need to basically look all those 10 areas and integrate all those activity, right? This is what you need to do as a project manager. So as a project manager, your job is to basically integrate this scope, time, cost, quality, resource, stakeholder, procurement, scope, and communication to achieve your project goal, right? This is what in crux, if I talk, what project manager should be doing. So if you look, the project management is all about basically managing the 10 knowledge areas, right? That is basically your integration management, scope management, time management, quality management, resource management, and then it's a communication management, risk, procurement, stakeholders, and cost. So as a project manager, you need to basically integrate all those knowledge area and make sure all the activities are aligned to reach the project goal. That is what as a project manager you're supposed to do. So whenever you are managing those 10 knowledge areas, right, those 10 knowledge, there is always coincide with the project management process group. So when you are managing your scope, time, cost, quality, you need to utilize this PM process group to complete all those work related to particular area successfully. So when I say the project management process group, it is nothing but those 5 groups which we have already learned in previous section in brief. We can go into detail later, but this is mainly initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and then closing. Now knowledge area takes up during any one of this process group, right? So we have, let's say, these 10 knowledge areas, right? And all those 10 knowledge areas, you will be basically interacting with this process group. So initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and then control. So, and then of course, the monitoring, control, and then this is closer. So during this management of each knowledge area, you need to basically take help of all these PM processes to resolve your issues. This is what you do while managing each area. So we will be discussing this in detail later on, but this is how it works in terms of professional project management, right? So knowledge areas are basically your core technical area, and project management processes groups are basically your management tools which you utilize to this knowledge area to complete the work. So if you basically define the project management process group and how it works, so you can say it start with initiation, then you have to do the planning, execution, and then monitoring and control, and closure. So what happens, any of the knowledge area, when you start managing, you need to initiate that, right? We will get into the detail of the initiation, but basically for management of any knowledge area, you have to initiate, you have to start, and then you have to do the planning, right? And once you plan it, you need to move into the executing, right? And while doing all those processes, initiation, planning, execution, you need to continuously do the monitoring and control. So remember, monitoring and control is a kind of continuous process which parallelly start with your initiation and completes with your closure, right? So you start with initiation, finish with closure. Between that, you continuously do the monitoring and control of your planning process and execution. So what's the initiation process? Well, it basically determines the project objective, then it's develop the project charter, it's identify all the stakeholders in detail, it's assign the project manager, and also some places it's known as concept process, right? It will depend upon industry to industry. Many of the places you will find concept process, maybe you can call it initiation process, but the idea is that you will be doing all those activity. And remember, at this stage project may be approved and terminated. Maybe at the initiation stage you have find out in detail analysis that project is not visible, you will be simply terminated. right? And then the initiation is kind of authorization to continue the ongoing project or to move to the next PM process group. So after initiation, once initiation is complete, you can go to the planning, you can go to the execution, you can go to the monitoring control parallelly, and then close it. So once you successfully completed the initiation, this will give you a license to move to the next step. The next step is your planning, right? So most of the time you will be spending at this process step. So this is basically formulating the project goal, basically telling what are the things you require to do, how you will be doing that, and when you have to do it. So basically team creates a management plan for each knowledge area. Remember, we have 10 knowledge area, and for each knowledge area team decide how you will be basically managing those knowledge areas. So, and this overall combined plan is called, all those 10 areas management plan is nothing but is result in a form of overall project management plan. The execution, well, in execution, most of the budget, all your costs will be spent in execution phase. Remember, you have to do procurement, you have to bring in the various labors, various people, deploy all kind of services, and those all resources required money, right? And that's why most of the budget will be spent in this phase. Also, the work plan, whatever you have the plans, this will be executed, then they will be implemented, approved changes. There is a possibility that when even a project is started, after that there is some new changes come from the client, from the internal stakeholders. All those changes has to be applied before you finish the project. So this all approved changes has to be applied during this execution phase. Also, there could be repairing of defects, some preventive or corrective action you need to take in terms of provide the services or to complete the scope of work, team building. All those activities will be done in execution. Then the next step is monitor and control. So basically, when you start your project, starting from your initiation, right? When you initiate a project, you need to regularly measure and control the project performance against a baseline, right? That's recommend the changes, any defect repair, preventive corrective action which is required when you find out, when you monitor or control those things. Also, you need to continuously verify the scope of the project, also see the contracts, whether we are aligned with the contract which we have signed with the company, and then overall you need to monitor the project scope. So this is what is done in the monitor and control. So then comes your closure, right? So goal is formally ended when project activities are completed and all the project objectives are met. That is basically means the closure of the project, which involve the contract closures, like you need to complete all the project records archiving, documents, closure document, lesson notes, all those things has to be completed in a closure phase. Then of course there will be audit. If you are in any organization, audit is very common. Once the project is completed, all the payments are audited, whether all the financial settlements are done, all those things has to be completed in your closure. And finally you conduct a survey with all the stakeholders, get the sign off from the project, and of course you basically document all the lesson learned so that you can better improve or provide the better efficiency in the next project management cycle. If you see that basically project management is all about managing these 5 project management process group, right? And then this is a 10 knowledge area. So there's 10 knowledge area and 5 project management process group, and you need to basically utilize this project management process group and the knowledge area to manage your work. So if you see, for scope management, you have to do initiation, you will be needing to do planning, you need to do monitoring and control, you need to do the execution, and then final closure. Similarly, you need to do these project management process too, or utilize these project management processes for scope management, time management, quality management, and then resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder integration. So all those 10 areas need to be worked upon by utilizing this project management process group. So this process group is basically what your management tool, right? This is what it's called, the management tool, or I call it, this is a soft skill, right? This is soft skill which I was referring earlier, and these are your core technical skills, right? These are your core technical skills. So project management is nothing, I mentioned in very beginning of this course that project management is nothing but art and science, right? Art plus science of getting things done, right? This is what I mentioned briefly about project management. So now you understood why I'm saying that art and science. Art because you need to utilize your soft skill to manage various technical skills like scope management, time management, cost management. And then science because then these are the technical skills, they are the defined process, they are defined knowledge, or you can utilize to do these works very efficiently. And when you combine these two, these art, right, plus science, you basically utilize it to do your job, any kind of job or anything which is need to be done. You complete those activity and that's become your project management. Okay, so another concept of project management is basically project life cycle, phase, project management process, and this knowledge area, how all those four things are combined together, right? So in the previous section we have learned that we utilize this project management process group, right? These are the processes groups and these are the knowledge area. These are the 10 knowledge area, 5 project management process group, and these all processes, these, let's say that this whole project management thing has to be performed at every phases. Remember, this is your project. Let's say this is the start of the project and this is the finish of the project, right? This is your timeline. So here you are starting, this is your starting point, this is your finishing point. Now during the from start to finish you will be having several phases. Let's say this is phase 1 or this is phase 2, phase 3, like this. You have, let's say your project is divided into 5 phases. Now at each and every phase you need to do this project management thing, right? This project management whole process of getting things done at every phase. And then once your phase is complete, you will check your each deliverable checklist whether those deliverables or the objectives are met. Once those are met, then you will move to the next phase. Again you will utilize these processes and then complete your work and then again do the checklist, and then like that you will move from one phase to another phase. So this is how your project phases, project management processes, and the knowledge areas are together combined. And this whole process, right, moving from one phase to another phase is called project life cycle. So this is your total project life cycle, right? So this is what your life cycle is. So life cycle is combined of phases, and then phases is basically combined of your project management and knowledge area. So project is basically a journey into unknown future, right? Where you have a blueprint plan in your hand, but you don't know what is going to happen. So it's require resources. They will demand of resources which are scarce, and many times these are expensive. Also, the nature of resources will depend upon your type of projects. Not every project requires same kind of resources. You need to plan, identify, and then organize those resources so that they can do their job and complete and reach the project objective. So based on this, the type of product or type of site or project management methodology, all projects can be categorized, right? So these are the 3 important criteria for any project management industry to categorize their projects. One is the product or the final outcome, which defines what kind of project someone is taking on, or depending upon the site. Site means where the project activity is going on, at what site or what kind of site it is. That will also define the type of the projects. also what kind of methodology we use. Remember, there are several project management methodology. We will be going into detail learning those concepts, but for the time being, just remember there are certain project management methodology which you apply to different projects. So these are the three main criteria, because remember, every industry has different kind of projects and you cannot categorize all projects into the same categories, and those will be varying depending upon various parameters. And those parameters, in fact, those are there are other parameters, but these are the major parameters for defining the categories of the project, that is product, site, and methodology. So project based on product type, right? So these are like administrative projects, civil construction projects, software development project, design engineering project, system installation project, equipment procurement projects, event organization projects, maintenance projects, product development, research projects. So these are the projects which basically depend upon the product or the final outcome of the projects, right? Final outcome. So this will basically depend upon what kind of product or what kind of outcome we are providing to the projects, and these are basically categorized into these categories, right? Next one is based on the type of the sites. So type of the sites, basically you can categorize into two categories. One is the greenfield projects, another one is the brownfield projects. So when you say greenfield is basically they used to define in new projects, right? So this basically lacks constraint imposed of or any prior work or at the site. So development is completed on vacant site. Let's say common example could be new power plant, airport, or new school building. So let's say you have a vacant place, right? There is no infrastructure is available already, and you need to basically, let's say, build a new school building, right? New school building. This is basically called your greenfield, right? Now what is the brownfield project? Let's say you have the vacant area, right? Well, not vacant area, but let's say you have already a power plant which is operating in up to this area. So here you have a power plant which is already producing some power and basically transmitting it to household. Now the government want that utilize these areas, these vacant area, to extend the facility or the output or the megawatt output for the power plant. So they need to put some new buildings, new infrastructure here. Now these kind of projects are basically called brownfield projects, right? So you understand, right? Earlier there was a vacant site, there is no existing infrastructure, and you completely develop it from the scratch. Whereas here you already have some old building, existing structure, and you need to extend it, this facility. So this is what major difference between brownfield and greenfield. So brownfield basically refer to the expansion or revamping of the existing facility. It carries a constraint. Remember, there is already building existing, and so it's basically provides a constraint or becomes a constraint while any activity is going on in these areas. Remember, this has to be done safely by taking consideration of all the facts and all the constraint which could be imposed due to these already operating buildings. So many times what happens, the brownfield is supposed to be contaminated, or depending upon, let's say there was a power plant, or let's say there's a nuclear power plant, and that has to be extended. The facility of extension means if you have to do any extension on existing nuclear power plant, your existing site is kind of contaminated, right? So this is what the difference between brownfield and greenfield project. So the next methodology is basically, next the project can be defined based on the methodology or the framework. Remember, there are certain methodology and framework which you can apply to different kind of projects to get the job done. So when a methodology is basically a system of practices and techniques or procedure or rules which project man may utilize to do the job done, right? So basically their projects, it provides some kind of guidance to the project manager or kind of rule book which helps the project manager to complete the task or define what are the steps they should be taking to complete certain type of project. So this basically aims the project manager to provide a guidance throughout the projects and step taken to complete the task. So complete the task or get the job done, right? This is what it does, and how it does, it provides a rule book, right? It provides a rule book to the project manager to get the job done. So what are the kind of methodologies? Well, there are several methodologies. Some of them are waterfall methodology, critical chain path method, critical project method, then agile project management method, agile Kanban methodology, scrum methodology, lean project management, Prince2 methodology. So these are the methodology which are suitable to certain type of projects. Like, you know, the waterfall methodology is very much famous in EPC industry. Then agile project is famous in software industry, right? Kanban is for manufacturing, scrum is again for IT projects, then for lean is again for manufacturing projects, and then for Prince2 is famous on civil and construction projects. So there are certain specific type of projects which is suitable to certain methodology. We will be not going into much detail on those methodology, but we can discuss those in later in different course. But for the time being, you can understand on brief that project can be categorized based on methodology or framework, and those methodologies are suitable to certain specific type of projects. So what's the benefit of project management methodology? Where we have already discussed that, but basically it's provide a clear roadmap. So let's say you are going to a trip, and if you don't have any roadmap, then probably you will be having a lot of difficulty reaching your destination. So it lists all the steps required to deliver a project successfully. It provides a defined governance structure and process guidelines, test activity, processes, deliverables, all those things for a standard, or let's say the standard activity, you can say, right? Standard activities for certain type of project. So this provides a certain standard activity for certain type of projects, which basically helps the project manager to do their project management activity. Also, these are well detailed, rigid and repeatable approach toward the project management process. So basically what happens, these are well defined, detailed, and there is a repeatable process. So it's a repeatable approach. It means that you can continuously apply these same standards or same methodology, or let's say the same rule book, to different projects and improve your efficiency over the period of time performing same kind of projects. So that's how it helps to improve the efficiency of project management. Remember, in previous slide I have mentioned the project management framework also. So there is a subtle difference between project management and project methodology. So I will be not going into much detail, we can discuss this later, but basically project management framework, what happens that it's provide you the structure and direction, right? It's give you basically define some boundaries. So that is basically called your framework, right? Whereas methodology is basically tells you the everything bits and part of the whole process. So let's say point A to B, it will tell you have to go this direction, this direction, this direction, this direction, and this direction. Whereas framework will tell you have to go from A to B under this area, right? You cannot go here, 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 here. You have to just be in this area, and the project management methodology will specifically tell you have to go from point A to B. So this is what in short, a difference between project management framework and methodology. We can go into in detail later, but for the timing, this is, I think, sufficient in terms of understanding the concept. So it's neither too detailed nor too rigid, right? It's flexible to adapt the evolving condition depending upon the condition. Remember, a project is basically activity which is scheduled from A to B or point A to B, right? Start and finish over a long duration. So there are several other external factors coming here, which can impact the project activity, impact the project progress in so many ways. So that's why you can, depending upon the project condition or environment, framework helps to adopt or be flexible so that you can achieve the projective or depending upon what is your goal. If you compare between the framework and methodology, so framework is basically an overview of how guidelines can be implemented, whereas methodologies are some rigid rules and practices which will apply to the project for completion. It's offer space for creative adaptation. There is no fixed boundaries or there is no fixed limitations. It provides some space around under which you can apply various methodologies and your creative thinking to do the work, whereas this is pretty much fixed and prescriptive and you need to just simply follow those steps. That is basically a methodology. These are the preferred by expert. Remember, expert can utilize a framework to and utilize their experience, and then accordingly you can do the work efficiently. Whereas if you are a beginner project manager, then you will be more focused on applying the methodology so that you follow some step-by-step guide, right? Step-by-step guide and do the work. So this is most preferable by the beginners. This is basically suitable for the experts. Make it hard and develop the implementation process matrix. So for the complex process or the projects, when the project start from start and then moves toward the end or the finish, things become complex very soon, and that's why then becomes also hard to manage those things. Whereas if you follow as per the methodology, if you follow the performance guideline predefined in granular detail, this will be much easier for the beginner to implement and get the job done, right? This also, the framework leaves room and other practices and tools. So basically frameworks allow you to utilize not only one methodology but several methodology you can utilize. So in a single framework, right? So it's a single framework, you can apply several methodology. You can apply M1, M2, M2, several methodology to do the job done. If you're expert, you can take tools and techniques and steps and process from various different methodology and club it together to do the project. Remember, then you have to be expert on that. But as a beginner, you cannot combine. So for the methodology part, that's why you cannot combine those practices and tools together. That's what the methodology says, that methodology is not about combining, it's about simply following some checklist or the step and process which is already predefined. So example could be PMI PMBOK. It's a kind of framework which doesn't define you the fixed structure, right? It's allow you to utilize several tools, methodologies and techniques to complete the job. Whereas Prince2 is very much a structured methodology which basically more suitable for the construction projects or big software projects to do the job done. So the word of caution, right? Methodology and framework are two different things. For practical application, there is no general agreement between methodology and framework. So for example, most experts will consider agile methodology a framework despite the fact that its name is methodology. So again, there's no very fixed rule also defining the methodology as a framework. So this is one of the good example, right? So when you call agile methodology, so there's a name, the word methodology is already inbuilt in this one, but actually it's a framework, right? So you need to be very cautious when utilizing these two terms and understand in context of the project. So no matter how comprehensive your classification is, it can be considered arbitrary, or there is no fixed you can say right or wrong when you're saying it's a framework or methodology. So basically there's nothing black and white. So at the end of the day, what matters is that not whether the concept is a framework or methodology, because project management is not about framework or methodology. It's about getting the job done, right? Whatever your project objective, you need to achieve that projective, and that's why it depending upon what are the specific projects and what is best suitable for the project, you simply follow that. So methodology and framework are useful only if the practical approach is taken, right? That is the key here. To do any project, you need to always consider practical, right? So always be practical, and so I will say simply be practical, right? To solve any project problem, you have to be always practical. So always take a practical approach so that you can solve the project's problem. Also, you cannot force all those methodology and framework, and if it's not actually required. So never ever force any methodology or framework on a project, because if you try to put force, or let's say forcefully apply some framework or methodology, it will usually damage the projects in terms of progress. It will basically put more constraint, and probably you will end up badly. Then it makes the effort to understand the notions and methodology and framework and tailor it to fit. This is also important, right? Tailor it to fit basically means be practical, right? You need to consider the situations of the projects, and depending upon that you need to do the tailoring of your tools, method, framework, and meet the project objective, which is basically a success of the project. So when I say the successful project, it's nothing but you are meeting the objective of the project. So as I mentioned earlier, right, we can find out several framework and methodology to apply on a project management process, and here are some examples which can tell which project management methodology framework is suitable for which kind of project. So I was discussing this waterfall methodology earlier. So these are mainly famous for the EPC projects, construction industry. Sometimes it's used for manufacturing industry or the repetitive projects. This is the good approach or good methodology, right? Then the critical chain project management, this is for traditional construction or the big IT projects. Agile project management, this is for software or IT projects, or sometimes for finance projects also this is used. Kanban methodology used for the product development, small size projects or the manufacturing projects. Scrum methodology again utilized for software projects and IT projects. Lean project management, very much famous in manufacturing industry, and then the service industry also utilize the lean project management methodology. Six Sigma, again this is related to the operations related projects and projects targeted to improve the quality and efficiency. So wherever you have to improve your quality efficiency, any project related to that, you should follow the Six Sigma methodology. Then the Prince 2 methodology, again it's related to software, IT and software projects, as well as it's pretty much famous in civil construction projects. So project management iceberg, right? Have you heard about what is a project management iceberg, or can you guess? Can you guess what it is? What I was talking about? Sorry. GUESS. Any guess what is project management iceberg? Well, I think we have already discussed, right? So there will be some certain elements which is actually beneath the water, and from the top you can see project management is just one field, right? It's just one field and we call it project management, just managing project, simple, right? But when you look closely, this could be something else, right? So when I say that project management iceberg, and if you see beneath the water level, basically it is combination of various other factors: scope management, time management, cost management, quality, process tool, stakeholder management, human resource management, communication, and they basically all those 10 knowledge areas, plus there are other tools and techniques, right? There are several other techniques, processes which you need to utilize to do the project management, and this is what mean by the project management iceberg. So project management is nothing what it sees from the top, but it is basically a combination of various other things, and that's why it's make the project management difficult. And also if the project is big and complex, then definitely it's become more difficult to manage a project successfully. So for our purpose, for the timing, project management is basically means you manage a 10 knowledge area. So if you're able to successfully manage these 10 knowledge area, you are basically managing the project successfully, right? So the next question, okay, then how do we manage the knowledge area? So we learned previously that Project management is nothing but managing your 10 knowledge areas, right? Then the question is that how do we manage those knowledge areas? And that's we are going to learn in next sections. So in previous section we have learned basically project management is all about managing your knowledge area. So very first knowledge area is your scope, right? This is our first knowledge area. So now let's understand how we manage the scope of a project. So before going into the scope management, let's first understand what is scope, right? So what do you mean by scope? What exactly you mean by scope, right? I mean, from the English point of view, you may be knowing this word scope, but what exactly does it mean when you are going to manage a project? What exactly does it mean in terms of professional management, right? Or let's say the project management term. So that's what we are going to learn about it. So let's first understand what do you mean by scope. So let's first understand what is the scope, right? Now, in terms of the scope, there are three key terms. One is scope itself, then another is what is the project scope, and then what is the scope creep. So we will be discussing all those three key terms while discussing about the scope. So coming to the first point, what exactly your scope is. Now if we go by definition, so it's basically the extent of area or the subject matter that some things deals with or which is relevant to. Now here the relevancy is a key point here, right? So let's say you have the project. So project could be, any kind of, it could be civil structure, or it could be, the management project, IT project. So project is basically a word, but when you further categorize it or further drill down, this basically pinpoints toward the key or the specific related objectives which you need to perform, or you need to basically work on. So scope is kind of, you can say, the boundary or the general terms, but when we move to the specific word project scope, so this basically tells you what is the scope of the project, right? I mean, up to what extent you need to work on. So let's say you have a project called school building, right? So let's say you have a project named school building. Okay, so now when you say you have the project of school building, now school building's extent scope could be different. So when I say the project of school building, as a contractor, I would like to know what is my scope. Do I need to just provide a building? Remember, a building is just a civil infrastructure, or I need to provide all the accessories, right? Accessories means I need to provide the benches, I need to provide all the projectors in the classroom, all the facilities. Do I need to provide also all those things in the school building, or just I need to, or do I need to just provide the structure? So this is what exactly it's mean by scope. Project scope is basically tells you what exactly the extent of the scope, because school building consists of so many other things. It consists building, plus it consists all the accessories, benchmark, then it could be offices for the teachers, principals, all those things, and then the accessories and all kind of the related stuff can be included. But when I say the project scope, it could be different, right? Because if let's say some government wants to develop a school, now there could be several parts for that. Maybe one contractor is just working on civil part, another contractor will come and do all the outfitting and benches and classroom fittings, and another contractor will come and do the training for the teachers, how to utilize those equipments, those kind of things. So that's what exactly it's mean by the project scope. The project scope basically tells you, out of that bigger scope or bigger framework, what exactly you are supposed to do in terms of project, right? So if you go by definition, So project scope refers to basically the combined objective and requirement needed to complete a project, right? So it basically outlines the time, cost, and business of a business project. So when you say the project scope, right? So project scope basically gives you the three elements. One is your time, right? One is it will tell you what will be the cost, and then of course you need what will be your scope. For this scope means basically up to what extent or to what area you need to cover while working on the project. So this is what exactly it's mean by project scope, right? Even though you say your project is school building, it doesn't define exactly what is the scope on that school building, because a school building is a vast area, right? It's a big building. It consists of various elements, and you need to pin down with respect to your project what exactly you need to work when you're saying, school building project. Then coming to the another critical element, there is scope creep. Very common in any projects. What happens, the project is basically work on a timeline. So let's say this is your A point, which is basically your start point, right? And let's say this is your finish point. So when you start your project, you have your scope defined, right? At this point of time, you know what is your scope. You have fixed scope line, fixed budget, right? And fixed timeline, and you know what exactly you're supposed to do. But as soon as you move forward, as time passes, you do some activity, you realize some of the scope which you are doing, which may not be required to do as per the contract. Remember, you sign a contract here. You sign a contract at the start of the project, and this basically defines what is the scope, fixed scope, which is your initial scope, or we call it scope baseline. But you then move on from start point to the finish point or the finish timeline. During this period, there are several changes happens by mistake, or you added some activity by mistake, or you missed some activity during the mistake, and then you said that something you can do additional, all those things. So basically what happened, this lead to change in the initial baseline, right? Any addition or any change or in something which is not required, you added, or you thought that you will make the client happy, so you added it and you didn't consider other things. So those are the things basically known as scope creep, right? And this is one of the major reason for the project failure in terms of scope. So if you go by definition, scope creep is basically uncontrollable changes extend the project deadlines and require the effective project management. So what happens when you added some additional activity as a scope creep? It will basically impact your expected timeline, because what happens, you added new activity. This means it's require more resources, right? More resources, more time, more cost, or more budget to complete those additional activity. Okay, and this will basically push your deadline dates, require more cost, and that's what we don't want in any project. So that's what exactly scope creep means. And in short, you should always try to minimize the scope creep, right? You should not allow any scope creep while managing any project. So let's understand other elements of the scope, right? So we are still discussing the scope part, but there are some other factors in terms of terminology which you will be reading throughout the project management literature. So when you see the scope, there are other four elements for a scope, right, in terms of project management. So one is the product scope. Product scope is basically, it's exactly define the functions and features or of the product or services or result. So let's say in previous example we were discussing the building. Now in the building, it will define exactly what do you mean by building. Does it building means only the columns and beams, or does it require all kind of the fittings and everything? Plus then there's accessories also included in this building, or plus there is a training or other services is also included in building. So those things is basically all those will be defined in your product scope. Then the next thing is your acceptable deliverable. So remember, all projects are bound by some sort of contract, right? So contract is between, let's say, A and B. So A is basically nothing. client, we call it client, and B could be like your company or another contractor, and they basically come together and sign a contract. Now in this contract it is clearly defined what is acceptable deliverable. So let's say we have taken the example of school building. Now in this product scope it will tell you what is actually mean by the product, or what is mean by the school building, right? Now when any contractor will do the work, there will be certain guidelines or certain condition in which the client will accept the product or accept the, let's say, the school building. So it has to be good quality, it has to be best standard, there has to be some standard applies by local government or the overall management. So those things has to be mentioned in your acceptable deliverable section. So this is what basically tells that if you provide me the school building under this condition, then only I will accept. This is what the client says, and this is what is meaning of the acceptable deliverable. So if we go by formal, basically what happens that it's a formal documentation, right? This is received from the customer, which is basically nothing but mentioning the contract to acknowledge the formal stakeholder acceptance of the project deliverables. So this basically tells you all the stakeholders. Now stakeholders could be many, other, so either client or maybe the contractor or the project team, what they say, that what they mean by the acceptable deliverables. So all those deliverable stakeholders has to be come together and basically find out what are those acceptable conditions, and accordingly all the work has to be done as per the acceptable deliverable list. And this is what exactly the meaning of acceptable deliverable, which is basically tied to the contract. Now the another thing is that project objective. Well, I think this is already we have discussed in detail. It is basically the detailed description or the expected desired outcome of the project. So whatever is overall expected from the project, this is basically called your objective. So it can be one or it can be many objectives in a single project, right? So this will be listed by the in the contract by the client, or you need to go and ask that client that in case if it is not available, but that won't be the case in practical situation. Then coming to the another element, this is your scope baseline. Now what happens when you sign a contract, right? That's the, let's say, initial phase, you sign a contract and this is the start. So here you will go through the contract and find out all the list of scopes. What are you supposed to do, right? This is your basically scope at the time of the start of the project. Now this is what is called your scope baseline, right? Remember we discussed this previously the scope creep. So this is what related to that. So when your first scope definition, which is agreed by the client, is your called baseline, and then as you move towards the completion of the project, right? So at the completion, or let's say the finish of the project, this scope may change, increase, decrease depending upon the type of situation. So your first signed contract definition of scope is basically your scope baseline, so which includes all the approved project scope statement, WBS and WBS directory. We will be discussing what exactly WBS and WBS at later section, but this is what it's mean by the scope, and these are the four key elements of your scope part. So visualizing a project scope is very important while you are defining a project scope, right? So project managers has variety of tools and processes. We will be discussing those tools and process to do the project scope management, right? I mean, every project will have different scope, as it will have the unique scope. Now how to manage those scope, how to break up those scope, those things we will be learning in next sections, right? So some of the key factor related to the scope. So if you see, the 12% of all the resources were wasted due to the bad project management. So if you're not doing efficient project management, so 12% of resource, it may be in terms of cost, it may be in terms of, let's say, man hours, is basically wasted on an average due to the bad project management practices. Another key example, 25% of organization only use software for scope management. So remember, there are several tools and processes. Now to do them effectively, there are several softwares and tools, or let's say the computer softwares are available in the market to do this efficiently. But the matter of fact that if you see, only 25% of organization use a professional or standard scope management software. And of course, I'm not saying that software are always helpful, but they do improve the efficiency of the project management in many of the cases, right? So you should, whenever you're looking for the efficient scope management, you can always look into what is a suitable scope management software. So the key question, how do we manage the scope? What is your scope management process? So remember, scope management process is one of the first key process, because scope is first key knowledge area of our 10 knowledge area, right, which we have discussed previously. So how do we manage this scope process? Basically, this process is divided into further sub process, and these are those 5 sub processes, right? This is divided into 5 sub processes, right? Sub processes. And so these are what? Sub process number 1, which is your plan scope management. So process 2 is your collect requirement, define scope, create WBS, validate and control. So remember, these sub process has to be done in same sequence, right? You cannot skip them, or you cannot do the randomly do this and maybe do this first and then like this. What will happen, this will basically impact the efficiency, right? So that's why it is defined in a particular set, so that you do this overall project management, overall scope management process efficiently. And that's right, efficiently. And this has to be done only when you do these sub process in particular sequence, right? So let's understand each sub process in detail. So sub process number 1, that is plan scope management. So what is this process is all about? This process is basically creating a scope management plan that documents that how the project scope will be defined, validated and controlled. So basically, remember, we had the several other 4 sub process for overall scope management plan. Now how you will be doing that, where you will be looking which information, where you will be looking for the support from which team, what kind of document you will be referring, all those things has to be planned before you even start doing those activity. And this is what it's mean by plan scope management, right? This is what it's mean by plan scope management. So before even going into those sub processes, right, we have those sub processes. So you need to plan at this step that how you will be overall doing this scope management process before doing all those activity, right? We have several activities here, each sub process, how you will be doing those activity, where you will be looking for which information, those things has to be planned at this step. And this is what is all about plan scope management. So in terms of process, how does it look like? I mean, what kind of information you will require, what are the tools you will require, and what will be the output. So every processes, every sub process, we will be basically looking in terms of input and output system. So let's say for plan scope management, this is your input section. Input section means what is actually information is required. You will need some sort of information so that you can work on. So this is what is mean by the input. And then this is your output section. So basically what will be the output you will get once you do this process, right? And then this section is about tools and techniques, right? So what kind of techniques and tools you will be utilizing to utilize this input and come at or arrive at this output. So for the plan scope management, you have several inputs required. So one is you will need the statement of work for the project, you will need the business case, you will need the various agreements and contract document, and then you will also need the various enterprise environmental factor, then organization process asset, right? So these are the things as an input you will be required so that you can make project charter. Remember, this is your output objective is. And how you will be doing that? So you will be basically utilizing the expert judgment and facilitation technique. So expert judgment is basically refers to the input received from the knowledge or the experienced party, or let's say the subject matter expert. You take the opinion from those people and understand what is the issue or what are the things you need to be considering while planning a scope management. And then another one is facilitation technique. This is such as a problem solving, conflict resolution, brainstorming. These are the things which you will be utilizing to understand these input, to analyze these input, and then based on those analysis, understanding, you will develop a project charter. So this is what the plan scope management process is. Remember, so for overall scope management, we have these 5 sub process, and very first step, this is your first step, and first step is what about plan scope management. And the plan scope management require this input. This input consists of project statement, business case, enterprise environmental organization, environmental factors, organization process asset. And once you take this input, you will utilize these tools and techniques, and then you will arrive at project charter. This is your output objective, or let's say the outcome of this whole process. So let's understand what is project charter. Many times you have heard this term, but what exactly it is project charter in terms of project management term. So project charter is basically, provides you the purpose and objective of the projects in clear, concise language, right? Like we discussed earlier, for the school building project, it could be a vast definition of a project. Now project charter will tell you very clearly what exactly required in a very simple language, right? Then it will give you the very high level requirement of the projects, right? It will not give you very detail in everything, every aspect of the project, but it will give you a overall high level requirement, and that without going to much detail of the projects. Then also it will give you a project description in a paragraph or a short paragraph, maybe 2 or 3 paragraph is sufficient to explain what project is, and then this will basically give the idea to how to develop your project activity and plan, right? Will also provide you the major category of the risk for the projects. Remember, every project comes with some sort of risk and assumption, and you need to know from very beginning of the project what are those risks. And there could be additional risks, which you can identify during the project execution process itself. Then there the key schedule of event, which project charter will be mentioning. Let's say the start and end date. If there is certain milestone in between, let's say, start and finish, there are certain milestone in between this M1, M2, M3, like this. There will be some milestone. So also, project charter defines this. What are the key milestones? Okay, and of course it will give you the start date and finish date requirement, right? And then also it will give you the budget or the summary, what is your expected. Remember, every project is bound by the triple constraint. So one is your scope, right? One is your timeline, and one is your cost. Cost is nothing but your budget, right? Basically you will need money to do the work, right? This is required to do any kind of work. So it will give you, the project charter will tell you what is your overall start and finish date, right? And then it will also give you the brief paragraph or project description, what is required, right? And also it will give you the budget indications. Okay, then also it will give you overall the process requirement. So project charter requirement from organization for approval. So remember, in any business environment, whenever you're doing any project or in any company, it's require some sort of approval, because any project to perform any activity, this require resources. Okay, these resources basically means it will cost some money to it. Okay, so that's why in any business environment approval is required. And how you will get the approval? Project charter is a document which is basically authorizing you or giving you the approval to go ahead with the project, right? This is a go ahead of the project. Then also the project charter will mention the key stakeholder, decision makers, or key players for any project. Remember, for any project there are some key stakeholders or decision maker which can influence the project, which can certainly decide to shut down the project, or which can give you the go ahead. You need to identify those key stakeholders from the beginning. Very, very important, right? This is very, very important to identify those are the key stakeholders, and make sure you're meeting the requirement of those key stakeholders when you're managing the projects, right? So also the project charter is basically giving you the authority to go ahead. So in a standard format, if we try to find what will be the standard format of a project charter, what kind of things should be included at minimum in a project charter. So basically these are the things you can look for in a project charter. One is a project title, maybe one line or two line, maybe one line is sufficient, and then the purpose, maybe a couple of lines, and justification. Then a high level description, maybe 1 or 2 paragraph is sufficient, which tells you the goals, objective, then the requirement, and then the key stakeholders and there's roles. What are the key stakeholders and their role? That's important. High risk levels, again the risk levels could be related to constraint, assumption, market condition, other things. Again, you don't need to go into much detail, but you need to understand, or you will be getting this project charter. Then of course the summary of your budget, right, and the summary of the milestone schedule. Of course then you will need the approval requirement or approval cycle, who is approved that, who is approval authority. You need to need the name of the authority, who is a sponsor. And then in that project charter, one thing, project manager will be assigned, right? This will basically gives the authority to the particular project manager. So authority is basically coming through this project charter, because in project charter it is identified who will be the project manager, and then roles and responsibility, right? So these are the minimum thing you should be looking in a project charter. Next important thing which I wanted to discuss, that project scope statement, right? So why I'm discussing project scope statement? Because many times I found that people are confused between project charter and project statement, right? So these are not the two same thing, right? They are not. The project statement is not equal to project charter. Keep this in mind, right? Your project charter we have already discussed in the previous section. Now what exactly your project statement is? So project statement is basically kind of the document which basically states the projects in a very brief, and some of the key things that involves a project statement, or the document, or let's say the project statement, I will say the paragraph or the piece of paper. So what it includes, that it has basically 8 sections, right? Even though it's 8, but don't confuse that it's a very big document. It's a very short document, and which basically touch all those 8 key areas. And what are those? One is your product scope definition. It has to be brief, which tells you basically what is your product, or let's say the product scope definition. Then it will tell you what is your acceptance criteria, under which condition, what are the key parameters which clients will be looking after, and which is must for accepting the criteria. Remember, until unless your customer accept the criteria, the project will not going to finish, or otherwise there will be this dispute between the contractor and the client, right? Then you have the project deliverable. Of course, there will be list of the deliverable which you need to provide in every project. You make sure at every the phase, not only start from the finish, but in between there are several phases, and in each phases you need to check all those deliverables and meet those deliverables with the client, right? So this is very key important. Then the project exclusion. Also, the project will tell you what is not included in the scope is also important, right? Because scope is, remember, statements, right? Scopes is nothing but statement. Now statement is depending upon how someone interpret it, right? It will depend upon the interpretation of various parties. So various parties will interpret these statements, and there could be separate interpretation for same statement or same the lines. So it's very important to include what are these excluded and to tell the people what is excluded in this particular project. Then you have the project constraint. This is mentioned again, what are the project constraint which is you're supposed to be working on. Like we mentioned earlier, the scope, time, cost. There could be other constraints in terms of government policy which can impact your project. These are the basically need to be included in your project scope statement. Then the project assumptions. There are certain assumptions which are made while working on a project. You need to take care of those. Then milestones, of course you need to check what are the milestones, key milestones which you will be working on. And then the agreement. The agreement is basically some of the key agreement in terms of quality, benefits, cost, risk. Those all has to be mentioned in your project scope statement. So even though it looks very big section when we call it the 8th section, but basically in any project statement you need to provide these key elements. So this is basically the project scope description, project deliverables, user acceptance criteria, project boundaries, assumptions and constraints. So after you make a plan, how you will planning your scope management, then the very next step is collect requirement, right? So it is basically you need to find out what are the requirements which is you need to be met or which has to be met when you complete the project. So basically it's a process of defining, documenting, managing stakeholders' needs. Remember, need is a keyword here, and the requirement to meet the project objective, right? So project objective is a final goal, right? Final, you can say milestone or end. But to reach this end, you need to do several things. You need to meet the several requirements. You need to provide maybe several services in terms of phase manner, or in terms of particular step by step. So finding out all those requirements, all those elements which is required to be met by the stakeholders expectation is basically, this is what step about is. So this is what it's called actually the collect the requirement. Collect the requirement from the stakeholders, what is actually you are required to do to attain the objective. So now, having understood the definition of collect requirement, now let's understand from the process point of view what are the inputs, output and tools, right? So remember, we have previously discussed for any process there has to be some input, right? And then there has to be some tools and techniques which you will be using to achieve this output, right? So this is a sub process of overall scope management plan, right? Remember we discussed previously that these are the sub process of the scope management, which is plan scope management we previously discussed. Now we are discussing collect requirement, and then there are other sub process. So for the collect requirement, this is the input. This is the input information or the document which you will need to arrive this output. So what are those documents? First thing is project charter, then the scope management plan which you developed in the previous step, then the requirement management plan. Basically you need to understand what are those requirements, how you will be managing those. Stakeholder management plan, stakeholder register. So we will be discussing those in detail later in a stakeholder management plan, but these are the kind of input which you will be required or you will be needing it to arrive at this output. And what are the output you are expecting? That is requirement documentation, requirement traceability metric. These are the key document which you will be doing. So requirement documentation, basically you document all the requirement, list down all the requirement, and then how you will trace those requirements. right? At which stage, at what step of the project you will basically trace it and say when these requirements are met. So to arrive from here to basically complete this process, you will need some kind of tools and techniques to do that, right? So this is basically, there are key techniques, or I can say the basis of identifying the requirement from the various stakeholders. So these are the tools and techniques which you will be using, which is basically known as expert judgment and then facilitation techniques, right? So what are the things you will be doing when I say the tools? What exactly it means? So you will be taking interview, you will be having focus group sessions, you will be having facilitated workshop, group activity technique, group decision making techniques. Maybe you can utilize the benefit of questionnaires or survey. You can send to the stakeholder and get their feedback. Observation, so you will be getting so many inputs, right? So you can go through this document, analyze those documents and observe what are the requirements which is mentioned by the various stakeholders. Also prototype, you can always see the historical products or historical projects from where you can get those requirements. There are several industry benchmarks, or there are several benchmarks set by the internal process of the company's management process. So you can refer to those documents. Then of course there are some diagram and documentation analysis which you can do and understand what exactly the requirement is. So it's basically all about analyzing the requirement. So you need to find the requirement basically you need of the client, right? This is what you are looking for. And once you get all point out or listed all those requirements, then this is basically will lead you to this output. Okay, so this is all about the collect requirement sub process. So after you collected the requirement, now the next sub process is to define the scope. So once you collect all the requirement, you know what are the list of the requirement from the various stakeholders, right? Once you get this, definitely then based on this list, you will decide what is actually the scope is. What are the boundaries, or what are the things which you are supposed to do based on this requirement so that you will meet the project objective, right? This is what you need to do. So you need to basically first list it down, which you've done in previous section. Then based on that, you will define the full scope. Okay, so to meet this requirement, what are the things which you will be doing? What is exactly scope which is covering? So that once you complete this scope, you will meet the project objective. So which is basically meeting all the requirements plus deliverables, right? So if you go by definition, it's basically a process of developing a detailed description of the project and product. Remember, right? So you need to provide the full detailed description of the project. So when I say project, so any project is based on this timeline. So let's say this is the start of the project and this is the finish of the project. Now during this finish, you will need to do certain activity, certain list of activity during this timeline. So idea is that you identify all those activities plus what will be the final outcome, right? So this is what you need to document everything, and this is what is all about defining the scope. Okay, so if we try to define this sub process, I mean we have already understood what exactly the concept behind the defining scope. Now in terms of process, in terms of input and output, what exactly your situation would be. So now we are at this defined scope. Remember, we started from this step, right? This was step number 1. Then this is step number 2, or I could show it sub process number 2. Now we are at step number 3, right? The step number 3 is define the scope, and again it requires certain inputs. So these are the input for this step, right? This section is your input, and then you will be utilizing some techniques. These are the basically tools and techniques which you will be utilizing to arrive this output. Okay, and output is basically this. So in terms of input, you will be needing project charter, Scope management plan, requirement documentation, organization process setup. This is very important. Remember, every company, right? Every company has their own way of doing business. So it means that they have own way of doing business is basically what it means, that they have their own set processes, right? They have their own set processes, define some principles, some rules which need to be followed to complete the project. Remember, project is done by the company, and company has to meet those project objective along with their processes which is defined internally. Okay, and this is what exactly it's mean by organization process asset. So once you got this input, right, then basically you will utilize certain tools and techniques. Those are nothing but expert judgment, product analysis, alternative generation, facilitation, workshop. These kind of techniques you're going to use to arrive at output. And the output is basically your project scope statement. You will get a defined project scope statement which is agreed, accepted by all these stakeholders, right? All these stakeholders means including your PM team, including your management, including clients. Everyone is aligned with this project scope statement. And then you need to update your document. So there are certain documents we have created earlier, your project charter, there's other document, requirement document, and all those things need to be updated based on this analysis or this input, or you can say you analysis, you can found something which is new, which is not updated. You need to update those things. So this is what the two key output, right? Those outputs are basically your statement, okay, and your project document update. Right. So once you develop your project statement, project scope statement, now the very next step is to basically create your WBS. So what do you mean by WBS? What is this WBS mean? Well, WBS means work breakdown structure, right? This is what it means. So let me write it down clearly for you guys. So this is work breakdown structure. Okay, so what do you mean work breakdown structure? Basically it's nothing but in simple term, you are subdividing the deliverables and project work into smaller and more manageable components. So suppose you need to, your project is basically construct a power plant, right? You need a construction of power plant, right? Now power plant is a very big facility, so it is like billion-dollar projects. Now this $1 billion project, you cannot do everything at once. You need to break down these projects into several phases, right? You need to maybe do some engineering first, then you need to do some preliminary analysis, then engineering, then you need to do the design, then you will go for procurement, and then you will do construction. Then after construction you need to commission it, test it, and then finally you deliver it to the client, right? You cannot simply jump from this step to this step directly without doing all those steps. So basically what you're doing, you are breaking this bigger project into smaller chunks, right? Now let's say this engineering, let's say this first step is engineering phase. Now engineering has to further break down, because engineering is, there are so many systems. So you have to engineering do for buildings, you have to do engineering do for mechanical, there's equipment, there's a compressor, there are many lot of technical components are in a power plant which need to be designed, engineered. Now you cannot do engineering at once, so further you will break it down. Let's say your piping, right? Then you will say mechanical, then you will say electrical, right? Then you will have the civil. So like this you are breaking down your engineering work in several components, right? So this is what is mean by the WBS. So what you are doing, you are taking a bigger scope of work, breaking it down into smaller chunks, and then break down these chunks into smaller components. So this is basically called your WBS. So you are basically creating this structure, right? So if we talk about the project, project has several phases, right? Or let's say several components. Then these phases have further breakdown. So P1, this is P2 level, let's say P1 level, let's say P0 level. So this is basically your WBS package. You can further break down this WBS into work packages, right? We will discuss in detail. So from the concept point of view, WBS is basically subdividing the deliverables and project work and into the smaller and more manageable component. This is what it's mean by. And WBS means, as I mentioned earlier, it's nothing but your work breakdown structure, right? So for the time being, just remember this work breakdown structure, and it is nothing but simply division of your work into smaller component. And we will get into further detail what exactly WBS is, what the structures looks like, and how it helps the project. So once you understand what is your scope statement, once you define your scope, right, then the very next step is your create WBS. Remember, we are still working on scope management, right? We have discussed already previously. And then the scope management has this processes. One is your plan scope management, another is the collect requirement, then the third step was define scope, and then you have this create WBS, which we are going to discuss, right? So create WBS, by definition, we have already discussed, is basically dividing the major scope or the bigger scope, one single statement, into the various smaller manageable scope, and so that you can plan it efficiently or manage it efficiently. Now in terms of process, right, when we talk in terms of process for the create WBS, so again, as we discussed for the previous sub processes, this process also includes some input and output. So this is the what the input is for create WBS process. This is your output for the create WBS process. And if we talk in terms of, so these are the input for the create WBS, and this is your output for scope based create WBS. This is output, and then you will be utilizing some tools, right, tools and techniques to complete this sub process. Now what are those tools and techniques? These are the two tools which we'll be going to utilize: one, decomposition, and then expert judgment. So coming to the input part, so in terms of input, you will be basically required scope management plan, project scope statement, requirement document, enterprise environment factor, organization process asset. So these are the document which will be required, and most of the document we have already discussed in the previous steps. So I'm not going to discuss in detail about these inputs, but here to complete this process, to complete this sub process, you will need these inputs, right? Now once you get the input, you will need to apply some tools and techniques. So there are the two tools, one is decomposition, another is expert judgment. So expert judgment is nothing but basically taking the input or taking the advice from subject matter. We call it SME, right? The SME is basically subject matter experts. You need to connect with them and get their opinion about what would be your WBS, let's say. Then there's another key technique, that is your decomposition. Now decomposition is nothing but this is basically breaking down your WBS. So let's say this is your bigger project P, then you break down this project to small sub projects P1, right, then maybe a P2, and then maybe P3. Then you further break down these sub projects into several categories. So you can just break down into further projects, maybe another level P4, P4, P4. So then you can further break down this project into various activities. So the process of breaking down this from this main project, right, to main project to smaller chunks of scope of work is basically called decomposition. This is what it's mean by. Okay, so once we understood these tools and techniques, you got your input, then definitely you will be getting some output. Now for the create WBS process, the key output is your scope baseline and then the project document update. So let's say while analyzing those document, understanding and applying those tools technique, you come to know that there is a updation of document is required. You will need to do this update on those document. Then the main key output of this process is scope baseline. Remember, scope baseline is the main output. So what exactly scope baseline is, right? So scope baseline, let me explain this on a timeline. So let's say you have a project. This is a starting point, or let's say it's a starting point, and then it is supposed to finish for let's say 1 year, right? This is a finishing point. Now projects will have certain phase, right? Certain phase will be there. So at this point of time, let's say at this point of time, this is a start point, right? What happens actually, there is a client, right? And there is a contractor. Let's say you are the contractor or your company is a contractor. So there will be an agreement between these two stakeholders, and that will basically your contract document, right? So based on contract document, what happens, this contract document will list down all those statement and scope requirement as per this point at this point of time when the contract is signed, right? So there will be a fixed scope defined when you start a project. Whenever you're starting a project, you will be fixed scope which is defined. This basically defined by your contract document, which will tell you what exactly the scope is. Now once a project start and is moved toward the finish, what happens is there is some addition or deletion of scope or activity which is basically, you know, different than the initial scope requirement. So this document, the scope baseline, will basically help us to track what are those changes, either there's increase or decrease or addition or deletion of new activity. So this scope baseline is going to help you and make you understand and help the other stakeholders to understand what are the changes with respect to scope baseline. And that's why scope baseline is one of the key document which dictate your project success, right? And this is what this document which you're going to get through the process of create WBS, right? This will basically give you this scope baseline document. So we have learned about the process of create WBS, right? So there are the two things which we have learned. One is WBS, and then there is another important thing, that is WS directory, and I will be discussing that, you know, what exactly it is. So WBS is basically hierarchical breakdown of the project deliverables, right? Then it's the actual structure we use for seeing and using to organize the project, right? It allows us to break down the scope into more manageable pieces, and it's provide a reporting structure that we use for planning and capturing performance and actual. So remember, we will be using this WBS structure later on for the planning and the cost management. So this becomes a very critical input for our next processes. Then this structure basically allows us to drill down and look at the project at the lowest level, and then roll up to look at the whole. So by utilizing the WBS structure, you can basically go to the more granular detail, and also you can go upward and have overall summary view. So at the meantime, you can have the both overall summary view as well as very detailed and granular structures. Then WBS work is basically relates the statement of work. So this is one of the very key. So let's say we have started with project charter. In the project charter, you will be having this statement of work, that is SOW. We call it SOW. Now these SOW is basically for the breakdown to detailed WBS structure. So let's say this is the main WBS. This will break it down into another WBS, and then let's say WBS 1, WBS 2, WBS 3. Like this, you will basically break down this scope, and then this, let's say this WBS structure is further broken down into small, work packages 1, work packages 2, and work packages 3. So like this, you basically provide a granular structure of the detail. At the same time, you can go to the each level and find the summary at each level, right? So this is what the benefit of work breakdown structure, and this is how it is utilized to manage the overall scope of the project. Now there's another important thing, that is what is used as WBS directory, right? Remember, each project is unique, right? So each project is unique, and it means that it has unique WBS, right? So each project will be having its unique WBS. Now this WBS has to follow the standard index or standard codings. This is basically a set of directory which utilized by the time management or for cost management, for other activity. This basically helps us, it provides a standard list or standard structure which is further utilized to manage other portion of this project, maybe scope, the cost or timeline or quality, and other knowledge areas, right? So basically, what by WBS dictionary? WBS is nothing but it's a kind of Excel sheet, right? In Excel sheet, like we have so many rows, right? So there are several rows. Let's say this is your Excel sheet, or let's say Word, and then each row will define some WBS1, WBS2, WBS3. Like this, you will have, all those WBS are listed here and defined with the definition. What will be your scope? What do you mean by WBS1? What is the definition? And then what is exactly scope is covering. So this is how each WBS and your scope is connected by utilizing your WBS dictionary, and that's why it's become very important, very key. It's work as an index where you can always go back and see for against this WBS what are the scope of work you are supposed to do, right? Like this, you can go through this document and find out. So this basically is a list of WBS which basically names a description. It's a name and description of the each element, and this provide basically designate which scope of work paragraph is related to which WBS, like we discussed, right? So this provides some kind of mapping between your scope of work and WBS. So let's say you have the WBS, and then this WBS correspond to this scope of work. So if you at any point of time project, do you want to find for this scope of work which is covered through which WBS, you can go through the WBS directory and check how what is the WBS number, WBS code for this. And also by seeing the WBS directory, you can always go back and see which part of the scope of work is basically covered through which WBS. So it provides some kind of mapping between scope of work and WBS. So basically what it ensures that all the scope of work which is mentioned in your contract document, right? All the scope of work which is mentioned in your contract document is properly covered and indexed in WBS, so that you have one-to-one mapping with scope, contract document, and the WBS structure. And then this WBS structure will be utilized for your time management, for cost management, for quality management, and all the other purposes. Also, this helps you to track, if any changes happens in your WBS, you will immediately know which WBS is impacted and where you have increase in scope or decrease in scope, right? So this is all about your WBS and WBS directory, and how this is provides some kind of mapping between your contract document, scope of work, and the WBS itself. So here's one example. So let's say this is your project, right? This is example of a work breakdown structure. This is WBS structure, right? So let's say this is your project, and let's say divided into various phases, or let's say deliverables, right? Let's say it has two phases. So this is phase number 1, this is phase number 2. Now phase number 2 will be further divided into several packages. So let's say this package number 1, package number 2, package number 3. Now under this each packages, there will be several activities, right? A, B, C, D, E, like this. There will be n numbers of activities will be here in each work package. And like this, for work package 2, you will be having some different activities, you will be having some different activities like this. So basically what you're doing, you are breaking your projects into smaller chunks. First you do on phases, then you do on work package, then you do activity. So by doing this, what happens that you are basically broken down your bigger scope of work or the project into activity level, and make it more easily manageable, trackable, and you can easily find out if there is any issue in any of the activity, then where it will be impacted, which work package will be impacting, which phase will be impacted. Like this you can easily manage and track. So that's why how this is how the work breakdown structure helps the project to manage it, control the cost, time, and scope. So next step, so once you have basically created a WBS, you have the WBS directory, you have the structure. So it means that you have basically mapped down all your scope of work. You know very exactly what activities required to done, how many phases are there. You have already broken down those activity. You know up to the very lowest level of the detail what are the scope of work is there and what are those activities. Now once the project start, you need to make sure you have validated that scope, right? So validated scope means what basically in this process you're going to do is that it is a formalized acceptance of completed project deliverables. So once you break down, once you develop your WBS, basically what you are trying to do here, identifying activities, right? And why you are identifying those activities, for what purpose? To provide what? Provide deliverables, right? So you need to provide deliverables to clients, right, or to other stakeholders, so that you can meet the objective. So this is what it means. You make sure all the WBS, all the activities are basically in terms of formal acceptance, which is basically meeting your deliverables. So like other processes we have discussed, right, this is your, remember we are in the scope management, okay, and under the scope management we have further sub process of plan scope management, collect requirement, define scope, create WBS, and then validate and control, right? This is our last sub process of our overall project management process. Now in this process, again, as we discussed previously, every process has some input output system. So this is the input for this process. There will be some tools, right, and techniques, and then of course there will be some output. Okay, so there will be input, there will be output, and we will be utilizing some tools and techniques to complete this sub process. Now what are the input for this process? So again, these are the inputs. One is project management plan, requirement documentation, requirement traceability metrics, and then verified deliverables and work performance data. Remember, so we need all those input to understand to what is actually performance data is required, what are the list of deliverables, what are the exact requirements, what is your management plan. So by inputting those information, by utilizing this information, and then utilizing these tools and technique. So when you say tools, basically it has two. One is the inspection, basically a deep analysis of all those documents and the various activity throughout your project, right? From start to finish, you need to do a continuous inspection or analysis of those in work performance data, various matrices, and then have the group decision making, basically discussing with the various stakeholders and identify what other things need to be done or is any issue. So this is the tools and techniques which you will be utilizing. So by utilizing tools and techniques, this is the output you are supposed to get. Now in terms of output, what you're supposed to get, you will supposed to get the list of acceptable deliverables. Remember, right? Acceptable means what is acceptable by the client, what actually client will accept, those list of deliverables. Then the change work request, basically if there is any request in the work or in the change throughout from the start to the finish, then you need to document all those things. Then the work performance information, basically how the project is performing. So when you start a project, right, this is start and this is finish, and then how the project is performing. Is it on time? Is it over budget, under budget? Those kind of information has to be mentioned in the work performance information. And then of course, based on those inputs, based on those key information, you basically do the project document updation. Okay, so this is all about your validate step process. So the next step is basically your control scope, right? So once you have basically planned your scope management, collect the requirement, define the scope, created a WBS, validated the scope, right? Remember, you have validated the scope. Now the last part is controlling the scope. So controlling the scope means basically, let's say this is your start, okay, and this is your timeline for your project, okay, and here you have validated your scope, right? So this is your scope baseline. Let me write it clearly. Sorry about my handwriting. Okay, so this is your scope baseline. Okay, here you have scope baseline, and then you validated it, which basically fulfill the requirement of your contract. Now as a project start, you need to continuously measure those information and understand whether the project is on time or delayed or overrun. All those kind of information has to be done in terms of scope. So whether it's any additional activities added, new activities are added, or reduced or removed, so those kind of things you need to do. So like we discussed on other previous process, same way we have input for this processes also, right, and as well as some output. Okay, and then again, there's tools and some techniques which you will be utilizing to complete this process. So in terms of input, you're going to get project management plan, requirement document, requirement traceability metrics, work performance data, and organization process asset. Based on this input, you are basically trying to find how the project's scope is moving. Is it aligned with the baseline or is it deviating from the baseline? If it's deviating, then whether it's increasing or decreasing, and then trying to find out what is the impact of those increase or decrease. Okay, so if you come back and see, basically you will be utilizing tools of variance analysis. So variance analysis is nothing but basically, let's say you have information, or let's say a quantity at let me write this quantity at start has some, let's say, X amount, or let's say X kg or X, and then when you move and then do the same work, then maybe you will require X plus some delta, right? So this X plus delta kg is basically what? It's a variance. You are supposed to, let's say you're supposed to make a bridge, and initially you estimated that the bridge was of, let's say, 200 ton. It's required 200 ton of steels, right? But when you started doing the work, then later on you realize it's required 300 ton steels. So the 200 minus 300, that 100 ton of additional steel is your variance, right? So this variance analysis is basically you need to perform while controlling the scope, and this has to be done from start to finish. This has to be continuous process from start to finish to continuously measure what is your variance is. And how you're going to do it? Basically you have to do variance analysis at regular interval. So what are the output you are supposed to get? One is performance measurement, and depending upon that, if the change request is required, then you need to provide, then that output will be there. Then there will be project document updates will be there, and then also there could be update in your organization process asset based on new lesson learned from these projects. Quick recap. So this is basically your overall the scope management. process, right? And this is basically consists of your plan scope management. This is basically first step. Second step is a collect requirement, and then third step is to define the scope, right? And then fourth step is your create WBS, and then validate and control, right? Validate and control are the fifth step, which is kind of continuous process, and you need to perform throughout this overall scope management process, right? So these are the 5 processes which you need to perform under the scope management to have a successful scope management without any deviation or to meet the project objective, right? So this is what you require to do, and if you have any question, any additional query, any additional help, please leave a comment below and we will get back to you. So key summary, project scope we have already know. So basically by definition is that work must be done to achieve the project scope. Project scope, it's basically about feature and function or characteristics of the product or services results, which is basically a project scope. Project objective is basically refer to detailed description of the expected or desired outcome of the project. Then the WBS dictionary, it's detailed content of the components of containing WBS, work package, and control accounts. Basically it's an Excel sheet which provides a list of all the WBS. And then the scope baseline, which basically includes the approved project scope statement, basically your initial scope statement, and then WBS and WBS dictionary, right? So once you manage your scope, right, what is the next thing you're going to do? So scope means basically what is the activity you're going to do, how many, what is your WBS, what are the activities you will be doing, right? That information you will get through scope management. So once you know what you're supposed to do, what are those activities, the next step would be how much time, right? How much time will it take to complete those activities? This is the key question now. So you know what activity you're supposed to do. Now the next step is to find out how much time it is going to take, and this is what we are going to learn in next section. So in previous section we have learned about the scope. We have learned about how the scope management done for the professional projects. Now the next question is about the time, right? Remember we have the 3 constraints for any project, that's scope, time, and cost. Scope management we have already discussed in the previous chapter. Now we are going to learn about time management, and it's kind of very general topic, right? So it's very easy to feel, you don't have enough time in any given day, right? So, and most often we all feel like that we don't have enough time, right, for any of the days. So, and most of the time you may have the same opinion as I'm having. So time management, right? So when I say the time management is kind of common issue, not only on personal level, right, but also project level. And this time management becomes a key to, let's say, success of any of the activity, whether you're doing it in your personal life or your project. So let's understand the time management. Well, so we all get 24 hours, right, in a day. So it's limited time for everyone, right? Limited time for everyone, right? So when you have the limited time, so basically it's all come down to your efficiency, right? How efficient you can do a particular activity. And that's why you will see, right, some of the people who achieve more in a given time of 24 hours than many other people, because the activities or the tasks are done efficiently, right? So the question is that how efficiently you can do the task, how efficiently you manage your time and then perform those activities on the given time constraint and achieve your objective. So it's a no-brainer. Well, answer is basically good time management. Remember, not just time management, but good, or I would say even better, efficient, right? Efficient time management. This is what you're required to do to succeed. So when we discuss about the time management, right? So if we talk in terms of definition, so in terms of definition, it's nothing but the process of organizing and planning how you divide your time between different activities. So during the 24 hours of your duration, you may have several kind of activities over the ways, duration, let's say 24 hours. So you have the several activities you will be doing at certain hours. Now the thing is that how efficiently, how well you manage those activities during those hours, that's the key here. And that's what exactly about the time management. So it's basically organizing and planning. So you plan all your activity before it starts, and so that you can focus on execution of the activity or completing the activity instead of wondering about what you should be doing. So the same philosophy lies for the project also, right? The way you manage your daily activity in your life, the same way you need to manage the activity throughout the project. So remember, the project has a start date and end date. So it means it has a definite timeline. So let's say this is the start of the project. I need to do certain activity, and then let's say this is the finish of the project, right? So you have the fixed timeline, right? So this timeline is fixed, and you need to do certain activity within this timeline. So this is what, the project management's one of the key responsibility, which include the processes which require to manage the timely completion of the project. Remember, a project has triple constraint. One is your time, another one is your cost, and another one is scope, right? So you need to complete this scope, all the required work within given time frame, right? So you need to do this work by meeting this criteria. If you do more than or time what is mentioned here or what is stipulated here, it's kind of failure, because then one of the objective of the project is that you need to do the work, but work has to be done within the particular time frame. And that is what about the time management for if you talk in terms of a project, right? So we will be going into detail how actually do we manage the time management, or let's say in project management term it's called schedule management, because every project has some schedule, right? So even though we have fixed timeline, in this fixed timeline you need to do certain activity which basically forms the schedule, which defines that which activity will take how much time from which date to another date, and in terms of start and finish date. Okay, so this is what we are going to learn in detail in terms of project management. So time management process, right? So what it is actually, well, like the other processes we have, we had scope management processes, we have seen overall the project management process group. So same way that to manage a time in a project, it also has some certain set step processes which we need to do. So it is again like 7-step processes for managing the time, or let's say managing the schedule of project. And it's all start with your step 1, that is your plan the schedule management. You need to plan before start working on the planning itself, how you will be actually planning your schedule for the project. What are the things you will be looking at it, where you will be taking information, then once you get those information, how you arrange those information, how you organize those information, utilize those information to develop various activities, various estimation, duration, schedule development, and all those things. So all those things you need to plan before actually start working on the step. So your first step is basically planning, right? Planning how you will perform those steps, how you will do those processes. So once you planned it, then the very next step is basically your define the activity, right? Remember, earlier we had the scope, right? We have learned about scope. Now to complete that scope, you need to have certain list of activity which you will be doing, right? Or which you should be doing so that you meet this scope or objective, right? This is what it means. So you need to define all those activities which basically meets your scope requirement, which basically leads to the reach the project objective. Then once you complete with defining your activities, we will move to the third step, that is sequence activity, right? So once you list down the activities which you should be doing or which you are supposed to do to complete the scope, then you need to also know which activity has to be done, right? There could be possibility that some activity has to be done together, right? Some activity has to be done, you know, after another activity is completed, and then maybe some activity has to be done before another activity can start, right? So let's take an example that you want to buy a mobile, right? Now to buy a mobile you need to place order, right? You need to place an order at some retailer. Now to complete this activity, placing the order, you need to have budget, right? Or you need to have money in your bank balance or you know, in your credit card or whatever. Now to get the money, probably you need to ask someone, right? Or maybe you need to wait for your salary, to your monthly salary, or depending upon somewhere, some source, you need to get those salary, right? Or maybe another source of income. So once that income is arrived, then you will have the money in your account or balance, and then once you have that money, then you can move to this activity. Remember, so these activities are dependent upon these. So until unless this is complete, until unless you got the money, you cannot go and place a mobile order, right? And then once you place the order, you will get the mobile in your hand, right? Or you will get delivered mobile. But to have the mobile or delivered, you need to first place the order, right? Without placing order, you cannot get the delivery of mobile. So this is a simple example. Let's say if you want to get a mobile, then these are the activity which you are supposed to do, and you can see, right, these activities are logically sequenced. They depends upon the previous activity, and the same thing, the same philosophy works on every project, right? Every project has certain list of activities, right? And these activities are logically tied with one another so that you have the overall objectives achieved. So this is what is all about sequencing. We will be going in detail and understanding this, but from the basic concept, this is what is meant by sequencing your activity. So once you define your activity, sequence them, next thing is estimate the resource activity. So remember, right, to do any activity you will require resource, maybe in terms of labor, in terms of additional budget, maybe in terms of tools and softwares, those kind of all things, right? Whatever the additional resources, either in terms of labor, money, you know, additional tools, those has to be estimated, right? For against each activity, what will be required to complete those activity. And once you estimated that, activity resources, which is your step 4, right? This is step 4. Then you move to the step 5. Step 5 is what? Estimate the activity duration. So once, for any activity, let's say you want to, let's say the previous example, that you want to place the order of mobile, right, or handset. So once you know what is the cost required, plus maybe you will require some internet connection or some transportation to go to the retail shop, those kind of things will be required, and maybe you will need some friends help or some advice from your friend who can guide you, what are the best feature of the phone. Once you collected all those information, once you have this money, once you have the money for the transportation or maybe other things, it means that these are all resources which is required to complete this activity, right? This is replacing mobile. So once you do this, then you need to go to and estimate how much time all those activity will take. How much time will it take to place an order, right? And this is what is all about your estimation duration activity. Maybe suppose if you want to go and place an order online, right, then it will immediately take maybe 5 to 15 minutes, right? And suppose if you have to go to the retail shop and then place the order, probably it will take you a whole day, right? You need to maybe go to several retail shop and then find out which is the best one, and then you place your order, then come back to your home, and probably it's going to take whole of the day to complete this activity. And this is what it's mean by estimating the activity duration, right? So we have step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5 is estimating the duration of each activity, and then you move to the step 6, which is your developing the schedule. So once you know what is your activity, right, what is the sequence of your activity, then when you know what is the estimated duration of each activity, then you know also what is the resource of each activity, you will basically combine all those 4 elements together, or let's say 5 elements together, to develop your schedule. So schedule is what? Basically it is combination of your estimation of activity duration, resources, plus sequence and activity itself, right? So once you develop the schedule, then again last step is control the schedule, or let's say control and monitor the schedule, right? So we will go each step in detail, but from the overall time management point of process, this is basically 7-step process, right? And this includes the 7 sub processes, right? And these are basically plan, schedule, management, define activities, sequence activities, then estimate resource and estimate activity duration, then develop the schedule and control the schedule. So step 1, what is your plan, schedule, management? So what do you mean by plan, schedule, management? Remember, this is your step 1, right? Or let me call it sub process of time management process, and this is sub process number 1. Now what is it? What exactly does it say in terms of definition? So it's a process of establishing policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, right? This basically a process which tells you what policies, what kind of process, what the documentation you're going to do do the planning, developing, managing, and executing, right? So it includes all: how you will plan, how you will develop, how you will manage, how you will execute, and then how you will control, right? All those 5 activities about project schedule. So basically it tells how you will plan, develop, manage, execute, and control the project schedule. This is the keyword here, the project schedule. How you will manage the project schedule in terms of planning, developing, all those aspects. So this is what it means in terms of definition, and we will learn in further detail in it. So like we discussed in previous processes, right? So similarly, the time management also follows the same the same format, that every sub process requires some sort of input, and then we will be utilizing some sort of tool and then we will be having goal, or let's say we have some outcomes, right? Or let's say outputs. So for plan schedule management, what are the inputs you require? So one is your project management plan, project charter, enterprise environmental factors, and organization processes. So these are the key input which you will be required to do the plan schedule management. And once you got this input, what are the techniques you will be applying? So one is your analytical techniques, meetings, expert judgment. So basically you need to do analysis of all the information which you have received and then discuss it with the stakeholders, right? Stakeholders, or let's say the experts. I would call it SME, or we call it subject matter experts, right? So this is what we need to do in terms of tools and techniques to arrive at this output. The output is basically what? Schedule management plan. So you will come up with a plan which will tell you basically how you will be doing all those, all those sub process. This is basically provides an outline, right? We know the sequence and all the phases. You can say all this process have to be done in this sub process, but what are the things you will be doing in this each sub process? This is what it's mean by schedule management plan, and this is what we do in this step. So the output of this sub process is basically nothing but schedule management plan, right? This is what it is. And remember, this is your first step of the overall time management process. So in the previous step, we have already discussed that how we will be planning the schedule, right? Basically this we have got as an output of schedule management plan, right? So this was our the first step. So once you get this schedule management plan, very next activity is your defining the activities, right? And this is what this process is all about. So you need to define all your activities, right? So remember when we were discussing the scope management plan. So let's say you have the big project here, okay, and now this project can be broken into various WBS. So let's say this is WBS 1, this is WBS 2, and this is your WBS 3, right? Now this WBS can be further broken down into, let's say, the work package 1 and then work package 2, or maybe work package 3, right? So against each work package you need to define the various activity. What are the activity you will be doing? Let's say this is activity 1, then you will be having the activity 2, activity 3, and so on. So basically you will come up with the list of activities, right? So list of activities to complete this each work package. So against each work package you will be getting list of activity, or you can directly develop the list of activity against each WBS depending upon the size of your project or what is the size of each WBS. So this all step is all about defining this list of activities. So in this step you're going to get what are the activities you have, but a total list of activity which you should be doing to complete this work package or WBS, so that you can meet the overall objective of the project, right? So in terms of definition, what exactly define activity process is? It's a process to identify, clarify, and define the key scheduled activities, right? Activities you need to understand, and then which need to be performed to produce a deliverable. So we have the deliverable defined at each phase. Let's say this is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Like this we have several phases for each project. So this is, let's say, the start, and this is finish, right? And in phases, let's say there are several phases. So against each phases you will be marking some deliverables. You need to provide some deliverables and which is defined by the client, right? So basically, what are the activity you should be doing to meet this deliverable so that client is happy is all about this process. And this is what all about this process is, to define those activity. So when I say define activity, so it basically means connecting the dots of your project schedule, right? So what do you mean by dots when I say connecting the dots? So connecting the dots means we have this scope, right? And now from utilizing this scope, we need to arrive at the schedule, okay? And this schedule is basically nothing but list of the activities, right? This is the list of activities which we need to identify, sequence it, and then estimate, and then analyze, and then bring it in a schedule format. So to connect this project schedule with the scope, you need to utilize a work breakdown structure that is called a WBS, which basically connects these two elements, your scope and the schedule, right? And basically it's help you to coordinate the work and assign it to team member. Once you know a separate WBS, you can assign to a separate member and then track it. So always use a work breakdown structure to, let's say this is your project scope, okay, overall, and then this project is divided into various level of WBS. Let's say this is WBS 1, WBS 2, and then level 3, let's say this is work breakdown structure is break up into the work packages. Let's say work packages 1, work package 2, similarly work package 1 and work package 2, like this. So what you are doing, you are basically breaking down your activities in a more manageable or more controllable way, so that you can easily control, assign these activities to the various resources, and accordingly you can schedule it to the granular level and control or manage or track those changes or those the activities throughout your project life cycle. So always use WBS structure. Basically it's help you to coordinate the work, and it's help you to assign to a team member. Then also it will give you the visual hierarchy. You can visually see your overall project scope at various levels, so level 1, level 2, level 3, and the same way you can break down those activity and develop the schedule at various level, from very high level to very detailed or granular level schedule. So first level usually called the parent task or the parent project. Let's in this case is a project, and then accordingly you, depending upon the various level, you can break it down, and depending upon your requirement, you can bring it down to the activity as per your project requirement. So this is what it means by connecting the dots. So connecting the dot means you're connecting your project scope with the schedule and aligning with them, defining, breaking down the activity so that you can easily define the each resources, assign the each resources, manage those resources over the timeline or those activities over the timeline, and easily find out if there's any variation, any changes, any deviation, or any delta which requires some corrective action to bring back the schedule as it is initially planned. So remember, we are at the process second step. We are at this step, right? And then previously we have covered the plan schedule management, and like we discussed for other previous sub process, like in terms of every process requires some input, then requires some tool, and then goal, or basically your output, right? This is what it's mean. So in terms of input for this process, which is your defined activity, is these are the inputs you will be needing. So you will need the schedule management plan, you will need the scope baseline, then you will need the enterprise environmental factor, organization processes. So these are the input which you will be required, or you will be needing it to complete the process. So once you get this information in your hand, then what else you will do? Then the very first techniques you will be deploying or utilizing is decomposition, which we discussed earlier. Rolling wave planning, we will be discussing what exactly is mean by rolling wave planning later on. And then the expert judgment, right? So these tools and techniques you will be utilizing to get what? To get these output. What is output? activity list, activity output, and milestone list. Remember, right? So these are the things you will be getting when as an output for this process, right? And we can discuss in detail. So activity attribute is basically the different definition. So what does it mean by those activities you need to provide? And then milestone. So there are certain milestones, the projects are basically covered through, let's say there's milestone 1, 2. Milestones are basically the key achievement which is done throughout the project. So let's say this is the start of the project, right? And then this is a finish date of the project. Now from start to finish, there are certain key milestones will be achieved to arrive at this point, right? And let's say for example, if you have to develop a building, let's say you have to develop a school building or a power plant. So you cannot get the school building within one day or just in one moment. So it will be done, or you will be achieving this complete school building in several big steps. So let's say first you develop the whole building structure, the structures of the structure means you don't have the fittings, you don't have all the furniture and everything, but you get the overall structures, maybe steel structure, or you utilize other building materials. So once your structure is ready, then your outfitting will be done. Once your outfitting is done, then you will be require some other additional equipment which is added, and then finally you have a complete school building which can be utilized. Right now, to get this school building, you have to achieve, or you have to go through several milestones. So one milestone could be your structural completion, then another milestone will be your the fitting all accessories, then another will be your adding others, the furniture and other decoration items. So those kind of milestones, just an example for this one. This is what milestones means, right? And you need to get the list of all those milestones. This is one of your output for this process. Okay. So once you identify the activity, or once you get the list of the activities, right, next thing is that to sequence those activities, right? You need to know which activity has to be done first, and then the later on at the next step, right? This is what it's mean by. So this is basically nothing. It's as simple as it is. It's basically arranging those activities in a logical order depending upon their dependencies, right? So we have seen previously the example of school building, right? Now to school building, to make a school building, you need to have the first structures. Means you have to column, you need to have the beams, right? You have to walls, and then based on those you will be basically developing your building structures, right? So without having these developing these foundations or the base of the building, you cannot develop building, right? You cannot develop the building here until unless your base or foundation is ready, right? So the first activity is not to develop the walls or to construct the walls or the rooms, but before constructing this you need to basically do this activity, which is your base or foundation. And this is what is mean by. So logically you need to define those activities or sequence those activities, and this is what is mean by sequencing of activity. So like this, you need to logically think which activity has to be done before and which activity has to be done at the later stage. Then, like every sub process have some inputs, and then we utilize some tools and techniques, and then this will result in some output. So for sequence activity, remember this is a third sub process, right? We are here now, and in the third sub process you need to have these input 6. That is your schedule management plan, which we got it from the step number 1, right? And then we have the activity list and attribute, milestone list, project scope statement, the environment factor, and the organization process, etc. So you need to get these information from the previous steps or previous sub process plus from the initial project documents, and then utilize these tools, right? So what is the PDM? We will learn what exactly the PDM is. Then we will be having this tool of leads and lag, then dependency determination, right? So leads and lags in terms of like basically means some activities. Let's say this activity 1, okay, and then there's activity 2. So idea is that to complete a job, these activities has to be done. Now this activity can be done in some cases maybe after once this is finished, right, then this will start, or maybe both activity can start parallelly, right? I mean, there could be situation where activity 1 and activity 2 both can start parallelly, or there could be possibility that after only the activity 2 is finished, right, then only your activity 1 will start, right? There could be, I mean, such scenario. Or it's possible that both activity 1, right, or activity 2 both are finishing at same time, right? Let's say this way. So both activity are finishing at same time. So there could be several dependency or several relationship. Based on that, you define the leads and lags. Leads means one activity, how much it can be done before the finish of the other one, or lag means how much by how many days or how many duration one activity can be delayed. So this we will be learning in detail in terms of concept. PDM we will learn later on what exactly this concept is. And then the dependency determination is basically nothing but how logically one activities are sequenced or connected. So by utilizing this input and utilizing these tools and techniques, right, tools and techniques, you will be arriving at these outputs, right? Now what are those outputs? One is your schedule network diagram, right? We will see example what is this schedule network diagram, and then based on this you need to update your documents. It could be your schedule, a list of activity. You may identify in this process that you need to do some additional activity, or maybe you need to sequence them in different way, or maybe you need to update your plan or scope depending upon what kind of output you get it. So basically this will lead to updation of various other project document depending upon your new learning throughout the process, right? So this is in terms of the process, and we will learn these critical things at the later stage. So the next sub process is estimate activity duration. So remember, we have identified the list of the activities, right? Then we have basically sequenced those activity, right? Now you need to estimate. You need to estimate what? Estimate the resources, right? Remember, to do the work, to complete any job, you need to have some resources, either in terms of labor, manpower, maybe some tools, some kind of material is required. All those things need to be estimated, right? So this estimate activity resource is nothing but basically you need to estimate how much, maybe what type of resources required, and what's the quantity of those resources. So maybe you require what kind of people or what expertise you require, then what kind of material you will be needing, equipment, tools, and other bulk material supplies to complete those activities. And this is what basically this sub process tells. You need to estimate the activity resources. So once you basically define your activities, you got the list of the sequence of those activities, you need to estimate the activity resources, right? So like we discussed in other previous sub process, so we need to define the resources, right? Basically to do to do all those activity, what are the resource required, right? When I say the resource we had discussed, right, in terms of material, manpower, labor, those things you need to understand this. And then in terms of sub process, so again this follows the same format, so it requires some sort of input, then we will be using some tools and techniques, and then goal is basically what will be output. So in terms of input, you will be needing activity list, attributes of those activity, resource calendar. We will discuss what exactly mean by resource calendar, but basically the timetable of applying these resources. Risk register, again this is one of key critical input for risk management. We can discuss in detail, but in brief it is basically the list of all the risk you have identified in that point of time. Then of course you need the cost detail for each activity to estimate those, and then you need the schedule management plan, enterprise environment factor, organization processes. So this kind of input you will be needing to complete this process. Now once you get this input in your hand, you need to apply some tools, right? Or let's say you need to apply some techniques. Now what are those tools and techniques? So one is a bottom up estimation, right? Remember we have several type of estimation. One is a top down also, right? And another one is a bottom up. So we will be utilizing this bottom up, not the top down, right? And why? Because the bottom up estimation, right, this estimation is basically utilize all your detailed granulables, right, estimate those, and then arrive at higher level of estimates, right? What does mean this higher level of estimates is basically it's give you high accuracy, right? And that's why we utilize this. Remember we are at the detailed planning or detailed schedule management, not at the some lump sum or preliminary estimation. So we need to have the accurate estimation for each activity, and that's why we utilize bottom up estimating technique. We will be going in detail about this later on, but for the timing you can understand we will be utilizing as a key tool, right, just to have accurate estimates of the resources. Then of course we will need the expert judgment or subject matter expert opinion. Then we have the further analysis. We can analyze several analysis in terms of options and find out which is more resource efficient or which is more utilizing the optimized resource. Then you have to utilize the published data or lesson learned from the previous projects or maybe from your process point of view. And then of course you will need the project management software, right? So remember, estimation is not a simple process, right? Estimation is complex, right? And it's required additional resources. In fact, to do the estimation you will require some resources, or let's say efforts, right? It's require some serious efforts to have the accurate estimation, and that's why you will need support from the project management. So there are some tools available, some softwares which can do you or help you to do the efficient estimation and effective estimation, and that's why we will need those estimation softwares or tools to do accurate estimation, right? So once you utilize these tools and technique and taken care of this information which you got and apply those tools and techniques, you will be arriving at some output. And when we talk in terms of output for this process, the very first output is your RBS. RBS is basically resource breakdown structure. So remember previously we have discussed WBS in scope management, which is your work breakdown structure, right? Is your work breakdown structure. So similarly you will need RBS, which is your resource breakdown structure, and then you will need the activity resource requirement, right, which is basically tells you for each activity, right, what is your resource. Resource means labor, material, tools, and all other things, whatever is required to complete those activities, your resource, and this is what you're going to mention here our activity resource requirement. And then of course the project documents update. So during this sub process you may identify some new learning, some new activities, some new scope which was missed previously. Accordingly, you need to update all your process document and basic, so that all the document, all the other knowledge areas are updated up to the latest finding, right? So this is all about the estimate activity resource step, and remember this is your fourth step. Okay, so we have 7 steps for schedule management, and this is your 4th step, right? So then the next activity is your duration. We will be learning this in our next session. So the next process is your estimate activity duration, right? So remember we have the list of activity, then we have basically sequenced them, right? And once you sequence them, you basically estimated the resource, right? Once you estimated the resource, the next step is your estimate the activity durations. So once you know what is your resource, what are the things you require to do, how you require to do, very next step is that how much time that will take to complete. So right, so each activity you need to find out how much time, maybe in terms of days or hours, or depending upon that, some activity for research project, this could be in years. Okay, so we need to basically think what are the duration, basically each activity from start, when it will start and when it will finish. This is what you need to find out for against each activity, right? So this is what is meant by estimate activity duration, and again here estimation is a key. So you need to estimate those duration by utilizing various estimation tools and technique. Let's discuss it in our next session. So talking is a process in terms of activity duration, right? So this is again like we estimated resource, you need to estimate now activity duration itself, right? Duration is the key here, and this is again we are going to do it with same format. Require some sort of input. We will take some information, right? This is basically nothing but information gathering process or information gathering steps, which comes in terms of input. Then we will utilize some tools and techniques to analyze or to work on these inputs, and then arrive at some outputs, right, which is your goal, or let's say the outcome of this small process. So what are the inputs we will be requiring? Schedule management plan, activity list and attributes, activity resource requirement, resource calendar, project scope statement, risk register, RBS, resource breakdown structure, which we discussed previously. And then this is the environmental factors from enterprise point of view, and organizational process assets. So these are the information, these are the key input which you will be required, and then you will apply some certain tools. So one is your analogous estimation, parametric estimations, 3-point estimates, group making decision, reserves analysis, and then the expert judgment. So we will be discussing these tools and technique details later on, but it's kind of the estimation techniques, and some of this again group decision making, nothing but some group of SMEs or subject matter experts, they make decision based on the furnished information to them. And then reserve analysis is again one of the tools and techniques to identify what could be the duration in terms of the particular activity, and then expert judgment. So these are the tools and techniques which you will be utilizing, or which you should utilize and work on this information to arrive at this output, right? Now output, what should be output? Output would be basically the activity duration estimate. So remember we have the list of the activity, right? We have the activity list, so there is several number of activity will be listed down, right? Now you need to against each activity tells how many days or how many hours it will take, right, against each activity. So basically you need to define when it will start and when it will finish. So you need to do for each activity the same thing, right? So this is basically what lead to you the activity duration estimates. And then of course project document update, this is based on the new learnings which you found during this whole process. Well, once we have this information previously, right, we have the information of the list of the activities, then we have the sequence of the activities, right, and then we have basically estimated the resources, and then we have estimated the durations, right. So once you got the information, list of activities, sequence of activity, resources and duration, the next step is you need to develop those schedules, right. So when I say develop schedule, basically what happened that let's say there is a project timeline, right, this is a start, right, and this is a finish. So what you did earlier, you basically identify various activities which is required to do at various steps, right. You need to find out what are those activities. So each activity has a start and finish date, right. You need to identify those durations, what we had earlier identified this against. So you have basically find out what is what is this activity means. It's a definition, right, and then you find out what is the duration, right, and then also you found out what is the resource required against each activity. So the same thing you did for each activity previously. So now you have the list of activity, its definition of each activity, what will be the duration of this each activity, and then the resource. So once you get all those detailed information for each activity, very next step is to place them over the project timeline. Remember, this is a project start and this is a project finish. So you need to basically put this over the timeline and understand what exactly your schedule is, right. And this is basically overall combining various activity to arrive this, and this is what is mean by this phase developed schedule. So this is what this process is. So if we try to define this process in terms of definition, so it is the process of analyzing activity sequence, duration, resource requirement and schedule constraints, right. Remember, schedule constraints, there could be several constraints. So one constraint is it has fixed start date and fixed finish date, right, which is normally put by your client. Client will tell you I need this date or I need this deliverable by this. So this is one of the constraints. There could be another constraints, we can discuss those in detail, but basically you need to do this activity with sequences, duration, you need to analyze its resource requirement and schedule constraint to create the schedule, right, to find out what is your best schedule to meet those activity. And then when you see this schedule constraint, so one constraint is your project deadline, basically start and finish date. There could be other constraint. Let's say your project is spread over this timeline. It's a start and it's a finish, and our project is basically divided into various phases, right. So this is, let's say, phase 1, phase 2, right, phase 3. So there could be several phases. Now client could define in fact start and finish date for each phases also, right. That is to say that this phase should start at this date and should finish this date, and like this. So basically these become again constraints, schedule constraint to develop the schedule, right. And you need to analyze all those constraints by keeping in mind those sequence of activity, resource requirements, and then arrive at a best schedule to achieve those objective or target. So in terms of process, let's like we discussed earlier, so remember now we are the develop schedule step, which is your 6th step, right, of the schedule management process. And like every process we have discussed previously, so it's follow the same format. It requires some sort of input, when in some information we will need, then some tools and techniques you will be utilizing, and then you will be arriving at some outcomes, right, or let's say some outputs. So if we talk in terms of the input for this the sub process, so again activity list and attributes, this is one of the first input which we'll need. Then you will need the schedule network diagram, activity resource requirement, project scope statement, resource calendar, RBS, resource breakdown structure, risk register, and then project staff assignment and schedule management, right. So these are the input, these are the information which you will need right, to perform this or to complete this sub process. And then you need to utilize some tools, or let's say some techniques, right? So what are those techniques? Is basically the schedule network analysis, schedule compression techniques. We will be discussing, what exactly this means. Then modeling techniques, critical path method, right? Then critical chain method, then scheduling tools, and again leads and lags. So these are all the scheduling tools and techniques to basically arrive at optimized schedule, right? You need to basically arrive at optimized schedule which basically meets your all constraints. So when I say constraint, mainly your schedule constraints, right? So they meet all schedule constraint, and that's why you need to do the optimizations, right? So by utilizing this information and applying these tools and techniques, you will be arriving at some output, right? Those outputs are basically your schedule baseline. Remember, right, when you start a project, you commit some dates to the client and make sure you meet all those deadlines and commitment, and then accordingly you commit, or basically you define each activity's durations, start and finish date, and that first commitment becomes your baseline. Basically this is at the start of the project, right? So that's the first thing, schedule data, right? Basically all the schedule information, calendars, project plan and documents update. And then finally you need a schedule maybe at various levels. So there could be several levels. So you need a summary level schedule, level 1, level 2, then you have detailed schedule, then you have further very detailed breakdown schedule, level 4, like this. So there are several levels of schedule. I'm not going into detail of the schedule, but all those input you will be, or let's say all those output you will be getting, or you need to produce those output during this sub process of developing schedule, right? And remember, this is a 6-step process. So before that you have already defined those activities, sequenced those activity, estimated the resources, then estimated duration, and then you arrived at your schedule, right? The overall schedule of the project from start to finish, right, over the project timeline. So this is what you need to do in this step. So once you develop a schedule, now the very next step is to deploy the schedule, right? So once you have developed, you got a schedule in your hand, right? And then let's say project is started. So you need to deploy the schedule, right? Basically you need to share the schedule with each stakeholder and make sure they are following the schedule. So once a project starts, you need to start control, or let's say monitor your schedule. So that basically what you're trying to do here is to find out whatever the activity which you have assumed, or what are the activity which you have planned for those start and finish date. Are those activities are starting or finishing as planned, or they are getting delayed, or they are ahead of time? Basically those all things are called controlling schedule, right? So it basically means that you control the changes, any changes, either it's getting delayed, or basically some activities are finished earlier. So those changes all need to be managed or monitored, and then accordingly you need to take some action depending upon the requirement. So this is what this step is all about. Now how to do it, that we are going to learn in. So for control and monitor the schedule, we will be using one of the key technique, right? And that key technique is nothing but your variance analysis. So variance analysis is basically performed to determine the degree of variance of the schedule from the baseline data, or let's say baseline schedule. So what it does, it's compare your target schedule to baseline schedule with your actual start, right? And then see if it's start as planned or delayed, or it is basically started or finished earlier. So depending upon the actual start and finish, you can identify those or compare those. Basically idea is to find out the variations in terms of start date or finish date, and then this will lead to some corrective action. So depending upon that, if some activities are getting delayed, then you need to take some corrective action to either start those activity parallelly or deploy some resources. So those kind of things you need to take as a corrective action, or maybe you don't need to do anything, right? Depending upon discussion with the various stakeholders or kind of risk management, you will have a discussion that for the particular time there is no corrections required. So all those thing analysis as well as detecting variation and then implementing the corrective action is the part of your control and monitor schedule, right? So if you take in one example, this is one of your software development example, right? This is for software project. So these are the activity. Let's say you have to design something, then you have to provide the training, then you have to provide the IT issues, then you can again do those initial architects, and then to provide the data migration. So these are, let's say, these are the steps, or these are the major activities which you need to do on this activity. And the gray portion which you see, this is basically your start and finish, initially plan, start and finish, start and finish. This is start and finish for this activity. Remember, these each activities are planned up to this timeline. Okay, now if you see the green bar is basically showing your actual. So you can see these activities started here and finished as were expected. You can see these activities started but still not finished, and the work is progress still pending, right? So this green bar is showing your current status. Now comparison between this green bar and the gray bar will basically give you the delta. So if you see the green versus gray, then this will give you some delta. That delta is nothing but your variance, right? And this is how you identify the variance or do the variance analysis for the schedule. So this is a very basic tool and one of the the most used tool in any form of control and monitoring schedule process. So this will lead to some key output. So one is like doing the various analysis, you will find a control table which basically track how the schedule is performance. So basically tracks how many activities are on time, how many activities are delayed, how many activities are ahead of time. Those kind of things you will be getting under the schedule control table, and then based on that you can see various corrective actions are taken, and then accordingly you can project whether the project will be as estimated, and if its duration is delayed, then how much it will be delayed, and accordingly you can recommend some corrective actions. So in terms of process, how to deploy this process? Well, like we discussed previously, every process has some input, then some tools and techniques, and then of course goals, or let's say the outcome, or let's say the outputs, right? So in terms of input, which require the project management plan, project schedule, work performance data, calendar, schedule data, and then organizational process assets. So these are the inputs you will be needing, right, to do this step. And then you have this tools and techniques, right? This is the what you have this, and you need to deploy these tools and techniques to arrive at some output, right? So this is what your maybe performance review, project management software, resource optimization technique, modeling techniques, leads and lags, schedule compression, and scheduling tools. So these are the tools you need to apply to arrive at this controlling schedule. Now, what kind of output you will be getting? Well, if you talk in terms of output, one is your work performance information, which is basically you need to know what kind of how the schedule is performing. Then you need to have some forecast. Then the change requests based on your analysis, based on your findings of variance, you need to do some changes, or you need to request some changes. Then of course you need to update your project management plan and documents update, and then of course this may need to update your organizational process also. You may find some new lessons, right? Maybe some lesson learned here which you would like to apply to your overall company process, right? and this will basically lead to updation of your organization processes. So these are the key output which you will be getting for this control schedule sub process. And remember, this control schedule sub process is your final sub process, and this is for your overall schedule management process. So this is how we actually do this. So now we have covered all the 7 steps, and let's see some other key element of the schedule management process. So for monitoring and controlling the schedule is basically related to determining the status of the project, right? It's all about determining the current status of the project based on what? Based on some information which you gather, based on some factors which have influenced the changes or which can bring the changes in your schedule. And this could be the internal external factors. So you need to identify all those factors which will basically impact the status of your project, or let's say progress of your project, and then which will basically results or impact to your schedule, right? So you need to determine the impact on the schedule, and then determine the various action which bring the schedule to the baseline. So you need to see what is the impact on the schedule, then various actions which bring the schedule to the baseline, and then accept the changes, right? So this is what it means by the impact on schedule, then various actions bring the schedule, and accept changes. Progress report are used to evaluate basically the impact to the schedule, and then determine the project, if project is still on the track or will be delayed, right? So this is what is the purpose of the progress report. This is one of the key, I will say, the output or the key tools for the monitor and control, the purpose of the monitor and control of the schedule itself. Now, for example, let's say you have some of the activities and which have lasted more than the days which actually it was planned. So let's say some of the activities were there which were supposed to finish at this start and this finish date, but when you actually the project progress, they actually started, let's say, at this date, right? This timeline. So when the project started, they were delayed by, let's say, this duration. So let's say this is like 5 days duration, it was delayed. So now based on this, you need to identify whether this delay of 5 days has impacted your critical path, right? Or whether it's not, and then based on that impact on critical path, do you actually require to take some actions for this, right? This is what is all about your monitoring and control of the schedule, and this is what we are doing in monitoring and control schedule process. So the next step is what to do when you find a variance, right? So let's say you do the variance analysis, right? And then once you do the variance analysis, you basically trying to find out what are the mitigation action, right? What are the corrective action which you are supposed to take, or which you should take to bring back the schedule to the original baseline, right? So let's say this is your start and finish date. You have planned some activity, right? This is the initial baseline, or let's say this is the baseline planned, and then you have some activity. Let's say this is activity 1, right? Let's say this is activity 1, and then actually this activity started like this. So it was planned to start here, but then it planned actually start here. So there is a difference, right? Let's say this is 5 days delay. Now you need to find what corrective actions or what are the things you're supposed to do to bring back or to basically reduce the impact to 0. When I say reduce the impact, mean basically is an impact on a critical path, and then if so, then how you bring that impact of critical path to 0. What are the remedies to the variations, right? What are the things which you are supposed to do as a solution to the problem you identified through the variance analysis, right? First thing, you propose schedule changes. Suppose some changes are required, you need to do some activity or some parallel activity that you need to propose. But before proposing, you need to evaluate all those available options, right, to bring back the schedule on track. Or when I say schedule on track, means basically bring back it to baseline, right? Now this additional action or this recommendation may lead to use of additional resources, and then that may lead to the impact to your project budget. So you need to be very careful when you're proposing some changes. Make sure it is the cost is minimized or minimum impact in terms of budget, and then accordingly you propose those solutions. So you need to evaluate several options in terms of corrective actions. So there are the two techniques which normally utilize in terms of schedule management or schedule correction, which we will be discussing later on. So this is basically, one is your fast tracking and another one is a crashing technique. So we will discuss about these two techniques, right? One is the fast tracking and then another one is your crashing. So we will discuss these two techniques in next slides. So corrective actions. Well, corrective actions technique one. First one is crashing. So crashing is a technique of making budget and schedule trade-off, right? So you need to trade off between the budget and the schedule to obtain the greatest schedule compression, right, for a least amount of cost increase. Okay. So, well, in terms of crashing, I will tell you very simple examples. So crashing, basically, suppose you have some activity. Let's say this is your start and this is your finish. This is your timeline, right? So you have planned some activity. Now, when you started monitoring, so this is your baseline, right? This is your baseline. When you started the actual, let's say for this activity, it started like this. So it started at this date and then finished at this date, right? So there's a gap from here. There's a gap between these days. Now to cover this will basically, now you have this fixed, this baseline is fixed, right? Basically means this date is not changed yet, so it's still the same. Now to cover all those activities, right, to complete this activity on time, let's say this time, what you will do, you will add more resources, right, more resources or more people here, so that what will do, it will basically help this activity to finish faster. So let's say this is activity 2. So this will, if you add more resources here, they will come, more resources will do the job work faster and they will try to make this initial plan finish. So this is what it basically means by crashing. So you deploy more people to complete the work faster, which was supposed to done earlier, right? Then, and I mean, this is again associated with your cost. So if you try to achieve some extra activity within time to cover the delay, of course this is going to increase your cost, and you need to basically identify the possible impact of this cost, and then accordingly you need to make sure several options which are effective in terms of overall project budget. So in terms of the concept, this is what crashing means. So this is one of the corrective action techniques for the schedule control, or let's say the schedule monitor and control. And this is one of the very common technique you will find people use in the project, right? And don't follow this. This is just for joke, right? Okay, so technique number 2, corrective action, that is a fast tracking, right? So fast tracking involves basically doing the activity parallel, right, which you're supposed to plan to be doing in sequence, so that when you identify some dates or some delays, some happens, and then you accordingly decide to do some activity in parallel. And again, there has to be, it must be determined based on the dependency whether it's a critical path or not. So let's say let's take this example. So you have the initial baseline, let's say conventional project, or let's say the initially assume this is, let's say, the initial baseline. So initially you thought that you will be doing this activity A, B, C, D, E in this sequence. You will first finish activity A, activity B, activity C, and activity A, like this, right? So let's say this is your start, okay, and this is your finish, and then you thought that you will be doing this activity in this sequence. Now what happens when actuals is happen, then you notice some delay. So you what you will be trying to do here, then you will start this activity parallelly. So maybe instead of waiting for this point, you start this activity at this point itself, right? Similarly for the activity C, you again start this activity. Instead of this point, you're starting this activity at this point. So what you're doing, starting this activity parallelly. So what happens at the end of the day, because the finish date is same, you will be able to make some savings, some time savings, and this will basically help you to cover up any possible delay, right? This is what means by fast tracking. This is what the fast tracking concept is. Basically starting some activity which was planned in certain sequence in parallel. Now this could bring some other the impact. So you need to carefully analyze the sequence, the logic of the activity, whether this is applicable or not, and assess what are the overall impact of the schedule. And then before proposing this, you need to do all those analysis, right? So let's compare these two techniques, pros and cons of these two techniques, so you will be understand better and you will be in better position to choose the various techniques depending upon the situation you face throughout your project. Okay, so well, in this slide, so let's have a quick recap. So this is, let's say, the normal scenario where you have the initial baseline. This is your activity, right? Activity A, and then this is activity B, and you are supposed to spend one resource here and then one resource for activity B. This is how you plan. Now what happened during this variance analysis, you notice some delay, right? And you propose some corrective action. So let's say you utilize a fast track technique. So in the fast track technique, what you did, you basically, instead of these are the start and finish date for the activity A and B, what you did that this is start and finish date for activity A remains same, but for activity B you started earlier, right? So you're supposed to start here, but then you started at this date, right? So you basically prepone those activity, or basically start those activity in parallel. So by this you actually trying to achieve your time savings, right? You're trying to save some times which basically cover up the delay which you recognize. But by doing this activity in parallel, you have basically increased the risk to the project, and that we will discuss in next slide, that how actually you increase the risk. But this is what the drawbacks of fast tracking. Now for the crashing technique. Crashing technique is what you initially plan activity A and B, and there you propose that one resource will be working and two resource for activity B, one resource. Now for the crashing, you added more resources. So instead of one, now you see here the two resources working. Now for activity B, instead of one, now three resources are. So you basically added more and more resources to activity to finish them faster, right? To finish them faster. So now you have the more people, so they will work more and finish those activity faster from the initial start and finish date. So by doing this, so you haven't changed any logic, you haven't changed any sequencing, but you basically increase your cost because you added more resources, right? So this is one of the drawback for your crash technique, and we'll discuss in detail. Let's compare these two techniques and see how better you can utilize those techniques depending upon your situation in your project. Because in some cases you may prefer to have fast tracking, in some cases you may have prefer to do the crashing technique, depending upon what is your project requirement or project goal, or support from the management team as well as the project team. So fast tracking techniques and crashing technique. So in fast tracking techniques, basically what it does, it basically the activities are performing parallel, right? We start doing activity in parallel. There's no additional resources employed. Remember, right? For the fast tracking, we just change the sequence. And with all those activities, they work in a schedule diagram, and we have already seen that, right? This sequence, basically, if this was initial plan, this basically changed to something like this. So we brought this activity at here somewhere, start and finish date, and this is what basically about your sequence diagram, right? So this can be done only and only if two activity can be overlapped, right? What it's mean by that, it is not possible that all the activity can start in parallel. There may be some activities. Let's say you have to design a car, or let's say you have to manufacture prototype for a car. Now to develop the prototype car, you need to have design first, right? You cannot develop a car, right, or develop a prototype car and then after that you will develop a design. You must have design, you must have engineering input, and then only this will go to your procurement or manufacturing setup, and then you will develop this your dream car, let's say. Sorry about that, it's not a car, it seems like truck. But anyway, you got the concept, right? So to apply the fast tracking, you need to make sure the activities which you're considering for fast tracking are actually possible to overlap. If it's not, then you cannot do this, right? And this is one of the restrictions. Now, while overlapping these two activities, let's say this is activity 1 and this is activity 2. Now, by overlapping, you're making several assumptions here. You're assuming that at this point of time, they will not require any resources, you will not require any additional people, and this activity can start in parallel. But this may be wrong in actual scenario. In actual scenarios, it could be wrong, right? Because to start this activity, maybe you need some additional support from the engineering team or some additional vendors or additional material. All those things need to be analyzed. So basically by assuming this activity as a parallel, you are making a lot of assumptions, and a lot of assumptions basically leading to your increasing your risk, because your risk is related to your assumption, and then again this may lead to a rework. And this is what I was mentioning, that it basically increase the risk to projects, because you make several assumptions here while showing this activity start in parallel, right? And mostly the cost remains same, at least for the previous assumption. If the assumption we're making that there will be not costs if executed properly. But again, then it adds risk, and then again the risk may get converted into some financial impact, which you need to analyze, right? So this is what about the fast tracking. And when you talk about the crashing, now crashing is basically sequence of activity is not changed. So the sequence of, let's say, A to B, which initially we have, this remains same, start and finish. There's no change, there's no parallel starting for the sequencing. Now what changes that it's required additional resource. So you need to add more resources to this activity, right? And this works only on the critical path. So let's say some activity are there which is delayed, but they are not on a critical path. So even though you add more resources, this will not add benefit to you, because it is not improving your schedule overall critical path. So this is only applied those activity which are on critical path. There only you add more resources to improve the overall project schedule, right? And also this may be, this may increase the risk. Again, it's a less compared to the fast tracking, but again this has a possibility of risk. At least maybe one risk is very obvious, that it's cost risk, right? It can increase cost disproportionately, or maybe high cost risk is associated with this. So that we need to consider while utilizing this fast tracking and crashing techniques. So some cautions with the corrective actions. right? So whenever we are proposing any corrective action, you must investigate the cause of the delay, right? So that basically it will tell you what will be the right solution. If you're not focusing on the right root cause, right, this is very important to identify the root cause and then work on the right solution. If the root cause is not right, definitely that will lead to of course the incorrect solution, and then this incorrect solution will have further cascading impacts on your schedule or maybe an overall project, right? So it's not just about changing the schedule, it's all about making the corrective action. And many cases sometimes you don't need to take any action, right? You may find that depending upon your analysis, even though some activities are delayed, maybe it's not on critical path, or maybe you have already mitigation plan in action which will basically help you to reduce the impact. So those all things need to be analyzed, need to be understood before you recommend any corrective action. That is very important, right? Remember, the purpose of corrective action to solve the problem, not create another new problem. And then again, that will be the worst impact or the bad impact for your project, right? So one of the very common thing, you assume some wrong assumptions while working on the project. You didn't consider the project environment, which is changed by internal factor, external factors, those kind of things. Maybe some the political or some geotechnical situation or geographical situation which is playing in, especially on multinational projects. You need to consider all those things while working on a project. So make sure you consider all those key factors and while recommending those corrective solutions. And there is no harm when you realize that there is no point or there is no need of having any corrective action to put in place. Well, I think it's very obvious the benefit of project scheduling, but just for the sake of completion of this project, so let me discuss key benefit of project scheduling, project management. So first thing, it's assist with tracking, reporting, and communicating the progress. This is very important about the schedule, so you need to continuously track it, right? And then report it, and then make sure all the key stakeholders are aware, and you need to communicate this information. Then make sure everyone is ensured. The schedule basically ensures all the stakeholders. Remember, when we're working on a project, there are several functions involved, right? And each function should know what are the activities which is going on in a project, what are the activity on time, which activities are related to their function, which is related to their respective other functions, and what are their obligations and where they are lying in current status. This is what basically helps you, the project scheduling helps you to do it in a better way, an efficient way, in terms of all the tasks, dependency, and deadlines, right? Every functions know what are their deadline, what up to which day they are supposed to finish their work. And then it's also highlight the issues and concerns. So when you do the project scheduling overall from start to the finish of any project, it's basically give you the overall overview of the project schedule, and then you can easily find out what are the issues and concerns, like lack of resources, tools, everything. Then you can find out and highlight it to the concern management or stakeholders. Then it's help you to identify the relationship basically means logics of the each activity, basically which activity when should start, and before starting this activity what are the other activity which should be finished. So all those activities, relationships are basically easily identified in this schedule, and that's why the project scheduling is important for project management. And of course then it's monitor the progress and identify issues early, right? It has possibility of early warning. That's the key word, right? So early warning is very important in any project management organization, because it's give you the indication what could go wrong, and the project team, the project management team, can prepare in advance, right? And that's why it's very important to have these early indications of issues. So as you seen earlier, right, the schedule management of a project, right, schedule management of a project is basically involves 7 steps, right? So it's a very complex and time taking, right? It's not very easy process, and it's really required a lot of time, effort, and of course it's definitely will need lots of resources to do this the schedule management of a project. So definitely in this process the role of your scheduling tool and softwares become very critical, because these tools and software basically drive your efficiency, right? Efficiency in terms of defining activity, identifying activity, sequencing them, estimating those durations, and then resource management. So those all things can be done very efficiently through the softwares and tools, right? There are a lot of tools are available in the market for scheduling. Depending upon the size of the project, type of the project, you can choose those tools and software to deploy on your project and basically drive the efficiency of your schedule management process. So if you talk about the the schedules and tools, so now in terms of digital era, the online scheduling tools are getting more and more famous, or more and more the efficient or well known or well accepted among all the project management community. And there are several specific reasons for that, having an online scheduling tool. First thing is provide the project manager to make a data driven time management decision and resource management, and it is available online. So what it happens at any point of time, project management can go and have the access of this data and make decision quickly, right? So basically it helps the project manager to see where is the bottleneck, right? And also it helps other team members at the same time, not only project manager but all the team member, in fact all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders know at the same time what is your problem, where is the problem lying, and so that they can quickly decide or reallocation of resources or deploying some corrective actions. Those kind of things can be done very quickly and efficiently, right? This is the key here, or the key benefit of having efficiently, sorry about my handwriting. So basically it's quickly and efficiently give you the solutions having an online scheduling tool. Then also remember, when you have the data, we have the tool online scheduling software, it's basically includes both team and manager. So it's basically break the silo, and it's bring a platform. It's basically brings a platform where team and manager collaboratively work together at the same platform, right? And again, it helps you to manage the resource and budget at the same place. Also it's help you to build the detailed plan of your project online in a real-time basis. Also you can view all the work and project calendar at the same time, on online. While team is working on the project schedule, you can see what are the task lists, what is your progress, what are those calendar, what are the key details. And also it's very easy to update to the stakeholder, because stakeholders can also see what are the current status of the project at any point of time or whenever they want, right? And then again it's provide a collaborative work environment, and again you can manage all those start and end date. Not only you, but as your project manager, team, every team member can do that. Of course you manage the workload and reallocation of the work. Performance in real time, very key here. So having an online tool, right? Online tool basically gives you a performance, a real-time view of the performance, or let's say the project progress, right? Okay, and then of course drag and drop scheduling, you can do that in of course online, as well as the offsite tool also, but again, having it on online tool or real-time tool really helps, or basically add to the efficiency of your working. So the key thing for schedule management is achieving deadline is directly related to the success, or let's say the project success, right? And it has basically the three components. One is your planning, and then management is basically organizing and executing as it is planned, and then control, right? So if you focus on these three elements, this will basically help you to achieve all your deadlines, whether it's final, right, start and finish, or phase wise dates. So idea is that to meet those deadlines, and this basically means the project success, which means that you are delivering the deliverable as you expected on time to the client, right? So this is a summary, or you can say the gist of your schedule management. So quick summary: plan, schedule, management, we have discussed, is defined as a process of establishing the policy, procedure, documentation, planning, developing all those things, managing, executing, to basically look after your project schedule. Define activity, it's a process of identifying, clarifying, defining the key schedule activity which need to be performed to produce deliverables, right? And then you have the sequence activities, right, which arrange the activities in a logical order based on their dependency. And then you have the estimate activity resources. This estimate the how much or how many type of resources, basically the people, material, equipment, and supplies, which you need to identify for the estimate of those activity resources. Then the activity durations, right, the process of estimating the scheduled activity durations. You need to identify what are those durations of the activities. So once you identify your scope, right, you know what's your time, then the very obvious question is what will be your cost, right? So remember, any project which has triple constraint, which is your scope, then your time, and then your cost. So these are, I will say, the three pillars of any project. So we have learned about the scope management, we have learned about the time management. Now let's learn about the cost, and this is one of the most critical element, right? Because at the end of the day, everything comes down to dollar, right? And this is what is being managed through the cost management. So let's discuss this cost management process in detail and understand how we actually manage the cost of a project in a professional way. So far we have learned about scope, right? And then we have learned about the time. And then there is another critical important step which we are going to learn in this chapter, right? So we have learned about the PM triangle, right? Or also we call it iron triangle. So a PM triangle is basically nothing but it consists of scope, right? Another one is time, and the next key critical factor is your cost, right? And this is the third pillar of you can say the project management. So basically what happens, whatever happens on your project, it all boils down to this thing, the dollar value. So everything boils down to money, right? So remember, projects are done to make business, or to grow the business, or to be talking a very plain term, to make profit for the company, right? And to ensure the projects are making profit, right, to ensure the projects are making profit, you need to utilize cost management process, right? This is what the main purpose of this whole knowledge area is, to make, or to basically create a profit for the company, right? And this is what we are going to learn in this chapter and understand how the costs are managed throughout the project, what are the full life cycle of the cost management, and what are the key things which we should be keeping in mind, and so that you can perform better, or you can have the better management of your overall project in all aspects, including your cost. So coming to the cost management, project cost management process. So basically, if you talk in terms of definition, right? So it's a process of estimating, budgeting, and controlling. Remember, these are the three key elements. So you have to estimate the cost. According to cost, you need to provide the budget to the project, and then make sure those budgets are met. And if there's any change on budget, you need to continuously monitor throughout the project life cycle. So with this objective, keeping in mind, cost actually lead to the approval of budget. So first you have the cost estimation. Based on that estimation, you basically approve the budget, which further utilized by the project team, right? Project team utilizes budget to complete the project work and try to minimize that budget requirement, or let's say minimize the cost, right? And this is what the whole one of the key target of any cost management process is, right? So remember, any project, the success of any project will depend upon whether they deliver the requirement or scope. Basically means what are the exact requirement, what was the exact expectation from the client, whether that is met or not in terms of deliverable, whether what was defined deliverable is completed by the project or not. That's the first criteria for the success. Second one is whatever you have delivered, whatever scope you have completed, whether those scope has met the quality standard, right? Remember, it's not just about delivering the product to the client. You need to deliver the product with certain quality requirement, right? There is a quality requirement attached to each deliverable, and you need to make sure you are meeting that quality standard. That is your second criteria. Third criteria, of course, all those things has to be completed within the schedule, because if not completed on the schedule, that will lead to further implications. So remember, any delay is basically terms or turn out to be a cost impact, right, or in financial loss to the client. So that's why it has to be on time, within schedule, and then completed within the budget. Remember, it means basically whatever cost you have started, right, whatever cost you have planned initially, your aim is to complete the project in the same cost or less than that cost. By doing so, then only you can ensure the company's profit while doing that project, right? So these are the three criteria. One is you're meeting the scope, another one is the scope has to be completed as per required quality, and then of course this all has to be done in the given timeline with minimum cost, or at least not more than the cost which is initially assumed for the budget allocation. So cost management is one of the key criteria. Remember, profit is nothing but completing the project, right? Completing the project within estimated cost, or let's say estimated budget, right? So we will be learning about all those, the whole process, estimation and the budgeting, and then what are those elements area. So in terms, this is what exactly it's mean by the project cost management. And to define the success of any project, these are the criteria out of which cost is one of the key factor which will decide the success of your project. I think in terms of the basic concept, it is clear what exactly the cost management is. We have already discussed in the previous slide. So it is basically, if we want me to define in another simple term, or maybe very broad term, you can say, which basically encompass whatever we have learned in previous slide. So it's a process of planning and controlling the cost, right? It's simply you plan the cost. There's several steps we will be discussing later what exactly this mean by plan. And then controlling, there is a certain attribute to the control the cost. What are the things we need to look while we're controlling the cost? So in very brief term, it is basically planning and controlling of the cost associated with, let's say, running a business, or let's say for your project, in case you were just talking about the project. So whatever cost is involved in a project, how you're planning that cost, and then how you're controlling to ensure the cost is minimized, right? This is what your main objective is, to minimize the cost. And how you're doing it? You're doing it through controlling. So this is basically nothing but planning and controlling of the cost with all the costs related to your project. Okay, so how you do that? Actually, you basically collect some information, right? Information related to the cost or the factor which impact those costs. You collect those kind of information, you analyze those information, then you report those information. It's very important, right? You need to collect it, analyze it, and report it. So these are the critical chain or critical step of the cost management process, and this is how you control the overall cost management. We will discuss this in detail, but this basically includes three critical activity: collecting, analyzing, and reporting what cost information from the various functions, various sources, and accordingly you forecast the budget requirement, whether it is under budget or over budget, and it's become a part of your monitoring. So this is how you are basically doing the cost management through collection, analyzing, and then reporting. So overall, if you talk about the overall cost management process, so it's not easy. It's a complex process, right? And there are certain elements you need to understand to have a fully control or full knowledge of the cost management. But it's very much critical area. In fact, I would say in business environment, this is the most critical, right? Most critical factor for any business, right? In fact, this cost management will decide the fate of the project. So based on let's say based on your cost or the estimated loss, or let's say you are making your project is over budget or under budget, this will basically decide the fate of your project, right? Basis on this project process management, you can decide whether you continue with project or not. So that's why it's become the most critical area of any project management process, right? And then it can be broken down into several areas. So cost management is not just one single I will say the process. It's basically summation of sub process, and one of the areas is like resource planning, how you plan your resource, which include your labor costs, material costs, other utility costs, fixed and overhead, all those things costs you need to plan it. Then of course there has to be some good, or let's say the accurate estimation, which basically tells that what will be your cost. Then based on cost, you need to make your budget estimation, what should budget you allow. And then once the project start, right, when you basically allocate the budget, let's say this is your timeline, start and then finish, right? Then during this timeline you allocate the budget here. This is the point you allocate the budget. Then you need to continuously monitor throughout the start and finish. So make sure you're controlling it, monitoring it, and making sure the budget you have allocated, or the cost you have planned throughout the project, is aligned with your initial plan. And if there's any variation, you need to identify it and think how to mitigate that. So this is what exactly cost management means. There are certain critical elements of the cost management we will be discussing in later slides. So before going deep into the cost management, right, before going into deep cost management, let's first understand what is a cost, right? What is the key element of a cost? What do you mean by cost? Right, so let's understand those parts. So cost is basically nothing but all spendings, right? All spendings which you are supposed to do on project. All spending on projects is nothing but your cost, right, in very simple term. But when we discuss about the professional project management or professional, let's say, cost management, there are certain type of defined costs which we should be knowing, right? So this include various kind of costs like direct, indirect. But from the project management point of view, the project manager need to basically track the cost and ensure there is no budget overrun. He need to look at these 5 type of costs, right? So one is your direct cost, another one is indirect cost, this one is fixed cost, variable cost, and sunk cost. So at any point of time, project manager need to understand what are these cost elements, and maybe in some cases not all of them are present in depending upon type of project and situation of the project. But of course, project manager need to continuously monitor and understand which of these elements are actually impacting the overall cost, or let's say the overall budget of your project, right? This is what project manager has to do by looking at the different cost categories, right? So let's understand what are these different cost categories, and then we will jump back to the overall cost management process. Okay, so first type of cost, direct cost, right? So as it says, it's a direct cost, and it should be clear, right? So it's basically linked to all the work which we are doing on the project, which is directly related to the project activity, right? I would say the project activities, all the costs related to the project activity is called as a direct cost, right? What are the type of the costs? So these are the well, this is one of the very common, and majority of the cost, if you see on your any organization, usually come through direct cost, right? And this is basically associated with, let's say you are doing some production. Our production project is nothing but the production of a product or unique services. So when you are doing or producing those product or rendering those services, what is your direct cost involved associated with that project is basically derive or tell you this number, what is your direct cost, right? If you want to find out at any point of time what is my direct cost, you need to basically look into those elements which is directly contributing to our the spending. So what are those examples? First example, let's say some raw material, right? Let's say you're developing a prototype of car and you need some raw material in terms of steel, tire, so many things would be there. This is all becomes your direct cost, right? Then the labor cost, directly you will be required labor, several kind of labor including engineers, technicians, those kind of things, they become the part of your direct labor cost, right? Then of course there will be situation where you need to deliver the product or you need to transport the product to several location or different location. That's become your direct cost, right? So these are the type of costs. So similar costs are basically included in your direct cost section, and this is what we call direct cost category. Now let's say some specific example. Let's say you are a manufacturer of a car company, right? And then so your raw material cost will be basically your metals, right? Or let's say the steel which is required to do the body of create the body of the car, or the materials like wages of the employee, technician, engineers who make those cars. This kind of cost will be directly this will be the direct cost for producing this car. By the way, this is wonderful car. I don't know what company it is, but it's awesome car. If you guys, if anyone knows what was the name of this car, please let me know in the comment section. Okay, so, and also direct cost is basically going to include hiring a specialized contractor. Maybe you need to buy some software, commissioning, all those things, testing becomes your part of direct cost. So direct cost is simply all those material, labor, or let's say any other important elements which is required to directly produce the product. The final product is basically lead to your direct material, or let's say direct costs, right? Hope that's clear. Let's move to the next type of cost. So the very next cost is your indirect cost, right? So these costs are not directly related to the production of your the product, but without those costs, you cannot produce the the final product, right? So they're not directly linked to the project. Let's say if you're doing some project, they are not directly linked to your project, but to overall complete a project, you will need to do the overall business, you will need those kind of costs. So indirect costs are expenses that company still has to pay that aren't directly related to your production, or that directly related to your project, even though company has to pay, right? Like let's say the heating, lighting, or office space area. So suppose you have the office here, office building, from where you are managing the project, and if you don't have the office, right, then definitely you won't be able to manage a project efficiently, and probably that will lead, or that will basically lead to delay or any kind of hindrance, which will not let you to produce that services or render that services, or produce that product. So even though for producing this product, this building is not directly being a part of this product or contributing anything, but since the project is managed by building, so this building is indirectly actually helping them or ensuring this project is complete or the product is delivered as per the project. So this is what it means by the indirect cost, right? So indirect cost, let's say for manufacturing car, would be including electricity, right? So let's say you have to manufacture this car. Now to manufacture this car, you will need several tools which runs on electricity. Okay, maybe you will need some jackhammer or some different kind of tools. There could be several tools which can utilize to make this car, but that tool will not become the part of this car, right? But even though without that tool you cannot make this car, so these kind of costs are basically known as indirect costs, right? That's why they call it indirect costs, because they don't get form or get part of become the part of your final product. But without those the cost, without those services, you cannot complete the product, right, or complete the project. So those kind of costs are basically known as indirect costs. Okay, now these costs, again, you cannot completely remove this kind of costs. So you need to identify, as a project manager, you need to completely be aware of what are those indirect costs are there and how they are impacting your overall project budget, right? And you need to basically to control it, you need to identify it. To identify it, you need to know what kind of cost element your total project budget or total project cost is having, right? Next cost category is your fixed cost, right? So we have previously learned your direct cost, right, and then indirect cost. Okay, so these are the two cost categories we have already learned. Now the third category is your fixed cost. Now fixed cost is those kind of costs, they are charged at once, right? They are not repetitive in nature, but they are charged at once, and they don't vary all over the project duration, right? They are not linked to the progress of the project. They are not at the variable rate, let's say per hour or per unit, or based on some specific rate. They are the fixed one, the fixed cost. So either you do a project for 1 hour, 2 hour, 1 year, or 3 year, they will be always there. The fixed cost will be for this duration, or this duration, or for years, is gonna be same. So those kind of costs are basically called as fixed costs, right? And they do not vary with over the time. They do not change on our output, so it doesn't depend upon the output itself, the final outcome. So whether you have the output or no output, the fixed cost will be fixed, and it is still there whether you are able to produce output or not, or some different kind of output. So this is one of the easiest costs to work out, or let's say whenever you're doing the estimation, you can easily estimate this fixed cost. So let's say company has to spend on renting a building, right? So even though company is like produce like 10 times amount of product it usually does, it cost of rent won't change, right? Because let's say you have the company, car manufacturing or car product company. So if you're producing 100 car, maybe let's say 1 month, maybe in next month you're producing 200 car, or let's say the third month you're having 500 car. So even though you produce different number of car in different month, your rent for the facility, let's say you have rented a facility to store these product or those cars, so the rent will be constant throughout the year. So this rent is basically nothing but your fixed costs, right? So it doesn't depend upon the number of cars, or maybe if you have produced different type of car, it won't affect your rent. And that's become one of the type of the cost, which is fixed cost, and which is again one of the critical element of your overall project cost. Next cost type is your variable cost, right? So we have learned about direct cost, right, indirect cost, and then we have learned about the fixed cost, and now we are going to learn variable cost. Right now, variable cost is opposite to the fixed. The change because over the duration. Let's say the project duration is 4 years, then throughout the 4 years your variable cost will be keep on changing. They will keep on changing depending upon the duration. So these type of business expenses are actually difficult to estimate because they varies over the production. There are several factors. Those factors impact those kind of cost, and you need to have a very closer look on this kind of cost category, right? So let's say you have the production, or let's say your project scope is increased, right, which will basically directly lead to increase in your variable cost. Or let's say you have reduced your project scope, or let's say client has decreased some of the scope from the project, which will directly lead to the decrease of your project cost. So this is directly depending upon the scope, or let's say the production you are having, and depending upon the situation, you need to monitor what is the impact on your variable cost is, right? And these variable costs could be your direct cost, like the labor cost. It could be material cost also, depending upon if scope is decreased, probably you need to acquire less material, less quantity of material from to do the work, and that will lead to decrease in your cost, right? So and it's very easy to understand, right? Let's say you have you have to pay the salary to the staff. So if you want to pay the salary over the 12 month or a 6 month, so the always paying the salary over 6 months is easier than the 12 month. Remember, because there is a longer duration, and in longer duration there is lot of other factors like inflation, company's profit, market situation. All those things will come into factor, which will directly put pressure, right? And you will definitely find a difficulty to pay your staff salary over a long duration rather than the shorter duration, right? And similarly happens for your let's say if you want to hire some machine. So if you hire a machine over 8 weeks, right, which will be obviously more costly than if you hire a machine for 3 weeks. Okay, and that's one more example. If we take sales commission is also kind of variable cost. So remember, let's say you have hired a salesperson who is basically working on based on the sales commission. So if there is increase in number of sales by the salesperson, that will basically lead to increase in your commission, right? This will lead to the increase in commission of the particular salesperson, and depending upon the sale increase, you need to pay the commission. But if there is a drop in the sales, this will basically lead to drop in your commission cost, right? So this is how what we define a variable cost, and this is what the concept behind the variable cost. And the main element here is that variability over period of time. So there's a variation over it's not like fixed cost which is fixed throughout the time independent of the change in time. This cost will vary over the time, and you need to continuously or closely monitor this kind of cost, right? Because they depend upon external factors which varies over the period of time, and sometimes this can bring a very big change or sudden change in your project cost, and that can jeopardize your whole project itself. So your fifth cost type is your sunk cost, right? And this cost is something which is already incurred. You need to, worried about, or you need to understand this cost. Well, not in much detail, but you should be not much worried about in terms of making decisions. So what happens that any type of cost, right? Any kind of cost which is already previously incurred or happened, right? This is basically known as sunk cost. So basically cost incurred in history, you can call it, cost incurred in past, cost incurred in past, or let me put another term is historical cost, right? Historical costs are basically your sunk cost, right? And why this is important, because usually they are forgetting business case. So let's say whenever you're making some business decision, you need to, you won't make the deciding factor is sunk cost. When while making any decision for any business case, you should be always aware of how much cost is already sunk, or let's say already spent for a particular business case or business idea, right? So these kind of costs are historic, like we discussed, this is in past and cannot be reclaimed. You cannot go and again reclaim back this cost, because this is sunk cost already spent. There's no way you can recover it, right? So in making the business decision, you don't take directly the sunk cost, but always keep in mind, right, what kind of cost is actually incurred for making any future business decision, right? You don't have to consider in your numbers, but of course you need to be aware of what is your sunk cost, right? Remember, because this business cannot make this decision, but you need to make sure that the decision you're making for future also should be you should utilize those lesson learned from the sunk cost, and make sure you're making better decision to have profitable business instead of making loss, right? So let's take an example of the sunk cost. The sunk cost, let's say a manufacturing company has spent 10,000 euro on a new equipment, right? Let's say they need some new kind of robotic arm, some machine they need, and they spent on this on their manufacturing line. Now this is new equipment is kind of sunk cost, right? Because it is not directly being part of the particular product being manufactured, but it is already utilized, right? And then this will not directly help or directly become the part of the product cost, but what it will do, by utilizing this new equipment, company is able to make better equipment or improve their efficiency. Let's say it's increase their profit. So by spending this money, even though this is a sunk cost, you can your business is making profit, because now you're able to make more cars, sell more cars, which is basically giving you profit, right? So that's why when you make a decision for future, you don't consider the sunk cost, but you should be aware of how that sunk cost could benefit for the future decision, right? But just on base of sunk cost, you don't make any reason, right? Because it doesn't mean that some idea which is already where you have spent some money, that will not lead to profit, or may not lead to or may not turn out positive in future. Okay, then now what are the cost, or what is a cost and its type. So very well type of the cost, right? And what is cost, and what do you exactly mean by cost. So now let's understand the overall cost management process. When we are doing a project, how do we actually manage the project cost? What are the various processes where we need to look into it, and in case if you run into trouble, how to manage those costs, how to control this cost and try to reduce the negative impact or the increase of the budget. So in terms of process, if you ask me, overall cost management process, so basically it's a four steps, or we'll say the four sub processes are there in cost management, and those are basically these one is your planned cost management. Like for others, the management process, all management process start with your planning. So you need to first plan your cost management, right? And then you need to do the estimation. You need to estimate all your costs based upon the scope of your work. You need to determine what will be the cost of each scope of work, or the, let's say, the WBS or work packages. Then based on that estimated cost, you need to determine what will be the budget requirement. Remember, your cost is not equal to budget, right? There is a difference between these two terms. We will be understanding what is those costs, but in briefly, if you say cost is the total spending, right? The cost is the total, because cost is the estimation of spending, right? And this estimation is basically based on what? Your available information. Let's say the material information, or BOQ information is there, then your design information is there. So those kind of information is available, which is basically giving you the estimate, and based on the estimate you arrive at what each WBS, what will be the cost for the WBS, right? Now the problem is that the estimations are estimations. They are not something the fixed line. They may change over the period. So there you need to do some adjustment, some buffer you need to add, some kind of assessment you need to do in terms of the risk, or some escalation could be there. So by adding all those factors in the cost, you arrive at some budget, right? It's not directly your cost. This is cost plus some adjustment, which will give you the budget, and this is what it's mean by determining the budget. So once you have the cost, you do some adjustment based on the various knowledge, market factor, or experience. Then you basically allocate the budget for each WBS, right? And there may be cases, right, where your estimation is very good, you have very detailed information, and those cases your cost will be simply whatever is your budget. Your budget will be simply equal to your cost. But there are cases where you don't have that much of detail, and you require some buffering or some adjustment, so that you don't need additional budget when the project is getting executed. So that what process is called your determined budget. So once you determine your budget, you basically allocate this budget to the project, right? And then start controlling the cost. So once your project is started, you allocate this budget at this point. This is the start point, right? And then this is the finish point. So you start monitoring this process, monitor and control of the cost, right? This is what it's mean, and this is what we are going to learn overall the process. But if we talk in terms of summary, so it is 4-step process, right? The cost management is 4-step process, which include your planned cost management, estimate cost, determine the budget, then control the cost. This is what 4-step is. So let's understand each sub-step in detail. So the very first process is your plan cost management. So any process you start, you need to do the planning, right, before starting any process. And this is what it's all about. So it's basically establish the policies, procedure, documentation for planning, managing and expanding, and then controlling the cost. This is basically tells you how you will plan everything in terms of from where you gather the information, what are your policies, what is your company processes, what are the procedure which is set already by the company to follow while managing those projects, what are the cost element which your company wants to focus on. So all those kind of thing, what kind of a report or documentation will be needed. These all things you need to plan initially, even before starting all those detailed steps. And this is what is all about your plan cost management. So like every process, it has some kind of input, some kind of the processing, internal processing in terms of tools and techniques, and then there are some goals or output you will be having. So similarly for plan cost management, this is your input output system. In input you will be need these kind of documents, then there is some tools and technique which will be utilized to analyze those information, and then you arrive at some kind of output, right? And remember, this is four-step process. This is four-step process, and we are discussing first step, that is your plan cost management, right? So if we talk in terms of input output, so what kind of input this process require? So this process basically require your project management plan, your project charter, enterprise environment factor, and then organization processes. So these are the four key information which this step will require, and you need to basically provide this information or gather this information from the various sources or the project team, and then utilize some tools and techniques, right? Some tools and techniques you need to utilize. What are those tools and techniques? One is expert judgment, analytical technique. There are several analytical techniques we will be discussing later on. What are those things? Having meeting with stakeholders, basically to discuss how you will be basically doing the overall cost management of any project from start to finish, right? This is what we are going to do, and this is what exactly it's mean when you say the plan cost management. So by taking this information, utilizing this tool, you basically arrive at some sort of output, and the output for this process is basically cost management plan. This is what the document we name it as. This is basically a document name, or let's say some sort of guide which tells you how you will be managing your overall cost, and this is what it's mean by that cost management plan, right? This is the output for this process. So once you plan that your overall cost management, now the very next step is your estimate the cost, right? This is where you start estimating your cost. Remember, you have the project, you break down the project into various WBS, right? And these WBS are further broken down to, let's say, work packages, and you need to these work packages are basically broken down into activities, right? And these activities you can calculate based on various estimate the cost of these activities. So this is how you need to break it down and then estimate each cost. So this is what this process is all about. So this process is basically related to your cost estimation of each activity or work package. And if you talk in terms of process, this is a process of developing the approximation of the cost of resources. So what you will do when you say you estimate the activity cost, you have to basically find out what is the total resource required, right? The total resource required for the activity, right? This is what you need to find out, and then this resource could be your labor, right? It could be material, it could be some the services, right? Those kind of everything, every resource which needs money has to be identified, and then accordingly you need to calculate those, estimate the cost of those resources. So estimating the cost, again, it's one of the sub process of the overall cost management. Remember, we have four steps. One is plan cost management, another one is estimate cost, which is what we are going to discuss now. Then we have these two, determined budget and total cost. So coming back to the sub process, estimate cost, again, like we discussed in previous sub process, it is also requires some sort of input, or let's say some information, right? And then again, by taking this information, we will utilize some tools and let's say some techniques, right? And then by utilizing this information plus these tools and techniques, we will be arriving at some goal or some output, right? So what are the information or what are the input for this process? Well, one is your scope baseline. What will be total scope baseline as per your contract, right? What is we have signed or agreed with the client, we need to find out that scope. We need to know the what is your schedule. We need to know the risk ratio, what are the risk estimated, what kind of risk the project team sees while doing those projects. Then you need to have the cost management plan, which we discussed in previous section. Then you need to have the human resource. Remember, one of the key factor, because every projects require people, require process, they require tool, and the human resource is the thing through which you manage those the people, right? And then of course you will need the environmental factors for the enterprise, and then you will need the organization process asset. So these are the information which you need to gather, which you need to take from the documents, from the various project stakeholder, and then utilize some tools and techniques. Now, estimation tools and techniques, there are a lot of techniques are available, and these are the very key the tools I'm mentioning here. It's a vast area. There are a lot of tools and softwares are available. Thousands of techniques are available to do the estimation. That will depend upon the type of projects, type of the industry. I'm not going into that much detail, but from the project point of view, and in majority of projects you will find these are the tools utilized. So one is expert judgment. Of course, you always reach out to the subject matter expert and understand what would be the cost, because they have better experience or more experience on the particular project. They are the experienced personnel, and they must be knowing what should be the cost. It may not be the exact one, but they must know what will be the range of those costs. Then we have the analogous estimating technique, we will discuss in detail. We have parametric estimating techniques. Then we have the bottom-up estimation, then 3-point estimation. Then of course we will have the other technique like reserve analysis. Cost of quality is one of the technique which we will be utilizing, and then bid analysis, then of course group discussion. So we will be discussing some of these key techniques which is mostly used in majority of the project, and then we'll explain later on. But from this point of the process point of view, for this step, the estimation cost step is like this. So these are the input which you will be taking in, or the information which you will be gathering in, and then utilizing these kind of estimation tools, and then you will arrive at some sort of output. And now we talk in terms of output. So these are the output is expected through this process. So one is your activity cost estimate. You need to find out each activity's cost, or let's say the WBS cost. What will be the cost of each WBS? Basis of estimates, very important. So whenever you are estimating a cost, you make some assumption, right? You make some rates assumption, you make some labor availability, you make some time assumption. Those assumption has to be noted down against each cost estimate, so that at later point of time, if any of this assumption is changed, you can find out where the change happened and how to mitigate that, right? And then of course, depending upon these the analysis or the study or this estimation process, there may be requirement of updating your project document which you previously created, and then you go and update those documents, right? So remember, those are the two key output. One is your cost of the activity itself, estimates, and then the basis of estimate. These are the key output which you need to produce in this sub process, right? So let's understand the cost estimation, right? So we have discussed several techniques in previous slide, right? So what exactly the cost estimation is, right? So when you say the estimation, it's very obvious, right? You estimate something. You don't need to be 100% accurate, right? But there may be some plus minus plus minus delta, or let's say some variations. With this you can do the estimation, right? Your estimation are not 100%, always not 100%. There is some plus minus variation in this estimation, and that's why we call it estimate, right? So what are the various estimation methods are available? So if you see, there are expert judgment, 3-point estimate, comparative estimate, parametric estimate, bottom estimate. Now why we are pointing it in an increasing upward direction? So there's a reason for that. So when you do any estimation, right, an estimation can be done on various bases. It could be based on some assumption, it could be based on the previous knowledge which you have, some sort of perception or some experience, or some fact itself, right? You can make those estimation. Now depending upon the information you have, the type of information you have in your hand, your estimates accuracy will vary, right? So let's say some perception you are having and you try to do some estimations. Of course it will be very quick, but then it will be dirty means it will not be accurate, it will be very or less accurate, or maybe inaccurate also, even though you estimate it based on some perception or some assumption, but that may be wrong, right? And this is what, that's why remember, we have the expert judgment as one of the technique for estimation, but this is very crude form of estimation, or very initial estimate, or very preliminary estimate, which gives you some sort of rough idea whenever you are discussing any idea for implementation for those purpose. And that's why it is mentioned as expert judgment first one, because it will be have low accuracy. It will be like dirty, you can say that. Dirty basically means here low accuracy, okay, low accuracy. And of course it will be based on some perception, or let's say some experience, or some assumptions, right, which may not be correct. And that's why we call it expert judgment as low accuracy, and based on this one. Now if you move up, right, so first comes 3-point estimate. So next most accurate after expert judgment is a 3-point estimate. So even though it will have accuracy, it will be based on some fact or some previous historical data, but it will be more accurate than this method. Then if you further move up, we have the comparative cost estimate. This will be further more accurate, with higher accuracy and higher detail, and again it will be utilizing more factual information rather than just perception. Then we move to the next method. This is a parametric estimation. Again, this will require more further detailed information in terms of fact, in terms of details of your scope, and of course once you have the more detailed information, this will basically lead to higher accuracy, right? This will lead to higher accuracy of your estimate. And then bottom up estimate. These are the most accurate estimate you can ever get, but these are the most time consuming and also this resource consuming. So bottom up, if you want to do the highest most accurate estimate, you always go for bottom up estimate, right? But depending upon how much time you have, how much accuracy you want, you can decide which technique is suitable to you. But if you want more accurate, then you have to go for bottom estimate, or if you want very quick and just a rough an idea, you can go for expert judgment technique, right? So this is what the philosophy behind the choosing the technique, right? You cannot always go choosing the let's say the techniques, or let's say the estimation technique, right? This is the philosophy behind the choosing the right estimation techniques. And of course it's not like that we never use expert judgment or we never use the bottom up estimate. It depends upon what kind of situation you are. Let's say you quickly want to find some rough idea, you will immediately go to some expert and get some idea of the cost indication. But let's say you are planning a project, your project is approved and you need to do the budgeting, then of course you need to go to the bottom up estimate, so that you have the very accurate understanding of the cost. Or let's say you're signing a contract with some client, and you cannot go on rough estimation. You have to have the very accurate estimation. Probably then you will utilize this technique to arrive at your project cost, right? And then based on that you can sign your contract or start working. So depending upon the type of situation, you can decide which technique is suitable for your condition. So now coming back to the techniques itself, right? So we have discussed, we have expert judgment, analogous estimating, parametric estimation, bottom up estimation, 3-point estimation. Then of course you can do the direct data analysis. There are some project management information systems are there, some direct decision making. AI is actually taking lead here based on historical information. They can provide very good I will not say 100% accurate, but they can assist you here well, we can discuss in detail later on, maybe in some other slide. But if you talk in terms of major estimation techniques, so these are the techniques which are majorly used, right? And let's understand these techniques in detail in next slides. So in project management, basically we utilize these four kind of techniques, like estimation techniques. One is analogous, parametric, bottom-up, and three-point estimation. These are the estimation technique which is utilized mainly for project management, and we will be discussing about these four major cost estimation technique, right? And remember, any cost estimate that depend upon number of factors, right? It depends upon the number, type of organization you are, what kind of organization expectations are there, whether this project is actually approved, or is organization serious about doing the project, or is it just they are evaluating or weighing up some options there. You need to understand all those factors while doing any cost estimate, right? Also, there will be certain specific policies which is or guideline is given by any organization or any company, how, under which condition, what kind of cost estimate you are supposed to do, right? And of course, it will depend upon the expertise of the project team. So in any case, if you do a bottom-up estimation, you need the expertise who can work out those costs. And in case if you want some rough estimation, you can always go for the subject matter expert opinion. But again, if you want to do a detailed cost, let's say for the project execution purpose, probably you will go and ask this whole the project team, the responsible team, to have a bottom-up estimation to do the accurate costing, right? Then, like I mentioned, right, it depends upon your company's environment or organization's environment, what kind of expectation they have in terms of cost estimation, right? Sometimes organization don't want detailed cost or detail estimate. They are okay with the rough estimate, so probably they will ask you to provide the rough estimate instead of going into the detail estimates. Because remember, doing a detailed cost estimation is not easy task, right? It's required lot of efforts. So when I say lot of effort, it means it's required money, right? It's required money to do the accurate costing, and that will depend upon the organization, how much money, or organization, how much money they want to spend on this, right? So that's why I was saying that it will depend upon your organization policy. Some people are okay with rough estimate depending upon, and some people will already ask you for exact estimates. So coming to our first technique, that is analogous estimation technique, right? And this calculates the expected cost of the project based on the known associated cost with a similar project. So what they will do, they will find out what kind of project it is, right? It depends upon the kind of projects, right? And whether the similar project is done in past, right? So they will take the information for those past project, utilize the information, and then try to compare it with the current project and understand what will be the cost, right? So this matter is mainly depend upon what kind of historical data or the expert judgment you have. That will be this will be the two critical factors: your historical information, right? Historical project information of similar type of project, right? That's very important. You cannot utilize some different the project information and do the estimation for different others. So those has to be the similar projects. It is very important. And second thing, you need to have the good expertise of project manager, or maybe some another the expertise who can actually provide you that information, right? So make sure you have these two critical information available whenever you are following this analogous estimation technique, right? And these kind of techniques, techniques or analogous estimation are used when, at which stage? Normally at the very early stage, where you need some rough estimation or some kind of rough idea to even think about pursue the project seriously. Normally this is utilized at the early stage of projects, right? So this technique is utilized for at very beginning of the project, right? And also this can be utilized where you have the very little information about the current project. So like I mentioned, at very start of the project, let's say the project is start, or let's say before even start you are just evaluating or maybe bidding or tendering, right? Or even thinking to do a project. This is the time where you are utilizing analogous, right? This is the time you're utilizing analogous technique, because at this point of time you have the less information or the less detail of your project, right? And that's why you utilize analogous techniques to have a quick estimation. It may not be 100% correct, but it will give you some sort of idea what to do with project, right? So the next technique is your parametric estimation technique. Now again, this will depend upon historical data plus some statistical model, right? So what this method do, it takes some previous data, right? Whatever you have, or let's say the historical data, whatever the historical data you are having, it utilizes that data plus it makes some model, right? It utilizes that model, it key in those information in some mathematical model, right? And run those model to arrive at cost estimates, right? This is how it work, the parametric cost estimation. So it depends upon the unit cost of a particular component. It will take the unit cost from the historical data and utilize those, and then key into the new project and do approximation of the cost, right? And remember, it is more accurate than analogous because it's a kind of simulation which takes on the various external factors and historical data. So that's why it's tendency to have the more accurate estimation, and of course it's required the initial data to have the accurately cost estimation, right? So initial data means nothing but your historical data, so it will depend upon the quality of your historical data. So if historical data are accurate, there's more likely you will get the more accurate estimation through this model, right? And these kind of models are mainly used in construction, or let's say very often they're used in construction, but because remember constructions are first thing long duration projects, and in previously if we take all the construction project, they have the historical data is available, and which basically get factored or which get basically impacted through the various environmental factor or market factors. So all those things are recorded, and so this construction project provide a good set of data, good set of historical data which can be feed back in the new project, right? And we can do the estimation, accurate estimation, by utilizing some parametric or mathematical models, right? So let's say you have to build a new home. So certain number of dollars per square foot which was utilized, or which was based on the previous construction project. You can find out, then you can factor in various the current factor, or maybe in terms of error or some other the factors which can drive the cost, and then key in those factors in your in mathematical model and arrive those parametric estimations, right? So usually they provide a very accurate range. They don't provide a very pinpoint cost, but they will tell you what will be the range of those costs, and based on your experience you can find what will be the optimum cost which is lying between those two range of costs, right? So let's say it can, if a project is, let's say 100 million, maybe the parametric estimation model will say the cost, the total project cost may lie somewhere between 90 to 110 million dollar, right? So like that, it will provide you some kind of range. And now depending upon your experience, you can take $100 or maybe $105 or maybe $98 as a total cost, depending upon your situation, your decision, your experience in a particular construction, particular type of project or particular industry. So the next technique of estimation is your bottom-up estimation, right? And this is the most accurate. So this is one of the most accurate technique. So whenever you require the highest accuracy of estimates, you always utilize this technique to get the accurate estimation for your project, or at any activity also you can follow the same techniques, right? So basically what it does, it break down the larger project scope into the smaller components. So what happens, let's say this is your project, we break down the project into various WBS, right? So let's say it's a breakdown to WBS, right? And then this WBS are further breakdown into work packages. So by breaking this into various work packages, it is basically giving you the more granular detail, right? And these details is basically helping you to have the more detailed estimates of the activities, right? Basically when I say the detailed estimates of the activity, it means detailed estimation of resources. This is what it means. So what it does, it basically breaks down the projects, right? Project into various components. WBS break down to work packages break down to detailed activity. Detailed activity basically to the detailed estimation of your resources, more accurate resources, which basically tells you the more accurate cost of your project, right? This is how the bottom-up estimation technique works, right? So first point, it basically breaks down the larger project into smaller number of components, which is your WBS or WBS packages or work packages. So basically it's break down the work into small work package, which we discussed earlier. These are the work packages broken down, and then because of granularity, it's provide the accurate estimate. Remember, so by breaking this project into smaller chunks or smaller packages, you are basically increasing the granularity of the detail, which is in turn giving you the more granular or accurate estimates, right? So and remember, once you are able to break down the cost into several work packages, you can easily approach the multiple department within the organization and get their cost split from those department, depending upon the work package. So you can easily assign those work packages to each department, understand what is your cost, take their help or input from those department, and have a more accurate or more tailored cost estimate for your project, right? So this is why whenever you need a more accurate estimation of your project cost, always follow the bottom-up estimation cost. So this will always give you the high accuracy of your cost estimates, right? So whenever you need highest accuracy, just follow this technique. So the next key technique is your 3-point estimation technique, right? This technique is again utilized for estimation when we don't have very much data, and of course it's not that accurate as your bottom-up estimation technique is that, but of course it can give you the very quick almost some good estimation of your project or let's say activity. So as name suggests, 3-point estimation, it basically utilizes 3-point, right? So, and it take those 3-point data and then do its calculation, which is basically called PERT, right? And when I say this 3 data, so this 3 data is basically nothing but one is your optimistic data, another one is your pessimistic data, or let's say pessimistic data, and then another one is your most likely data, right? So this is denoted as O, this is denoted as P, and this is denoted as M, right? Now when I say optimistic, what does it mean by optimistic, right? So optimistic is your first data point, which basically means where the work is done and funds spent most efficiently. So you need to go back in your history or historical data and find out that project cost which was done very efficiently, and the situation where you have the minimum cost spent to do the similar kind of work. That is what is mean by the optimistic. So you need to find that data point or those kind of project where you spend the cost or spend the money, less money, to do the same project work or same kind of work. So this is what become your optimistic data point. Then you need to go back again to the same historical data point or set and find the pessimistic data point. The pessimistic data point is the point, or there's, let's say, you make a guess where you have the work is done and funds spent is the least efficient manner. Means you do the same work but you spend lot of money. In fact, most cost or maximum cost you spend for doing the same work, whereas in optimistic you utilize minimum cost to do the same activity, right? So you chosen a project, selected a data point where you have the minimum cost, you selected a pessimistic data point where you have the maximum cost. Sorry, maximum cost. Okay, then you choose your third point, that is your most likely point. Now most likely point is based on the scenario, based on the current scenario, type of the project, external factor, you may be having your own opinion, which you may see if the cost may lie between somewhere your optimistic data point and the pessimistic data point. This is basically called M, most likely, or a middle point, or wherever. It could be here, it could be here, depending upon your best guess. So now you have the 3 data point, right? One is your optimistic, another one is your pessimistic, and another one is your most likely. So you take this 3 data point, add it, and then multiply the most likely with 4 and divide it by 6, right? And that's what actually called your 3-point estimation. Now why we are utilizing this 6 and 4, and this is basically coming with beta distribution. So this formula is basically getting derived by assuming that these data points are actually following some kind of the beta distribution. So again, this is a part of the data analytics. I'm not going to the detail and explain what is beta distribution is, but you can go even on web and search in detail about the beta distribution. But overall, from the project management point of view, this is what the technique is. It's main 3-point estimate, and this is what formula which we utilize to do this 3-point estimation technique. So estimation is not the fortune telling exercise, right? Remember, estimations are estimations. So when I say estimations are estimations, means they are not 100%. They are not 100% accurate, right? They are not 100%. So there will be some plus minus delta or plus minus variations in the estimation, right? So estimations are not 100% accurate. They have some variations. Now what are those variation or what are those inaccuracy, right? So estimations are estimate with some degree of inaccuracy, right? That's why they are not 100% accurate. There will be some plus minus inaccuracy. Now, what are those accuracies and how do we define those accuracy? So remember, those estimates, whatever estimation we do, as per the American Association of Cost Engineer, they have classified the estimation, the type of estimation in various classes. So class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5, like this you can basically categorize those estimate which you get. Now, what is mean by the class estimation? So that will depend upon, you know, the maturity level of the project, definition of variability which we have. So let's say when you start a project, at that point of time your project is not mature, means you don't have much detail when you're starting a project. But when you progress the detail, slowly you will gather a lot of information because of engineering, other input from the various function. You may have better understanding of the project and project details, right? So as you move to the finish, you basically understand the project much better, right? And this is what is mean by the maturity level of the project definition. Then what is the end use of the estimate? What is the purpose of the estimate? So depending upon its maturity level and methodology and the expected accuracy range, you can decide, you know, which estimation technique is suitable for you. Okay, so let's say you doing the class 5 estimate. So class 5 estimate means was the project is very crude form, you don't have much detail, only 0 to 2% detail are sure. It's a very concept screening stage. At this stage, what kind of technique you can use? So basically you can use parametric model, judgment or expert judgment or analogy, or you can do some capacity factor method to do this estimation. And what could be the accuracy for those estimations? So it can be as low as, you know, less than 50%, your budget is underestimated, or it may be overestimated by 100%. So it could be double, or it could be, you know, underestimated by 50%. This is what's mean, your range of accuracy. Then next class is class 4, in case where you have the definition or maturity of the project is somewhere around 1 to 15%, right? Where 100% means your finish, right? And then 0% is your start of the project. So if it's like between 1 to 15%, it means you can utilize this as for the feasibility study or initial study. In these kind of cases, you are basically utilizing equipment factored or parametric model, and at this stage with this granularity it is available information. It could be, you know, 30% under budget, or maybe 50% overestimated, under 30% underestimated and 50% overestimated. So it could lie between this range. Then you have class 3. Then again, you know, your maturity level is 10 to 40%. This is like, you know, utilized for budget authorization or control. And then, you know, you have the semi-detailed unit cost level, basically the semi-breakup, or let's some granularity in terms of WBS, where you have the accuracy is like it could be under budgeted, or let's say the underestimated by 20% or overestimated by 30%. Then you have the class 2, which is again more accuracy than class 3, and it means that you have the 30 to 75% of information, detailed information available. These kind of you know, estimates are used for your control or tendering purpose, and there you need to basically, you know, detail unit breakup, and this is basically done through the bottom up technique. You need to break down all those activity, and these basically lies between you know, this range. So it could be underestimated by 15% or overestimated by 20%. Then you have the class 1 estimate, which means you have 65 to 100% information available for the project, right? And this is basically utilized for tendering or signing a contract. And in this case, you know, you knew the detailed unit cost, you knew the what is material takeoff, you know the full information of BOQ, and then based on those estimation, these estimate could be underestimated by 10% or overestimated by the 15%. So depending upon the information which you have project, you can choose what kind of estimate do we need and what kind of technique we should be utilizing, and then based on those technique and information you can find out what could be the accuracy of your estimate within this range, right? So like this you can find out, and then based on that you can do some those adjustment in your the estimates, and then you can utilize that amount for the budget allocation or maybe discussing it further with your management. So the four principle of cost estimation: one is accuracy of cost estimation will depend upon what kind of project detail or definition is available with you, right? That is directly that will impact your accuracy depending upon what kind of definition or what kind of information available for your project. Then cost estimation provides the decision maker a means to make decision. It is not the final thing, remember, but this will form the basis to make the final decision. Cost estimation are just estimates, so they will give you some kind of indication or they will help you to make some decision, but they will not directly decide anything in terms of making decision. Now, estimating is done by the breaking down the total scope in a manageable part. This is one of the key aspects. So that's what we were discussing. The breaking of the project scope in the WBS or cost breakdown structure. This will basically give you the more accurate costing. And then cost estimate is more than a list of costs. So when you do an estimation, every estimation is based on some assumption, right? And this assumption is called basically basis of estimate. So whenever you're doing any estimate, make sure you also record what are your BOE, the basis of estimate, because that will basically directly related to your estimate. And in case in future if any assumption changes from the start of the project to finish of the project, you would know where the variation happened and how to mitigate those costs. So the accurate estimation method, or let's say the method which you choose to do the estimation, can be the difference between your success plan and the failure plan, right? So it's very important to choose the right estimation method. We have discussed those methods earlier, so please make sure whenever you're choosing those estimation method, it has to be right in terms of the project type, availability of information. Those factors you need to check in whenever you're choosing, because if you choose the wrong method, that will directly lead to the failure of your project, or at least this will increase the chances of failure a lot. So you need to make sure you minimize all those risks. So advantage of cost estimation, well, it's a no-brainer, but first thing first, it provides accurate planning, so you can better do the planning of your cost, how you will spend the cost, how you will manage those costs. Of course, it will help you to increase your profit margin. Once you know what will be your cost, then you can better manage it, and also you will be knowing what is the expected profit margin for each project. Then the efficient and improved resource management. So the best the best cost estimate will basically lead you to the better resource estimation or resource management. Accordingly, you can easily optimize the resource utilization as well as the efficiency once you know the accurate resource estimation through this cost estimation techniques. And second thing is build a reputation in business. Remember, the projects are nothing but reflection of your company's operation, right? So companies do operation, or let's say do their business through taking several projects, right? They take several projects from the various clients and they perform those projects and make the benefit. Now while taking these projects from various clients, right, there's a relationship between company and the client, and that relationship is basically linked through your projects. So if you're doing good project, if you're managing better project, then that's basically helpful for your client, good for a company. This basically brings a good reputation, a good bonding between company and the client, right? And if the projects are failing, then definitely that is basically hampering your reputation in the business, your company's image, as well as your relationship with the client. So that's why it's very important to manage a project successfully. And if you talk in terms of costs, of course, financial are most important part, not only for your company as well as for your client. So make sure you are doing efficient cost management of your project whenever you are taking any project. So once you complete with your cost estimates, right? Then the next step is you determine the budget. So based on those estimates, you do some adjustment, right? You do some adjustments and arrive at the budget. So budget is basically, determine the budget is nothing but allocating the money to the work package and aggregate the total cost of the work package. So you need to allocate the money by taking some adjustments, right? This is very important, these adjustments. And then once you do those adjustments, you allocate this money, and that's become your budget for each work package. And this is what is all about, determining the budget. So how you determine the budget, right, before allocating it? So determining the budget, well, like we discussed earlier, sub process. So this is the next sub process in a cost management overall process. So if you see, we have taken the first step, that is a plan cost management. Second one is estimate cost. Now we are talking about determine budget. This is the third step of the cost management process. And like we discussed all previously, every steps basically have several inputs, right? This input is basically nothing but the information which you will require to do this or complete this process. You will need some tool and techniques, okay, and then some goals, basically your final outputs, okay. So in terms of input, you will need these information at minimum. So in a cost management plan, your scope baseline, activity cost estimate, project schedule, resource calendar, register, agreements of the contract which is signed, basis of estimate, and then the organization process assets. So this all information you will be needed, or you will be requiring to complete this sub process. So once you have this information, you basically utilize some tools or some techniques. What are those tools? One is a cost segregation, reserve analysis. You have some funding limitation, reconciliation, expert judgment, then historical relationships. So you basically utilize these kind of tools or techniques to arrive at this output. So what are the output when you say you determine budget? Is basically the cost baseline. You arrive at the cost baseline, which you will be basically allocating to the project, giving it to the various function that this is your cost, allocated cost, and this is a baseline cost, and you are supposed to spend this cost to complete all the scope of work. Project funding requirement. Now remember, once you decide the cost baseline, you need to know, your management would like to know what is the total fund which management need to secure. Remember, management have to secure funds, right? Funds mean basically money, maybe from company, maybe they will take loan from the very financial institution. The thing is that this fund is getting decided by the management, right? Management decide, and management need this cost information to decide what is the fund requirement, or at least this funding calculation, so that they can approach to the sponsors or to the the financial institution to arrange that fund, right? And then of course, if something new come up, you need to basically update your project documents. So this is your determined budget process, and remember, after that you need to basically work on a control cost. But from determined budget process point of view, this is what your input outputs are, and the key output is your cost baseline and project funding requirement. So once you determine your budget, then the next step is control the cost, right? So let's say this is your timeline, right? This is the start of the project. and this is your finish time of the project. So what happened at the start of the project, you decide cost baseline, or let's say baseline budget, or let's say budget baseline. So this is basically assigned here at this point of time, and when projects start you need to continuously monitor. So you must have planned, some cost may be incurred here, then after some time you will need some this cost, like this you have something planned. Now against this planned budget or this baseline or budget baseline, you need to monitor what actually spent, right, at each phases, whether this is equal to this, it is less than this or more than this, what is the variation, what is the delta between the plan and the actual. So like this you need to monitor and control, and if some variation is there then you need to monitor and control it and develop the mitigation plan so that you can control the cost within the limits. So cost control, well, like we discussed in a previous process, it is like same. So we has input, then some tools and techniques, and some goals. So goals is basically anything with some outputs. So what are the inputs required for this process? You need project management plan, project funding requirement, work performance data, and then the organization processes. So these are the information, these are the inputs you will be needing in terms of the information, right? And then this information you will utilize some tools. So one is your earned value management, one of the famous tool for project controls or controlling the cost, let's say. We will be discussing this in a separate chapter, but this is one of the tool which you will be utilizing to control. Then forecasting is another tool. We forecast what will be expected cost, whether it's savings or increase. Then TCPI, performance based review, reserve analysis. This kind of tools and techniques you are supposed to use, right? And then by utilizing these tools and techniques and this information, you arrive at this output, right? And what are those output is? First thing is work performance information, cost forecast, change request. Suppose if some changes required based on this process, then the project management document, right? You need to update those documents, organize the process asset, and then update your documents, previous document which you have developed. So these are the output we are expecting, or let's say these are the things which you are supposed to do as an output to complete this process. And remember, project control is continuous process which happens from start till finish, right? It's a continuous process. It's keep on going overall, at every phase of the project. So previously we have discussed about the cost control process. Now in cost control, there are the two key things. One is your cost performance data, the measurement criteria, and the report itself. So whenever you are doing any cost control, or let's say any normal project control activity, the measuring the performance key indicator is a key here. Basically it tells that how you will be measuring that, what are the things you will be measuring, what are the data you will be considering to consider as a performance, right? So basically what is your specific goals which you want to meet, what kind of productivity you want to measure, which will basically call it as a performance, and then how you will monitor those things and obtain those value and compare it with your plan or actual value. This is what it means by measuring the performance. Now it is very much vital, very much important, right? Because you need to continuously measure the progress of each work. And if you don't know from the start or from the initial what you are supposed to do or what was planned, it's very difficult to compare it with the current status and see whether this is improved or condition has worsened, or it is as per the plan. So that's why it's very important to measure the progress with respect to the baseline, to maintain the baseline and then compare with the actual progress. And then this is how you're going to do that. You need to define the performance measurement criteria, which will basically help you to compare your progress versus plan. So this is what it means by measuring the performance. Next thing is the reporting. So once you measure, once you analyze something, you found something, next thing is that you communicate it to the team, right? Reporting is nothing but you communicate it to the team. Now communicating means basically there may be some frequency, some protocols, some kind of operating rhythm which you will be following in terms of sharing the report with the team and then discussing with the team. All those kind of things is basically become a part of the reporting, right? Where you report those information or share those document or the critical input to your team and help the management to take the decision or detect any issue before the issues become bigger or it's impact the project in larger way. So while doing the cost control, you need to understand what are the factors which you will be looking in, or what are the factors which really affect the cost control process, right? So what are the things you will be looking when you do the cost control? So one is your cost of the material. Remember, for any project, material is like 50 to 60% of your cost, majority of your project. So it's very important to have a key eye or have a continuous monitoring on the cost variation or the cost movement of your material, right? So when I say material, it's include all kind of supply, all the equipments which is necessary, or maybe bulk material required to complete all the work of your project. This is basically forms your cost of material. Next thing is that your cost variance. So when you monitor the cost, you need to continuously monitor your cost variance. So let's say this is your baseline cost, right? You have planned this cost that you will be spending $1 here, $10 here, $20 here, $60 here. Like this you have spent in a plan initially, right? This is let's say the start of the project and this is the finish of the project. But when you actually started the project, you realize that you spent at this point of time, you have spent $20. Remember, you have planned less than $10, but you spent already $20. So there is a difference, right, between plan versus actual, right? So there's a delta, there's a variation. So you need to continuously monitor this variation between actual and plan and understand how to control that variance. What are the factors which is impacting those variance? How you can mitigate those costs. This is what is mean by identifying those cost variance and mitigating those. Okay. Then the third thing is your return of investment. That's ROI. So that's also the important factor while you're working in cost control part. So return of investment, basically the project, every project requires some investment, right? When we say investment, in terms of money is invested in terms of cost, and on based of in return of that money invested, management want that it will give some positive return or some revenue more than the cost, so that we have the revenue minus cost is your positive, or let's say it's your profit or margin, right? This is what it means. So if your revenue is high, so even though you spend some cost, you will be making some profit, and this is what it's mean by return of investment. So at any given point of time, your project or the management would want to know whether your revenue is greater than cost or not, right? And that's what basically tells the position of your ROI. Then another factor is your labor cost. So after material, the labor cost is a major chunk, or the major cost chunk which comes which forms a part of a project, which includes your employees' perk, taxes, maybe some contract labor, contingent labor. All those things has to be taken care or understood or monitored in terms of labor cost, right? And then we have some real cost, maybe in terms of the cost which is and it can be direct or indirect costs which you need to take care of, but again that form not the bigger cost, but again this may become surprise if it's not continuously tracked. So these are the factors which will affect your overall cost, and you need to, while doing the project cost control, you need to make sure you are looking on this factor, controlling those factor, and identifying any variation or delta so that you minimize the impact of cost variance on the project. So like we discussed earlier, for cost management, there are other techniques, right? There could be other techniques which we can utilize for doing the overall cost management. So let's say one of the levers or technique which is used for controlling the cost is inventory control, right? Inventory control is directly related to your revenue. So it's always better to ensure you have the optimum inventory, not more, not less. Basically, it's ensure that you have the optimum source of revenue by maintaining the optimum inventory, right? And that's what basically lead to the less operating cost or less cost in terms of, let's say, the project, and that will basically maximize your profit. So that's what one of the tool which we utilize. Another thing is much famous in projects, in EPC projects, outsourcing. You try to outsource much work which you cannot do internally efficiently, or you can do that same work at lesser cost. So you involve the third party, or you outsource some portion of your work to another party to do that efficiently, and it's like one-time initiative. You can just simply provide the cost and do it instead of doing it in-house, which may be more costly and may not be that effective. So that's one of the technique which use the cost management of very often used in construction project as well as other engineering projects. Then utilize the technology to the fullest. This is, I think, applicable to all kind of project across this industry. Technology is the leading, I can say, the tool which helps the project to do their activity, to complete their scope of work efficiently, and that's basically helps to reduce the cost or optimize the cost. So technology is another technique which you can utilize, maybe in terms of software tools or maybe other machines, depending upon that your type of projects. You can take the fullest use of technology. Then the market sense. Depending upon the market, you make some crucial decision on a project and try to reduce the cost impact. Maybe let's say you do a bulk buying from the particular vendor, or if you understand that your material, the raw material cost is going to increase, you will do some negotiation with the vendor and lock the prices depending on the market situation. So those kind of things is basically your market sense. So based on the business environment factor, you can take several key important decisions on your project which can save you a lot of money. So that's becoming one of the tools to do the cost management. And then of course organize time, because your time is equal to money, right? Especially on project, your time is equal to money. So if you're organizing your time efficiently, saving your time effectively, you are basically saving your money. So these are several other tools which you should be looking into it while doing the cost management, and you can utilize these other techniques. So when talking about the cost management tool in modern project management, so if you see various current industry, you will see lot of project management softwares available which focused on your cost part, right? They basically aim to monitor the profitability of the project and detect any issues in terms of cost variation as early as possible, analyze them, and then report it to the various stakeholders, right? So these kind of software basically allow to estimate the cost. So they start from estimation, then deliver to different type of project, then identify the actual cost, compare it with the actual actual or the planned progress, and then also the profit. So those kind of things can be done, what we discuss in the process, in software itself, so that the whole process, the whole project cost management process is efficient, right, and cost effective. So with the help of tools and softwares, you can basically make your cost management highly efficient. This is what the purpose of when we say the cost management tool. So benefits of cost management: well, control of the project specific cost, business costs, right? Forecast cost, basically forecast the future expenses and costs. predetermine the cost as a record of the company, and it's assessed the necessary actions for the objectives and goals. Then it's analysis the company long-term pattern. Again, it's very important, your cost management has to be efficient. Then actual cost can be compared with anticipated cost, and it basically helps the company to make right acquisition. So I'm not going into much detail. There could be a lot of other benefits for the cost management. These are some of the things I just noted down for you guys, so you can go through it. But you know, it's very obvious the importance and the benefit of cost management to the project, to the company overall operation. So as overall process, let's repeat, or let's say revise quickly. So we have first plan, cost management, right? Then this is basically, you know, you plan everything based on your policy procedure, how you will be planning overall the cost management process. And then the first thing is that your cost or estimate, let's say estimate the cost, right? So you first estimate this, basically all the estimation technique you have to utilize to find out what will be the dollar you will be spending to do this activity. Then the next step is your after you do the estimation, you need to do the budgeting, right? And in this budget, basically you define what the budget will be required for this the project. And then once you do the budget, then you need to do the control over the period of time. So basically find whatever the budget we have spent, whether it is aligned with your expectation or not. So this is a quick summary in process point of view. 4-step process, right? 4-step process. Start with plan cost management, then estimate cost, then budgeting, and then control. So quick summary. Weighted milestone. Milestones are assigned to the budgeted value at budgeted value earned at the completion of the milestone. This is basically called a weighted milestone. Cost of quality, right? The cost of quality is basically the cost which is incurred to achieve the quality of the product or the services which is signed in the contract. Reserve analysis is basically your cost and schedule. Contingency reserve analysis, because remember, for every estimate there is some contingency is maintained, and we need to understand whether those reserve analysis are sufficient to cover the unforeseen risk or changes to the project, right? Then you have the cost performance baseline, a time phase budget that will be used as a basis against which to measure, monitor, and control overall cost performance. This is what is meant by the cost performance baseline. And then you have the project budget, which consists of funds authorized to execute the project budget. So these are the quick key terms which you should be keeping in mind while doing the cost management. So far we have basically learned about the 3 constraints, which is your scope management. So we have learned in first chapter, then we have learned about the time management, and then we just finished the cost management, right? So these are the 3 key component of PM triangle. Remember, we call it PM triangle, or also known as iron triangle, right? So we know from this, these are the 3 key constraints for any project. Now if you remember, quality is basically epicenter of all those 3 constraints. So what is mean by that, whether you do any scope or any time time management or the cost management, it all has to meet some certain quality standard, right? All activity has to meet some kind of standards which is already defined in the project. So whatever deliverable you are delivering to the client, whatever services you are rendering to the client, it has to meet certain criteria, certain kind of minimum quality requirement, so that it can be met as per the expectation of the client or expectation of the end user. And this is what it means by the quality being at the epicenter of the PM triangle. And this is what we are going to learn in our next section. we are going to learn how do we actually manage the overall project quality while we are doing all those project management activity, and we will understand the various key factors which actually impact overall projects in a big way, either in terms of cost, in terms of quality, maybe scope variation, and internal process impacts. So let's deep dive into the project quality management processes. So after we learn about the cost, right? We learn about the cost, we learn about the time, then we learn about the scope, right? After learning all those three constraints for project management, now the next key important thing which you want to look is quality, right? Remember, quality is always the epicenter of the PM triangle. So it's very important to understand the quality aspects of each constraint. Okay, and this is what we are going to do in this section. So remember, every project has to be done to a certain quality standard, and each project there is some quality associated with that for every product, every services which is produced, and the project team need to ensure that the quality requirement as per the project is met, manage, control, whole the quality management process has to be done. And the same way like we have the various processes for other project management area, this knowledge areas also have a certain sets of process which we'll be learning in this chapter. So before diving deep into the quality, let's understand what do you mean by quality, right? What exactly do you mean by quality? So if we go in terms of definition, so basically quality is standard of something, right? It's a standard of something. So it basically tells you at what level or what kind of standard as a measured against a thing of similar kind or degree of excellence or something. So if we try to define the definition, it's basically the standard of something as measured against other things or the similar kind, the degree of excellence, or let's say degree of goodness or degree of betterness, which is basically what is meant by the quality, right? You have certain criteria, you have certain standards to meet. Let's say you want to buy a good car, right? Now a car which has let's say the life cycle or the longevity or the durability of the car is 2 years, or let's say one durable the other car has a durability of maybe let's say 20 years, right? So the car which have the durability or the life cycle of 20 years and the car which has durability of 2 years, right? So the quality of this car A and car B, the quality of car A is very less, so quality of car is very low, you can say, and the quality of car is very high because consumer can use this car for 20 years or longer duration, whereas for this type of car, let's say cheap car, they can't use for longer duration. Let's say they have to go for maintenance, they have to go for major overall repair, or maybe scrap all over the car or whole car itself within 2 years. So the quality of car, you can say, is very low, and quality of car is very good because consumer can utilize the car for longer duration. And of course this will bring in other aspects like quality and other criterias, which basically makes one product of higher quality than another product, right? So this is what is mean by in terms of quality. So quality is basically the degree to which an object or entity, right? It could be object, it could be any entity. Entity means it could be any process, product, or any services which satisfy as specific sets of attribute or requirement, right? So let's say if I want a product, right? A product has some feature 1, 2, 3, right? So I will say it's a quality product only when the product is produced and met all those 3 features, right? then I will call it a quality standard product. So whatever the defined criteria is there for a particular product to producing, if it's met, then we call it quality product, or the quality criteria has been satisfied, right? So quality of something can be determined by comparing the set of inherent characteristics and set of the requirement. So this is what we roll. Let's say this is a product, right? This is how you wanted that product, right? This was your requirement. And when, let's say, the same product came from the production, or let's say through the some processes, or let's say through project, you got the final product, maybe this product will be having more features than it was initially planned. Maybe some feature is missing, it's not completely, maybe some another feature is there. So the point is that the feature of 1 2 3, if it's not here exactly 1 2 3, then it's a low quality product, right? Or you can say the quality is not met. The quality will only met once the specified, remember, not more not less, the specified quality is met with initial, or let's say the required with what is actually produced. This is what is mean by the quality standard, right? And that's what we learn, how do we manage this. This quality management process goes in project management. So for any quality study or any quality of a product or services, there are certain element which you always look into it, because quality has I mean the definition of quality is pretty general, right? But there are certain things, there are certain elements which you need to understand, or you need to take care of it when you say you maintain the quality of the product. So one is a validation, which assures the products meet the agreed upon need. Then another is verification, compliance with requirements. So once you know what is the requirement, then you need to make sure those are complied with, those are met with. Then the precision, right? You need to see up to which degree or how accurately those compliance are met. That is your precision. Then the accuracy, like closeness of the measure of the true value, how it is close to the true value. And then the tolerance, or let's say if there is a gap between the set criteria or set standard, then what is the difference, what is the plus minus or the delta, which is above or below the required standard. So if we talk about in terms of the importance of quality, well, it should be very obvious, but let me state some of the qualities. So quality is very important to the customer satisfaction, right? Whenever customer asks for a product or any services, right, or any, let's say, the project which you want to do, which will basically give you some unique product, okay, this product has to be as per some certain criteria, right? When I say criteria, this is basically your quality standards. This has to meet a certain standards. You cannot give any sort of the product. So let's say you have your project is to deliver 100 computers. Now 100 computers, if they are not of the good quality or good standard, you can provide the cheap computer and say, see, I have provided you the 100 computer, my project complete. No, it's not complete, because remember, the quality expectation of client was to have certain level. It may be having certain good amount of RAM, maybe good processor, good graphic processor, and motherboard. All those things feature has to be best, or at least as per the quality standard required by the client. And if and only if you provide those kind of product or services at the end of the the product, then only you will call a project is complete. And that's why it's very important to understand what are those quality requirements from the customer is, right? Because you need to meet those standards, okay? And that will basically lead to the customer loyalty. So if you provide a good services, a good product to the customer, then this will basically helps you to bring the repeat customer will be loyal to you, and you can make more business, right? This is what's mean, and the importance of the quality is, that's one. Now the quality management assists the organization to create a developing product services desired by the customer. So not only the external factor, but the internal factor also. If you don't have the internal quality management, you will be having a lot of difficulty producing the desired results, right? It is not just only customer. In fact, for better efficiency of internal processes, or let's say your company, right? Internal processes or the company itself. So if you want to do job efficiently and highly effectively, you need to follow some quality standard. That's must, right? And that's what the importance of quality. And also this quality helps you, it's directly contributes to the higher revenue and productivity to achieve the organization. So if I have the set quality procedure, if you're following this quality procedure, this also helps to the customer, right? And also it helps your organization to meet its objective and make higher margins, higher revenues, and be highly productive. So let's come to specifically to the project, because since this is a project management course, right? We are talking about the project management. So let's talk about the quality, or the quality aspects in overall project management, right? So to manage any project through the quality, you need to have some sort of plan, right? Remember, for all the processes, we start with planning something, right? We plan those processes and then we execute or complete it. So similarly, for project quality, you need to have some sort of plan which helps the stakeholders and top management, right, to check the progress of the project. You need to have some sort of quality plan developed at the project. So it basically determines the scope, what is going to be measured, right? That's very important. But what exactly you will measure to see whether that object is at a certain quality or not, and then what metrics will be defined, right? You need to define those matrices. First thing, you need to measure it. Before measuring, you need to define it, so that you can call it project is successful or project is meeting your quality standard, right? And this makes it easy for all the stakeholders, not only you, project team, in fact for the overall management, to analyze the performance of a project. And this is what is mean by your project quality requirement, right? This is what is mean by your project quality requirement, or let's say the standards requirement, which you need to do or you need to meet for the project stuff, right? And this is what is mean by the project quality requirements. So what exactly do you mean by the project quality requirement? Quality requirement refer to the condition or capability that must be present in any requirement or product or services, like this. So let's say if your project is to develop a product plan, right? Let's say you want to develop a power plant. So this power plant has to produce some megawatt, right? The power plant is used for generation of electricity. Remember, right? This electricity goes to and bulb, right? This is kind of, oops, assume this is bulb, okay? Now to basically, the output of any power plant is measured in megawatt. So maybe you need to have the 200 megawatt of power plant you want to produce. Now if you make a power plant which is only able to produce 100 megawatt, or let's say 150 megawatt, then it means it's not meeting its quality standard. The project has failed because it was not, even though it's a complete power plant, but it doesn't meet the quality specification or quality standard set by the client, right? This is what is mean by the project quality requirement. So project quality requirement, they represent need to validate the successful completion. So remember, at every stage of the phase, or at every deliverable stage, these quality standard need to be measured, validate and confirm, so that project can be considered as successful or not, right? And the easiest of the quality requirement is to capture the express ones, right? So when I say this is mean, basically you need to capture, measure at every stages and every phases, so that you can easily capture those each phases and keep confirming. It's not just at one phases and you say you find a progress this and this. You may be required to measure those quality at various phases of the project. So let's say this is a start, right, and this is a finish. So there are several phases in between which you need to measure your quality standard. So we try to define the project quality management in terms of project management processes. So it's a process of continuously measuring and quality of all activity and taking the corrective action, right? It's process of measuring all the qualities and taking corrective actions until the team achieve the desired quality. So the two important things, you need to measure it, right, and then you need to take the corrective action. So these are the two key aspects of any project quality management overall process, right? And of course there will be a lot of planning, there will be a lot of execution of the various steps, which we'll be discussing in next step. But overall, if you see, this is basically nothing but measuring and correcting all the issues related to quality. So the project quality, right, project quality management basically helps to control the cost of the project, right? So don't think the quality is different, it's independent. It's not independent of cost, right? Remember, we have the project management triangle, right? In project management triangle, we have here scope constraint, we have here time constraint, we have a cost constraint, and the quality, right? So quality is directly related to your cost. So let's say if you have the quality product at very first time, and then you will be having producing that product. Let's say this is a product, a type of product, may be produced the same product, this was required, and this is the final product. And if this product is meeting this criteria which is set, then you don't need to incur the other costs. When I say other costs, let's say you come up with a product which is not equal to, right, which is not, the product A is not equal to initial requirement. Okay, if it's not equal to initial requirement, then you need to take a corrective action. Remember, we had talked about the quality management is basically identifying and taking corrective actions. Now if you take any corrective action, this will require additional resources. Now these additional resources will lead to additional cost. Okay, and this is what is mean by the control of the cost of projects. So if you're maintaining a good quality level, right, then definitely you don't need to have the additional cost of corrective actions, right, or rework, or you can say the other financial implications. So you don't need to do the rework or other financial implications. So these other financial implications are basically avoided, right? These are avoided so that you don't incur these kind of costs by meeting certain quality standard, and which basically establish the aim to determine the steps to achieve the standard, right? So one thing is that it's basically helps you to reduce the cost. Also, it tells the project team, it continuously monitors and tells the project team that what should be the quality of your project, and this is what is all about your project quality management. So if we talk about the quality management process itself, so like we have the processes earlier, we have the processes for the cost, we have the process for the time, we have the processes for the scope. So like for these knowledge area, we have the set processes. For quality management also we have a set process, right, which is basically the 3-step process. So this has a 3-step process, and this 3 processes, first step is your plan quality. Like we mentioned earlier, everything starts with planning, right? So we have to plan, and then the second step is perform the quality assurance. So you need to perform, once you plan it, you need to perform it. And then third step is control the quality, right? So once you perform, once you know what your quality assurance are, then you need to make sure you are meeting those quality assurance criteria. This is what is all about the quality management process. So remember, it's a 3-step process. First thing is plan quality management, second thing is plan perform quality assurance, and then the final one is control quality. And we will be going deep into each steps and understand various elements or aspects of the project quality management. So project quality management is tough, that is very clear, right? Let me tell you from the very straight, it's not easy. Okay, not easy. So it's a really tough job because it's required a lot of efforts, lot of the highly analytical skill or lot of technical skill, I will say, to ensure your projects are meeting the quality standards. Now, the most project manager intend to create the best practices at the start of the project, but even the most skilled, or let's say the educated team or skilled team with the modern tool may fail, right, if we don't have the right quality management plan in place. Because it's like, having a quality management plan is like having your compass, right? So compass basically what it gives you directions, right? So if you don't have the right direction, then definitely, if you want to go from A to B and you don't know the right direction, so even though you have a very good car, you have a very good team, or so many things are available to you, but if you don't know the directions where you want to go, you will end up somewhere else, right? So that's why the project quality plan helps the team to have the better results, and that's why we need to have the project quality management. Now, measuring quality may seems like something you can do until after the project is complete. So quality, measuring of quality is not like you wait for the project completion and then you wait for the quality. It's a continuous process, right? So continuous measurement of quality. So it's a continuous measure of this quality, and that's you need to do whenever managing a project, right? So you have to plan it and then monitor it throughout the whole processes. So let's say if it's start of your project and this is finish of the project, so you need to continuously monitor throughout the process step. Okay, so next step is plan quality management. Okay, so when you say plan quality management, or try to define the plan quality management, so it is basically the process of identifying and documenting the quality requirement. Remember, you need to identify and document. This is the key here. You need to identify and document the quality requirement and standard of the projects and product to determine how to satisfy them, right? How you will meet the criteria, right? Or let's say requirements is the key here, right? This is what key here. This is what you would like to learn, or you would like to analyze or plan here in this process, and that's why it is called plan quality management. Okay, so quality planning is a big topic, right? It's not as easy it seems. It's a little bit complex, and that in detail, with respect to the previous process of previous planning which we have done for various knowledge area like cost, quality, and time. In fact, all those previous areas requires a lot of effort. In fact, they are also quite complex, but even the quality planning is more complex than those process, right? So quality management plan basically starts with clear definition of goal of the project. Of course, that's very obvious. You need to have a clear goal, right? What is you want to achieve in a project, and to have a better quality management plan, or what is the deliverable you're supposed to accomplish. You need to be very careful. Not only you, but your team had to continuously ask certain key questions, right? First thing is that if you talk about in terms of product or services, what does it look like, right? What is supposed to do? How do they measure the customer satisfaction? How do you determine the project was successful? So these are the certain criteria or certain standards you need to continuously monitor, evaluate to perform your quality planning, right? And this will basically help you to identify the quality requirement, because remember, each project is unique, right? Every product is unique. This means every project will have unique quality requirement, right? It's not like the same standard or same quality requirement is met for all kind of project or same kind of project. So it's required a unique quality requirements, right? And that's you need to meet for each project, right? This helps you to approach and keep the goals that include like assessing the risk of the success, then setting the high standard, and documents everything. Quality planning basically, not only just reduce the risk, but also it's make sure it's documented properly, standards are maintained throughout the process. So what exactly your quality management plan is? Basically, as we learned earlier, it's to define the standards, right, which is need to be satisfied. What are the things which a quality management plan in general should be doing, right? It should basically tell us the way the team implement the quality policy. I mean, what they should be doing, how they will be implementing. Also, it should tell the way the quality both project and product will be assured, how you will assure the both project and the outcome of the project is assured, right? This will basically tell you the how the standard quality, the qualities is assured for each project. Then the resource required, what is the resource required to ensure the quality? Remember, right, this is just measuring for the quality. The intention is here to ensure the quality. So whatever resource is required, maybe in terms of tools, or maybe in terms of new processes, or maybe people, or maybe some other services or support is required. So all those resources which is required to implement the quality standard is basically what you need to do here. I mean, this is what will be defined or explained in your quality management plan, right? Then the additional activity necessary to carry out the quality plan. So there could be other things which could be doing depending upon the projects to projects, depending on the project type, or let's say industry type. You need to make sure you or identify the resource requirement or bring it everything in your quality management plan, right? So this is what your quality management tells you, right? And these are the key elements which you should be measuring, or you should be providing those information in your quality management plan, right? Now, how exactly you develop those quality management plan? What are the process steps? Remember, we were following some set of structure with input output kind of system. Let's understand those aspects for quality management plan. So for planning a quality, now like we discussed for previous systems, So we have some sort of input, which is basically means that we require some sort of informations, right? And then we will be utilizing some tools or techniques. So basically this helps you to assess or analyze information, and then we'll arrive at our goal, or that is our output. Okay, so when we say in terms of input, so we will need project management plan, registers, stakeholder register, risk registers, required document, environmental factors, and of course organization assets. So these are the key information which you will need, which you will be needing to do, or as a information to do the planning of your quality management. Now, what are the tools you will be utilizing? So you should be utilizing a cost of quality, cost benefits, benchmarking, design requirements. 7 basic quality tools are there. There's a static sample sampling. There's so many different tools and techniques are available which you should be doing to perform your quality management plan, right? And once you did that, so you will basically arrive at this goal. Now these goals are basically what? It's a quality management plan, then process improvement plan. You will get some quality metrics, you will get some quality checklist, and project document update. So those kind of output you're supposed to get through this process, right? And remember, this is your first step. This is your first step, plan quality management, right? It's a 3-step process, and this is the very first step. And like start similar for other processes, this also start with planning. So not much important here, but it's a quality plan which helps the stakeholder at top management level to check the progress of the project, right? Also determine the scope, what's going to be measured, and what's the metrics and all those things, right? So we have, I think, already discussed this. So it's pretty simple, right? Pretty understood, I guess. If you don't, then please go back to the previous section, and you will be it will help you to understand this. Then after you plan your plan, after you did your planning, right, after you completed your planning, then the very next step is you to perform the quality assurance based on the plan. So perform quality assurance is the second step, right? This is your second step of the process, and this second step is basically what? Application of plan, systematic quality activities to ensure or provide the confidence that project will be employing or processes need to meet the requirement. So sorry. So basically, this will tell you in terms of definition, it's a application, whatever you have planned, or the qualities, ensure those are have the assurance the project will employ the process and need to meet the requirements. So I think this is just simple definition. You need to understand whatever you have planned in your previous step, you need to basically assure this, right? This is what it mean by assurance. So you need to assure all those planning in the next step. So quality assurance basically provide the evidence to stakeholders that all the quality related activities are being done as defined in promise. So this is what is mean by the quality assurance. So basically ensures all the stakeholders that whatever quality standard are there, these are basically defined or deployed. And then it safeguards in place guarantee. Remember, every project, when you do a project, there is a client and there is a contractor, right? And then there is this contract signed between these two parties. They come together, they sign a contract, right? Now when they sign a contract, they commit, contractor commits some kind of guarantee, right? Provide some kind of guarantee or warranty, whatever you say, to the client, that whatever product the contractor will provide, this will meet certain criteria. Now if the product or the project is not going as per the quality plan or quality expectation, right? If it's not going by the expectation, definitely this will lead to some guarantee cost or some some kind of penalty from the client. So what, based on a contract agreement, so that will result in some losses to the contractor. Also, the quality assurance done to the product services deliver the project, as well as the processes and procedures. So remember, the quality assurance is not only limited to the product or services, it's also deployed to the processes and procedures. Okay, so you need to basically, the qualities can be applied to any and several kind of entities, not limited to the physical product or the tangible assets. So how quality assurance are implemented, I think it should be pretty clear now. So quality assurance tests are use a system of metrics. So what we have metrics defined in a plan section, we need to utilize those matrices to do or to make sure all those standards are implemented on the project, right? And then those method could be qualitative or quantitative. So qualitative means we define the characteristics what it would be. Quantitative means basically what are the matrices, what will be thresholds, right? Thresholds for all those quality matrices. Then these tests of quality audits will help you to predict and verify the achievement of goals and identify the need of corrective actions. So this will help you to verify the achievement of goals and identify the need of corrective actions. Now quality assurance test will help you to map the quality metrics of the quality goal and also allow you to report, right? So it's not only just matching, measuring, also the reporting the stress of quality is very important. So remember, the assurance has basically three. You need to first measure it, right? Measure your matrices, and then report those. So measuring and reporting is one of the critical aspects of your quality assurance and how it is getting implemented to the project that you need to see. So perform quality assurance. This is the second step, right? Second step of the process. Remember, we are here now. Now we are learning about this step. And again, we discussed previously that every process has some certain input and output, right? So, and then this requires some sort of tools and tags to do this analysis. So for the input point of view, this process will require quality management plan, process improvement plan, quality matrices, control measurements, and then the project document. So once you have this all information as an input, you will utilize these tools. What are those tools? There are certain general quality management tools, audits are there, process analysis are there. When you utilize those tools and techniques, you will basically arrive at some output, and those outputs are basically change requests, project management plan, project documents, and then other organization process asset which you will be getting through this process. So the next step is your control quality. So once you have the plan, right, you have the assurance, then you will need a control plan, right? And which is what is this all about. So if we talk in terms of definition, the control quality, it's basically monitoring and recording the results of executing the quality activities. Remember, it's all related to quality activity to assess performance of the recommended necessary changes, right? So this is all about monitoring and recording the quality activities which is deployed on the project to ensure the quality. This is what is meant by control quality. So control quality involves operational techniques which meant to ensure the quality standard, right? This includes identifying, analyzing, and correcting problems. So quality assurance, when we discussed earlier, the quality assurance was basically, it occurs before the problem is identified, right? This happens when a problem is identified, before any problems identified. This is what is mean by the quality assurance. But let's say once problem is identified, then the quality control come into the picture. So that's why the quality control is a reactionary, right? Whereas quality assurance is before the problem is identified. So this quality assurance, it occurs when a problem, it occurs when problem is not identified, or let's say problem is being identified before the problem identification. But once the problem is occurred, then the quality controls come into the picture, and basically this happens when problem has been identified, right? And basically this is to suggest a method for the improvement. So this is what is different, major difference between the quality assurance. So quality assurance, let's say you identified a problem at this point of time. The project was going on from A to B. At this point of time, you have identified. So up to till process for this problem, for these issues, there was quality assurance in the place, right? And then when you identify this problem, then only this problem, your quality control will come into the reactionary way and start deploying your corrective actions, right? This is what it means. So it's quality control basically measures the specific project output and determine the compliance with applicable standards, right? And also it's identify the risk factors and the mitigation plan and way to prevent or eliminate the unsatisfactory performance. So this is what is mean by the control quality. Now control quality can also ensure the project is on budget, right? Remember, and project is on schedule, or basically you can say on time, right? This is what's mean by the quality control. Now you can monitor the project output through the various method, or do some review or testing. That there could be several tools that there's a lot of tools available for quality control. But the idea is that quality control is not only to a physical process, as I said, but it's also on budget, on time. Those quality control will be applicable, right? So it's basically by catching any deliverable which is failing to meet the agreed standard or through output is kind of the principle of controlled quality. So in terms of process, for the previous process we have input output system. So again for this one also we have some input means basically your informations, what kind of informations you will be required or you will need to do the activity when the project management plan, quality metrics, quality checklist, work performance data, approved change request, deliverable project document, organization processes. So these kind of information you will need to do the control quality process. And then you will need some tools. So when you say the tools, so what kind of tools will be required? So 7 basic quality tools, statistical sampling, inspection, approve change, process request, this kind of tools and techniques, right? This kind of tools and techniques you will need to do the control quality process. So by utilizing this information, utilizing these tools and techniques, you will be arriving at some goals, right? Or let's say some outputs. So to do the control quality, now what are the outputs you are supposed to get? You will get the quality control measurements, your validated change, deliverables, work performance information, some change requests, project management document, and then organization process, SS updates. So those are the things which you will be getting through the control quality process. And remember, this is your third step and final step of your project quality management process, right? Management, sorry about my process. Okay, so this is what is the overall process overview of, you can say, the control quality, where you have to follow these 3 steps: starting from applying management, perform quality assurance, and then control the quality to do the overall project quality management plan. So benefit of project quality management, well, it's very obvious, so I'm not going into detail, but yeah, of course it helps to provide the quality product. Customer satisfaction, we have already discussed this. It helps to increase the productivity. This also we discussed. Financial gain, right? So quality is directly related to the cost of financials implications. So yes, this helps to meet your financial goals. Then the last one is remove silo. This is a very important one, right? So quality is basically very helpful to remove the silos. So when I say silos, what happens, in any organization, when a project start and finish, right, there are several functions came together or to form a team, and then do the project activity through this period, from start to finish period, right? Now in that case, what happens many times, the function tends to work in silo environment. Means There's very less information getting crossover from one function to another function, and then this basically hinders the optimum operation of overall project activity. So to break or to remove those kind of situation or those kind of unwanted the factors which basically overall impacts the project progress can be reduced by utilizing the project quality management. And this is what is mean by remove silo. So it's basically boosts the collaboration between the teams with the project quality management tool, and this helps the team to have better the project results by utilizing various quality management tools and remove the silos. So quick review: project quality management plan includes the activity of performing organization that determine the quality processes, objectives and responsibilities. Right, this is one of the key, or you can say the summary of the project quality management plan. Then we discuss various tools is required for the quality management. I'm not going to detail of each tool, but remember, when you're doing the project, you may encounter these kind of tools while dealing with project quality management process and activity. So some of the tools are like a FNT diagram, a process precision diagram, and then interrelationship diagrams are there. Then we have prioritization metrics are there, network diagrams, it could be arrow or precedence diagram. These are a very common tool utilizing project management, not only for the quality management but also for the planning and other aspects of the projects. Matrix diagram is very much famous. It could be L type, T type, Y shape, shape and X shape. So I'm not going to detail of this type of matrices, but yeah, these are the several common tool which you can utilize for project quality management, right? Or at least when you hear when you hear these words in your projects, you don't need to be don't get surprised about what is this, because mainly it's related to quality control or the project quality management process point of view. So other aspects of the quality management is again the softwares. So now we have lot of advancement in technology world, and then this basically helping us to do our processes or do our works efficiently. And of course quality management is not exception to that. So there are a lot of quality management software which helps the team to do their work efficiently. So it's basically provides a lot of dimension to do this quality the project management in general, as well as for quality management processes efficiently. So normally these kind of processes are multi facet. So they basically team must understand about these softwares, that what is the expectation, how they will measure these KPIs through utilizing these softwares, and then how they will implement those changes with the help of the softwares, and how they will coordinate or do the remaining work or additional work what is required. So ideal work management plan, if you want to just find out how the ideal software should look like, so it basically allow you to track every aspects at one place, right? So tools, if I talk any tools in terms of software, so it should streamline the review and approval process to ensure the quality and avoid the quality mistakes. Remember, whenever you have the quality issue should go through various review and approval process, right, to have a correction or identification or analysis. So in those cases a software can help you to do those review approval process very efficiently, in timely manner and very accurately. And that's why there are a lot of quality management software available in the market, which is being utilized by a lot of companies to do their quality management efficiently, right? So what it does is basically help you to become very highly efficient and time effective. It's track down all the approvals, aggregate the feedback at one centralized hub, and remember the stakeholders access those information real time at one single place. All kind of information from approval, documentation, various document, case studies, all kind of things can be available at one portal, which can be accessed through all the stakeholders, and that's basically makes the process efficient and timely. So in a business environment, there's other important factor which you discuss, which is basically comes at who is actually responsible for project quality, right? Because projects have several functions involved, then who is responsible for the project quality? Well, if we talk in general, it's the overall responsibility lies with project manager, right, for the quality management process. But remember, it doesn't mean that other team member of the project will not bother about the quality. In fact, in core, the project quality responsibilities of each and every project team member, right, where they need to ensure that whatever activities, whatever the project activities that they are performing is basically aligned or meeting the quality standard which is set by the company. So even though it's overall in general, project manager is responsible for that, but it's the work of each team member to make sure they are meeting the quality requirement, right? So in many cases you will find the separate quality department, right? We have the specific quality department which ensures the quality standards are met through the project or maybe for overall whole organizations, right? You may find this kind of department or functions. So the main aim is to basically ensure the profit margin by reducing inefficiency, operations error, and product defect. This is the main purpose, if we say the main motto of any quality department in an organization, or let's say any function in any project management. So some of the key responsibilities, so I'm not going into the JD or job description of a quality manager, right? So we have already discussed, we will be discussing the project managers and other key roles responsibility. But for the quality manager, there are only three specific role which I will be discussing, or responsibility, which is basically, first thing is understand the customer need. This is first and foremost thing. Then you devise and review the specifications. That's the second thing. Third thing is that setting the requirement based on all those analysis and understanding of customers requirements. So this you need to do. These three things are there's a key roles for any quality manager, right, in any organization. This is a minimum I'm talking about. There could be a lot of other responsibility that depends upon JD or role specifics, but these are the three key responsibilities which, right, three key responsibility which a quality manager has to. So in terms of overall management process, I think we have already discussed in detail, but this is step one: plan quality management, perform quality assurance, and control quality. So three-step process, but very important, very critical for the success of any project. I'm not going to detail of this definition, we have already discussed this. You can go through in terms of have a better understanding or remember it for you, let's say examination or PMP examination or any program certification. These definitions could be helpful while acquiring those certificates, so you can go through this, but just in summary, you can just remember it's a three-step process which includes your project quality management, quality assurance, and control quality. So quick summary, well, depending upon we have learned the various concepts in previous section. Now we can have a quick summary and see the key points. So one is the benchmarking, which is related to your planning of project quality management. So benchmarking is basically comparing previous similar project result to the current project results and provide a standard for the measuring the performance. So this helps in defining your KPIs. So this basically compares the data from the previous project and then compare it to current project and see where your project is lying in terms of performance, and very helpful when you're planning your quality, the project quality management plan. So this helps a lot. Then the quality cost, very important. The cost is a key factor while ensuring the quality of a project or quality of the activities which is being performed on the projects. And it's always important to track the quality cost. Then the cost of quality, again, is the total cost. This is again related to each activity. Now this is basically summation of all the cost at any point of time for any project, or let's say any portfolio you can define depending upon it's a project, portfolio, or program. Then the quality metrics. again, one of the tool which we utilize to measure the quality standards for the each activity, and its operational definition is that describes what is being measured and how it will be measured in the quality control process. So again, it's related to KPI, one of the other tool to identify KPIs, right? Then the quality checklist. Again, this is one of the very common tool which you utilize, that you have some sort of list available about, let's say, some product A, okay, and then you will utilize this checklist and take this list and make sure that all those activity which is listed here are present or met, whatever you want to say. So that's one of the very helpful tool in various supply chain projects as well as manufacturing projects. So while managing projects, any projects, depending upon my experience of 15 years of project management, I have seen there are three key elements which I call PPT are the always the driving factor or the deciding factor for success of any projects, right? And these three key are people, another P is process, and tools. So with the help of these three things, right, these three things, people, process, and tool, you can ensure all the project management activity overall, basically, whether it will succeed. And if we are facing any problem, you need to go into any of the three key areas and solve the problem. If you see, either you're going to some solving people issues, or some process issues, or some tool issues. This is at any point of time, if you pick any problem or any issue of any project management, it will fall under any one of these three categories. That is either related to your people, or it's related to your process, or it's related to the tool. So project management is basically, in a broader term, it's all about your people, process, and tool, and I put them in the same sequence, right? So first priority should be your people, second is your process, and third one is your tool. Now, people are the primary resource of every project. Remember, every project is done by the people with a well-managed team. Without people or well-management team, your project is simply failure, right? You can't imagine any success without having good people on your team. Then the process. So once you have the good people, good team, then you need to make sure those people are working under some set processes. That's very important, right? That will define the efficiency, that will ensure the team's efforts are efficient and timely and productive, so that you get the desired results. So, and these processes again usually defined by the people itself, or the people, the whole team come together to define this process. But the point is that once you define a set process, people need to follow those processes, right? Basically, the idea is to have some quantified goal, and that can be only done through following the process. So once you have the good process, good the team and the process, then the key thing is a tool, right? Nowadays, when a modern project management world, tools play critical roles, right? Because modern environment projects require a lot of data, a lot of supports. It's required tools at every place. You have the tools for scope management, cost management, time management, risk management. There are tools available for each and every knowledge area. And the single aim for all this tool is to make this process, make this project management process, make this knowledge area management process efficient and effective, right? So remember, the benefit, the profit, which is which you can expect from any project, will completely depend upon how efficiently, right, or how productive you are managing on projects. That's what will be defining this. So if you have a very good management team, very effective project management, this will result into higher profit, or it can further increase, maximize the profit. And in reverse, if you don't have very good management team or effective project management, this will erode your profit. In fact, it will bring the project in loss, or probably you may end up having failed project. So that's why it's very important to have the efficient and productive project management, and that can be done by utilizing these three elements: people, process, and tool. Right? So if you see, the first element is people. People are the most important element of any project management process. So how do we manage these people? How do we manage the human resources? And that's what we are going to learn in our next section, right? So we will be focusing on how to manage the people. So remember, we learn about the PPT, right? And in PPT, your first P is people, right? So people is basically the human resources. And how do you manage those? That's what we are going to learn in the next section. So like I mentioned earlier, for success of any project, the three component PPT is important, and where P is your basically people, another P is your process, and another one is the tool. So at any point of time, whenever you're working in a project management environment, you are basically working any one of this component, right? Either it's a people, or it's a process, or it's a tool. So first component, which is your people, right, which is nothing but your humans. These are basically called the human resource, right? So how do we manage those human resource in a project environment? That's the question here, right? Because remember, every project has a unique product to deliver, or to services to deliver. That's require the unique set of team. Maybe a separate team is involved which is working on this project to make those deliverable occur or succeed to deliver those items at the point. Now the question is that how do you actually manage those, or how do you do a complete the resource management for the overall, right? So that's what we are going to learn in this chapter. So to complete any project successfully, right, you will need all those three components: people, process, and tool, all three at the same time, right? We need to need the right people at right time, at right with right processes and right tool. So all three PPT has to be at same time, right? You need to provide the optimum combination of three components at particular time to achieve the success. So the next question is, why do we call human resource actually, right? So human refer to the skill workforce in an organization. Remember, right? This is basically refer to the skill workforce workforce in an organization when we talk about human resource. And the resource is basically referred to the limited availability of or scarce. So human is basically the skilled workforce, but then it's added with resource, which means its availability, or whether it's how scarce it is, whether it's readily available, or it's a very rare kind of skill, or maybe sets of people which you require to complete your work. So that's why if you see human resource term, right, human resource terms, it has two components. One is your human, which is basically your skilled workforce organization, and resource is basically limited to the availability factor, right? So and then management is simply like we learned, right? So basically how to optimize and make the best use of those the human resource. This is what is meant by human resource management. So this is what you see in terms of human resource management, right? So human is basically related to a skill workforce. Resource is related to availability, and management is all about how you optimize or deploy so that you reach the objective at minimum cost. So this is all about, if you try to break this each term and understand what exactly the human resource management is, so this is how you can understand the concept of human resource. So HR is very common department in any organization. You will find human resource department, right? And this is basically responsible for all the things worker related, right? So when I say worker related, it means like recruiting, vetting, selecting, hiring, onboarding, training, promoting, paying, firing, and some independent contractors. So all those activity are basically related to or done by HR department, right? This is what the HR department means, right? So human resource cost management, recruitment, skill training, hiring, ability, career, and other things also included. So this includes a lot of various other key activity or key, you can say, the roles which is played by the HR department. So if you have ever worked in any organization, and even if you not worked in an organization, you must have some sort of experience communicating with HR department of any organization, right? And most of the time, many people, sometimes you like it, sometimes you don't like it, the way they function, but that depends on a lot of various other factors, right? So most usually you may feel like this whenever you are interacting with HR department. But anyway, that's not real, just for fun. But don't take it seriously. And if you have any comments regarding the HR department, how is your experience? I would like to know, what's your perception for HR department. So if you guys have any suggestion, or if you want to share your comment, please let me know what is your experience with HR department of any organization, or in your professional or personal life. That would be really help to understand. For me, yeah, maybe not good, not bad, maybe in middle, but let's see, what are people's experience with HR department or general perception about that. So 5 human resources, right? When we talk about the human resources, what exactly the resources mean, right? And what are those duties? So we say first thing is a talent management. Another one is compensation, one of the critical part. Employee benefits. Additional to compensation, there are certain benefits which human resource people are discussing or managing. Then training, development, compliance is also part of your HR, remember, right? And then of course workplace safety comes under the HR. So these are the 5 key main duty of any HR organization: talent organization, compensation and employee benefit, training and development, compliance, and workplace safety. So in terms of project environment, how do we actually manage the overall the human resource management for project, right? How we are going to do it for project, that's what we're going to learn in this section. So if we try to define what exactly mean by the human resource, and remember, like all other process, this process also start with planning step, right? So very first step, we do plan how we are going to do the resource management. So if we try to define the process, very first sub process of human resource management, that is basically plan human resource management. And from definition point of view, it is identifying, documenting, assigning the project roles and responsibilities and required skills, reporting relationship, and creating a staff management plan. That is the whole, the description of your plan human resource management process, which is basically how you're going to manage the process by basically identifying, documenting, assigning the project roles, responsibility, and required skill. And then of course, you need to report the relationship and creating a staff management plan. So this is what you call as a planned resource management, right? Let's understand the detail of the overall human resource management for the project. So human resource management plan, first step, right? This we have. Remember, for doing the project management human resource management in a project, it's require basically the 4 steps, right? It's a 4-step process. First one is the human resource management, another one is acquire project team, then it's the develop project team, and then you have the manage team. So these are the 4 step is done in project human resource management section area, and we will be discussing the step 1, right? Step 1 is this is plan human resource management. So like previously we have discussed several sub process. So it has basically the 3 component. One is your input or the information which we will be required or which we will need to do some analysis. This is the first part. Then we will utilize some tools and techniques, right? And then we will arrive at our goal, which is nothing but your output, right? So in terms of input or information, you will be basically you will require some sort of the information, and those are mainly your project management plan, activity resource requirement, enterprise environment factor, and organization process asset. So these are the key input, right, which you will need to do your analysis. Now to do the analysis, you will need some tools and techniques. So you gather the information, whatever information is required, then utilize some tools like networking, organizational theory, expert judgment, meetings, organization chart, position description. So these are the general tools which you are supposed to utilize, which you utilize to arrive at some plan, right? So if you arrive in terms of output, if you want to know what exactly output is, basically your human resource management plan. So it's a simple plan which is developed based on the input you received regarding the project, and then utilize some key techniques, and then you arrive at a plan which basically tells how you will plan your overall human resource management, right? Human resource management of a project, right? This is as simple as this. So you will decide before doing all those critical activity, you will decide here how you're going to do the manage it and develop a document which is your human resource management plan. So this is what your first step is, and this is what is called the project human resource management plan. And then let's move to the next step, and we will discuss in detail what are the elements of the human resource management. So the next sub process is acquire project team. So once you develop your plan how you will be managing a human resource, very next step is to acquire people, right? To acquire the project team. So it's basically confirming the human resource availability, obtaining the team needed to complete the project, right? Remember, project has certain finish start and finish date, right? And then at different phases, it quite possible that you may need some specific people from this date, right, to this date. You may not need to deploy them all over the project. You have to just want them to start here and then finish there, complete the activity, and then move on to other job. So like that, you have some start and finish date of those people when they are required, and then make sure their availability is there, because human resource are being they are resources, right? So and they are in demand, and then there's possibility that they are not able to work because they're working somewhere else, or they've already committed to work somewhere else. So acquire project team is all about confirming the human resource availability. Remember, right, availability is key here, because if human resource is not available, or the resource which we are targeting is not available at this point of time, it means the activity which is planned from here is going to delay, right? A delay means it has again financial impacts on the projects, right? So that's why it's important to make sure the human resource is available and obtain the team to complete the project. And not only just one resource, but of course it will be a whole team, right? Team of people. So make sure all those people are available at time, at right place. So as the next process, when you acquire a project team, right, You need to follow some the similar sub process like we follow for plan human resource. So again, we need some input or information, right? And then of course we will need some tools and techniques and outputs. Okay, so in terms of inputs, we will need human resource management plan, which we develop in previous step. Then we need environment factor, enterprise environment factor, and then organization process asset, right? And then we will need some tools and techniques. So when talking in terms of technique, this is pre-assignment, another technique, negotiation, acquisition, virtual teams, multi criteria decision analysis, and there could be other tools, right? So these are the general human resource management tools which you need to utilize to arrive at some output. Now the output is project staff assignment, then your resource calendar, project management update. So these are the key output which you need to produce while working on this step. So remember, this is your second step. Your first step was plan, human resource management. Second step is your acquire project team, which basically ensures your resource availability at the required time, because projects depends upon those resources, and is there any delay or impact on those availability, this will directly impact your project in terms of delay, as well as financial impacts will be there. So this is the second step, acquire project team. Then we will move to the next step, that is to develop project team, and let's understand how let's deep dive how we do that while developing a project team. Now, developing a project team, right? If you talk in terms of definition, it is the process of improving competency, team member interaction, and overall team environment to enhance a project performance report. This is what is mean by develop, project team, right? So how you do that, right? If you see the definition closely, it is basically what is called improving competency, right? That's important part, improving competency. So you acquired a project team and you make sure they are competent throughout the project or throughout the deployment, so that the productivity or the expected work is being done as it is planned, right? And this is basically helps you to develop a better working environment for project team, and also enhance the overall project performance. Okay, so in terms of process, how we do that, right? So again, it has like input output system. So when we say the input, it's basically about gathering the informations, right? And when I say the information, it's all like getting the project staff assignment, project management plan, and resource calendar. You simply gather this information, and again you need to utilize some tools and techniques, which is mainly interpersonal skill training, it can be direct training, team building activity, code location, recognition and reward. Again, this is another tool, and that's falls under you develop project team. And then you basically arrive at some outputs. Now the output is basically the goal. The goal is basically team performance assessment. This is the one output which you will be getting at the stage, or let's say the step number 3, which is all related to your the performance assessment. Okay, and so this is what the third step means, and this is what you output in terms of human resource management. And then after you do this, you move to the step 4. This is your manager project team. So once you have acquire the team, what's the team, you develop them, you have all the everything is in place in terms of how you develop those team. And then you need to manage them, right? Manage means you need to basically manage them throughout the project deployment, right? So from start to finish, you need to continuously manage them, right? I will not say monitor, but you need to continuously manage them. So let's understand how this happens in a project environment. So manage project team, right? It's basically tracking a team member performance, providing feedback, resolving issues, coordinating and changing to the enhanced project performance. So this is what is required. So when you say the manage project team, you're basically tracking the team member performance, you're providing feedback, resolving issues, coordinating changes, right? There could be several changes in terms of human resource. So all those activity you're doing to manage a team which is productive, right, and efficient. This is what you're trying to achieve by manage project team process. So in terms of input output system, so again you will need this information like human resource management plan, project status assignment, for team performance assessment, issue logs if there is an issue previously discovered, then work performance report and organization process assets. So this kind of information you will need, and then you will need some specific techniques to do that. So we will need some techniques related to conflict management, observation and conversation are another key techniques or tools which you will be required as a HR management professional. Then project performance appraisal, and of course your interpersonal skills. So these kind of tools and techniques you will need so that you can utilize this information, the data you receive, and analyze it. So once you analyze it, you arrive at output, right, which is your this section. And output, when I say, you may be come up with some change requests, updating a project management plan for document or enterprise environment or other factors, or maybe you need to update your some of the organization processes. So these are the 8 output you can expect while doing this management project team process. So with this management project team process, you remember this is your 4th step. Okay, this is your 4th step. So in this 4th step, this is the last one, and then by doing this management, following this step, you can complete your project human resource management plan, and accordingly you can solve the issues, or let's say human resource issues related to project. So in short, human resource management includes a process like organize, manage, and lead the project management team, right? It's very important to underline this term, project management team. So remember, every project is being managed by some PMT, right? There is project management team. Project management team basically overlook all the functions, other the department all together, all related activity to this project, and this is what is the aim of this PMT is. So in terms of overview of whole process of human resource, or let's say human resource management, right? So these are the 4 steps we have learned, right? This overall process. First thing, that you need to develop a HR plan, then you need to acquire a project team, then you need to make sure you develop the project team so they are efficient, they are performing as per the requirement, and then you need to manage them, right? So basically track their performance, provide feedback, resolve issues, manage the changes, and all those things have to be done here. So this is the overview of your human resource management plan, and then we can move to the next section. So next thing, some of the key important terms or summary which I wanted to discuss with you, which is especially related to your HR management. So one is your RAM or RASI. RAM means your responsibility assignment matrix, or RASI is more or less same thing. Is basically responsible, accountable, consult, or informed chart. So where you basically have some list of activities, let's say, right? this kind of table you will form. Oops, I'm sorry, let me just remake another table here. So let's say you have this is responsibility table, right? Some responsibilities are there. So let's say this is one responsibility, 2, 3 and 4. So against this there will be, you know, some person will be responsible, someone will be accountable, someone will be, you know, just consulted, or someone need to be informed, right, based on decision. So you need to find out which person for a particular activity need to be either responsible, or he will be accountable, or he will be just you know, consulted, or maybe just he's for information. So like this you can develop this matrix. This is what is mean by your RAM or RACI matrix. Type matrix, again we have discussed, this is related to your function type, whether functions is related to separately or working together. You can refer to our the very first section where we have discussed what exactly do you mean by type matrix or matrix or organization, and you can get into detail, right? So basically type matrix means the placing the project team member under one roof, or you know, as close as possible, so that they can frequently communicate and, you know, work on the given objective. Halo effects, another terms in a project management, is a special variable trait of the individual, specific to, you know, the individual with that is promoted, not transition to a high level of skill. So well, it helps the team, but you know, it doesn't help to grow, you know, exponentially, or let's say in a longer term. So this is another term for the human resource. Another one is transformational. The person with the leadership style is true leader who inspire. So it's again another trait of the persons who is basically having a transformational characteristics, or these kind of people are normally, you know, leads organization, right? Then another one is the transactional leadership. This is basically more like I can say the technical or mechanical in terms. So they are very good at technical knowledge or how the, you know, each nitty-gritties of the system processes work. So they mainly focus on short-term tasks, right? So their leadership is basically driven by focusing on each short-term task and activities so that you move to the next steps. So these are the, you know, key things, so the less known human resource terms which you may encounter, which may be helpful to you to discuss, have a great discussion with the team, or identify the issue, or basically, you know, helping you effective human resource management plan. So let's move to the next section. So whenever you get a team, let's say you have a team, right? You acquired a team, okay, and you basically, you know, develop their development plan and you are managing a team. Now once you assign a team is nothing but, you know, the group of people, right? The group of people. So whenever you have the group of people, you basically do a very first thing you do is communicate, right? You try to communicate with the people. That's a first activity which you're going to do, right? When you say communicate, this is the way the human interact with another human, right? They interact with another human through communication, and this is what the first thing which you do whenever you have team member or assigned team members. So the very next question is that how we communicate with people, right? Especially how we do the communications on projects, right? Because communication will basically tell each people what they have to do. So communication is basically you need to provide the right information at the right time to the right people, and that's become very critical in terms of project success. So how we do it in projects, right? How actually we do communicate professionally on project and make sure the, you know, all the key information are passed to the key stakeholder at the right time. So this is what we are going to learn in our next chapter, and this is one of the critical component of project management. So now comes the communication management, right? This is one of the key area of project management. So anything all activity, every every activity you do require some sort of communication, right? Every activity we do requires some sort of communication. So communicating a report, communicating progress, communicating decision made in various meeting, all those things has to be communicated properly to the correct stakeholder. So its communication is basically about right information, right information at right time to right people, right? This is the gist of communication, or let's say I would say effective communication. This is what is mean by effective communication. Is you need to provide the information, but you need to provide the information to the right people at the right time, and basically the right information. Okay, so let's discuss all those things in this session and learn about the overall communication management, how it's managed in the professional project. So what actually lies behind the successful communication? So we the element of any communicating, what is basically means that how the communication will be effective, how do we call, or what are the things which is basically considered effective or successful communication. So if we see, for any successful communication to happen, it has to be 7 element, right? This need to consist 7 element. So this is basically the sender, right, who is sending the information, whatever the information is. The next element is the receiver, right? So whenever you are transmitting any information, so there is a person A and person B. So he's a sender, he or she is a sender, right? And he's transmitting some data, right? Some data or information through verbal, written, or any form, right? He's performing transporting, or let's say transferring the information to person B, and this person is basically nothing what is known as receiver, right? So there's a sender, there's a receiver, and then there's a message itself. So message means this is basically a message. So the message could be your data, it could be some information, it could be in written form, it could be electronic form, whatever form or whatever way the signal you can see is basically there's a sender, there's a receiver, and there's a message which has to be transferred from A to B. Okay, and then the channel stuff, right? Channel, which is basically through which this message is getting transferred. This message getting transferred through email, right, or through phone, or through chat, or through face-to-face meeting, right? There could be lot of channel, lot of ways the two people can connect, right? Given the current technological advancement, information technology development, there are numerous way a person A can be connected to person B, and this basically means there could be a lot of channels between person A and B to get the information transferred, right? Then there is a noise. So whatever channel you utilize, right, there is some noise in terms of disturbance, in terms of some disconnection, disconnectivity, or maybe some misinformation, right? There may be some misinformation in the message which is actually embedded in the message. So that is what basically noise means. Noise means what is different than an ideal message or ideal information becomes your noise, right? And then you have a feedback. So once that person, or let's say the receiver, receive the message, right, then he will reply back, right, or he will provide a feedback, right? So either he will send a message, or he will maybe read it and wait for some time and then send it a message. Maybe he provides some feedback verbally, maybe he's not providing the feedback. And remember, providing not a feedback is also a communication, right? This is one of the methods of communication. No feedback is a communication, right? Maybe intended, not intended, that's a different thing, but no feedback itself is a communication. And then the context, right? Context means basically the overall topic or the message. This is what it's all about, the topic, the context which someone is talking about, right? So these are the 7 key elements of any communication which is happening around you, in project, in professional life, personal life, anywhere you will see, you will find this 7 element is always present there, right? So every good communication, or even say if you're planning your communication plan for your project, it should answer basically 5 W's, right? When I say 5 W's, 5 W's is basically who, what, when, where, and why. So in any communication plan, you must answer these 5 W's. Who, what, basically who will be providing information or will be sending information, what information being sent, when it will be sent, where it will be sent, and why it has to send. So once you answer these 5 why or 5 W's, you will be basically having an effective communication plan. So these are the key things, right? I'm not saying this is everything, but these are the key mantra, I will say, or the key secret, I will say, right? Secrets of your successful communication management. So the very next question comes that what are the key steps, or in practical sense, let's say you decide to implement the things, implement the communication plan. In actual sense, in a practical way, what are the steps you are supposed to take, right? What are the practical ways or practical sense you are supposed to take to implement those communication plan? Now in general there are 5 steps. So one is basically establishing the goal. Basically, what do you want to achieve, right? What do you want to achieve from the communication? That is important. Okay, very, very important. Then you need to find out who are the key audience whom you want to send this information, right? And then in the message itself, the information which you're sharing, right, the information from A to B, what will include, what will be the content of the message? Maybe just one line, some paragraph, some report, some documents. What are those things which you want to include in this information or your key message, right? Then creating a tactical outreach plan, right? So basically what it means, when you send a message from one person to another person or transmit a message, there could be several scenarios or several response from the various person, including yourself, including you as a sender. So what are the plan for those, various situation or scenario, how you will basically outreach those situations or outreach the particular queries, maybe, or depending upon the situation you may have to reply in a different way. So the thing is that you need to have some sort of idea for that, right? Then you need to specify the timeline for moving forward. So any communication which is not time bounded, remember, time bounded. So any communication to be effective, it has to be attached with your timeline. If a communication is not attached with your timeline or the boundary of timeline, its effectiveness decreases. Probably it will become ineffective over a duration. So it's very important to have a defined timeline, a definite timeline attached to your communication plan, which will basically ensures the effectiveness, or it will tell you, if whether the plan is going to be effective or the communication is being effective or not. So we have discussed enough about the communication, right? So we have discussed various elements, what is a successful communication. Now what do we exactly mean by communication management itself, right? What do you mean by communication management? Communication is so simple thing, right? We are doing every day in your personal life, professional life, everywhere you see the communication. So why there's a management is required? Why do we need to do it in very structured or serious way? So what is it basically, mean by this when you say communication management? Isn't that so simple? Why do we have to professionally recognize it? So if you see the definition of the communication management, right? So communication management is an umbrella term referring to the flow of information within company, between the multiple companies. Maybe within company, it could be within teams, within persons, right? Depending upon that, it can be communication between even two machines also, right? Machine A and machine B, they do transfer data or information, right? They also communicate. So it is simply means a flow of flow of information. This is what is mean by your communication management. So this is what definition is. Now what exactly is that is focus the company's target audience, right? When you say the communication management is very much specific to the stakeholders. So when you include the management word, it means that you are doing a communication with specific the specific audience, specific targets, and with specific objective, right? So and that include maybe different kind of communication. It has different method of communication, different way of implementing those communication channel, communication method throughout the project, and get the effective, get the results what is required. So this is what is mean by your communication management in professional world, I will say, right? And we will soon discuss is what exactly it means in project management, right? That we will be discussing in later slides. So if you talk about the role of management, well, it's a no-brainer, right? So I'm not going to discuss much in detail, but if we say simply, it's promote the motivation by informing and clarifying the employee about the tasks to be done in the manner they are performing the task, right? Or they are supposed to perform the task. It's basically improve the performance. So this is what the role of communication in any organization or any project or any small team, even between the two team in your personal professional life. So it's basically promote the motivation, right? And then second thing, it helps the team to identify the performance or track the performance or where they can improve in terms of performing their activity or their task assigned to them. So initially we discuss various type of communication. Now we talk about the effective communication, and especially in the management world, what are the type of communication we would like to know? I mean, how many ways are available in normal, generally in management world, or let's say project management world, where we communicate, right? So there are basically these 5 way you normally communicate. One is a verbal communication, which is kind of very much formal, right? Which we mostly use in meetings and face-to-face meetings, or maybe video call conference. Written mode communication, most common method is, or the most common tool which we use to utilize this mode of communication is emails, right? We communicate a lot in emails in terms of written mode. Body movement, yeah, this happens, well, less frequent, but do happens especially during the face-to-face meeting, right? Or official gathering, you can say that, right? Okay, so there you see this kind of communication a lot. Facial expression, again, it's during face-to-face meeting, or maybe official gathering, or the meeting in person, right? Gesture, right? This is again predominantly during the face-to-face, or there where we have the meeting in person with people, with team, with the officials. So these kind of communications are more used in this scenario, whereas verbal communication are mostly used for meetings face-to-face, or these days it's more like the video conferencing or meeting over the internet through the face call or whatever. Then written mode is predominantly, I say, emails. It could be documents also, something you can write in document, printed form, written form, depends upon that. But mostly, if you see the current modern project management work scenario, emails are the major tool here which utilized to do this kind of communication. So we have talked about the communication, we have talked about the professional communication, we have talked about various elements of communication and where the various methods through which the professional communication happens. Now coming to our main agenda, what is the project communication, right? So what exactly do we mean by the project communication? So if we go by definition, basically what happens is it's include the processes, right, which require to ensure the timely and appropriate generation, storage, retrieval, distribution, disposition of project information, right? Remember, so we are basically utilizing or communicating with the various data or information of the project through generating the information, storing the information, retrieving or distributing, or maybe disposing of the project information which is not required, which is supposed to be confidential. All those things do happen in certain project, and doing all those activity, managing all those activity, defining how you're going to do those activities is basically your project communication management means. This is what it means by project communication management. Okay, and there's a structured process like we have the other knowledge area. In the same way, project communication process also have structured defined processes which we will be learning in next session. So project communication management process, right? If you see, this process is basically contain three major steps. One is your plan communication management, then you manage communication, you need to manage the communication, and then control the communication. So these are the three steps which you should be taking, or which is a part of your project communication management plan, which you should be taking care of as a project manager. Right? Let's discuss detail each step and see other key elements for those each processes. So plan communication management, right? So plan communication management is basically the same thing which we did for all the other knowledge area. We started all the knowledge area. Let's say the cost, we have plan cost management. For scope, we have plan scope management. We have for time, plan time management process. So before starting any process, we did some planning, right? We need to do some planning, and which becomes your step number one in all those knowledge area process management. So the same case applies here, right? So to have a proper project communication plan, you need to plan it before even doing those activities. So this is what is mean by that plan communication management. And if we want to go by definition, it says the process of developing an appropriate approach and plan for project communication based on stakeholder information, needs, requirement, and available organization assets. So whatever information you have as of now, depending on that, you need to basically plan your activity or plan your overall, you can say, blueprint, how you will be basically planning your project communications. This is what it's mean by that overall, you can say overall management. I will not say management, but overall planning for communication management. Okay, so like every other process, we have this process also, which is plan communication management. Remember, this is your step one, right? Why is step one saying that this is a part of your plan communication management of overall project communication plan, project communication plan? This is the first step, right? Step number one. So, and like we discussed, all the steps have some inputs, some tools, some goals, and everything. So in terms of input, you need to do basically communication management plan, then you have the work performance report, and you need to basically provide the enterprise environment factor, then organization process assets. So this kind of information you need to collect and utilize this information with help of some tools, or let's say techniques to arrive some output. Now, what are the techniques you're going to use? There are a lot of communication method, techniques, technologies available. So I'm not going to detail about those techniques, but there are some performance reporting, some information management system, communication technologies are there, their methods, models are there, which helps you to have a better communication or analyze the data in better way depending upon the context of the data. So those kind of things, techniques you can use, and then by utilizing those you will arrive at some output, right? Or let's say the goal. So what is your output would be in this process? So first thing, you will get the project communication, basically what exactly you will be communicating, right? What are those communication means, definitions, what will be content, those kind of information will be there. Project management plan, so of course your project management plan will get updated based on the new communication plan. Then the documentation and organization process, of course depending upon the new information or analysis or output you receive, you may need to update your previous document, right? So this is what about your planned communication management process, right? This is your step number 1, and this is what you're supposed to do for completing this step 1, right? So once you plan your communication, the next step, right, the next step is your manage communication. That is basically step number 2, right? So if you go by definition, it's basically a process of creating, collecting, distributing, storing, retrieving, and ultimate disposition of project related information. So whatever you have planned in step 1, right, whatever planning you have done, you need to basically execute those planning in step 2, which is basically called manage communication. So if you decided to create some document, some format, some process, you need to create those. Then you need to collect the information, or you have decided to distribute this report regularly basis to some, or store this information. Depending upon that, whatever plan you had, you basically implement those plans to have effective project communication, right? This is what it's mean by the managed communication, right? And this is what become the part of your communication management plan. So this is what mean by the managed communication. You need to actually do all those activity whatever you plan in terms of communication. So manage communication, right? Now manage communication is your second step. Remember, this is a step of this overall 3-step process. Now in the second step, what are the information you will be required? These are your inputs, right? Or let's say these are the informations which you will need as input to do this process. So you will need project management plan, stakeholder register, of course in enterprise investment factor and process asset, organization process asset. This is common, right? So once you collect this information, you will, with the help of some tools, right, or some techniques. So these are technique, communication writing methods, models, all those things you need to utilize, or you need to utilize this tool to arrive at output, right? These are the output here. You should be doing that. And what are those output is? Communication management plan is the first output. Second thing is again project document update. Depending upon the new findings, you may need to update your existing documents, project documents, depending upon whatever input you got, right, or whatever results you got with the second step. So the second step is basically related to the management or managing, or let's say the executing whatever you have planned in first step, right? This is what it means. Okay, so first step is planning, second step is executing, and then the next step, that is your third step, is your control. Now once you planned it, executed that, of course project is spread over a long duration. So there's a start, there's a finish, right? In between that, suppose you started, you planned it here, and then you make some document and implemented those process, document, reporting, everything. Now over this time period, there could be different of changes which may happen. Accordingly, you need to see, control how you will be actually controlling those information. You may need to stop some of the information sharing. You may need to add some of the information sharing. All those things may happen during this period, right? And this is what you need to do as a control management or control communication. Okay, so this is what it means. So that we are going to learn in next phase, and this is what the overview of your managed communication process. So control communication. Okay, now control communication is basically the process of monitoring and controlling communication throughout the entire project life cycle to ensure the information needs on the project and stakeholder are met, right? So basically it is throughout the entire, as we discussed in previous slide, right? So throughout the project life cycle, from the start till finish, you need to do the controlling, monitoring, all those stuff, so that you have the effective communication, right? And the right information is received by the right stakeholders. So in terms of process, input output system, we have some input information, which is basically issue logs, work performance data, project management plan, project communication, and then organization process asset. So these kind of things you will be need as input, basically what they are in, what supposed to be informed, what is information required, what is a plan, what is the data, performance data, and is there any issue is already logged. So all those kind of information you have to get it, and then utilize some tools, or let's say some techniques. Now those techniques are information management system, expert judgment meeting, and all those stuff you need to utilize to achieve or to arrive at this goal, right? And this goal is basically what? Your output. Okay, now so output is basically work performance information. You may need to update this information based on the latest development of the project. You may need to do some changes in your processes. You need to update your project plan, then you document those things, and of course they may be need to update of your process, organization process, or organization of documentation stuff. So this was your third step, right? Remember, so this is overall full combination of project management plan for communication. So first step was plan communication management, then the second step was a managed communication, and then third step is your control communication. So your project communication plan is, not just a plan, but it's sort of agreement between the collaborators, stakeholders, right? So all kind of stakeholders, collaborator, they basically agree that what, when, how the project performance or project information, I will say including information, will be shared at key interval or the key time bound or time manner. Remember, every communication has to be time bounded, to be effective. Otherwise it's no more effective, it's not time bounded, right? So this is what it means. So we are the company, all team, they come together and they give some sort of sign off or get an agreement that what information, when they will be sharing, how they will be sharing, in all those information get agreed. This is what it means by a project communication plan, right? So in project communication plan, performance report, or I will say project information report, project information reports play a key role, right? Key roles in communicating the various project information. Now you must be curious, right? What are the non-usual? There are some key reports, which is most commonly used report, which I will be discussing now. But it can vary depending upon type of projects or industry. But most common reports are like status report. So status reports basically contains what the project team has accomplished in relationship of schedule and budget. So as of now, as on date, what actually has been completed in terms of scope, budget, what was the cost consumed, what is the position of the budget, how much we consume the budget, what is the timeline, are we on time or delayed, or basically we are ahead of the schedule. Those kind of information you need to provide in the status report. Okay, now once you get the status report, now next thing is your variance report. So variance report is, remember, whenever the project starts, we commit some time, cost, scope, right? We decide, we know that what will the time take, we know what the cost is going to take, and then it also aware, we are also aware that what are the scope of work and the timeline, right? We know when it will start and when it is supposed to finish, right? Now when we're starting, remember, it's always a plan, right? We plan at this point, but when the project progress during the time or over the period, there may be a lot of changes. It may not be as planned, it may be more than planned, it may be ahead of the plan. Now comparing with baseline and the current situation and the finding the delta is called basically variance report. Now delta could be in your terms of schedule. What is delta in your schedule? What is delta in your scope? What is delta in your cost, or let's say the budget? So this is what is mean by the variance report. Then the next important report is a trend analysis report. Trend analysis report basically predict what could happen in the future. So if you see, for let's say 10 months, right? 1 2 3 4 7 8 9 10, for continuous 10 months some activities are getting delayed, right? Then it is very likely that this activity is going to delay in future also, because you see there is a continuous trend of declining or delaying of the activity, which basically indicate in future you may have those activity delay, most likely, right? Most likely those activities are going to delay until unless some miracle has happened, right? Miracle. So on projects, usually people, sometimes I see, people rely on miracles, but it doesn't happen, right? Miracle never happens in project. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So other key reports are the progress report. Then progress report is again which tells you how much project have proceeded and what is remaining progress is there, and what is the forecast for those progress. Forecast report basically is the future status and progress depending upon the current situation, plus the various factor which we have about the project. Forecast report can tell if our cost will keep on increasing, our cost will go down, maybe time we will have delay, or maybe have we will have some scope reduction from the client, blah blah, all those things. So this basically tells you or forecast you what could happen to all those key factors. Then the earn value report is one of the key report or key tool for control, project control, right? I will have a separate chapter for this one, but in simply it's basically integrate your scope, cost and time to measure overall project performance, right? And I don't want to go into detail this report now, but we will definitely discuss this later on. So there are some, I will say, the key principle for any communication, especially on the project, which you need to follow to have a concise and very effective communication. One is a comprehensive, right? Be comprehensive. People should not be left wondering that what he's talking about or what you are talking about. You should be very concise, right? And comprehensive, right to the point, right to the point, what you want to discuss or what you want to share, what you want to know. Clarity is another principle, right? The purpose of the message should be very clear, worded, that what exactly do you expect from the message, what is your ask or what is your task from that, what do you think that you could be doing with that information or expecting someone else to do with the information. Then the attention is tied. Of course, when you're sending a message, it should be attentive and it should be directed to the concerned stakeholder. You cannot write the general email or addressing the general people, depending upon the topic, right? And the message which you want to convey to the particular person, it has to be attentive. And of course it has to be styled depending upon the various situation, and tone and everything has to be aligned with the topic or the context of the problem or message. Coherency, again, it has to be coherent in terms of attention, style, context and other messages. Then timeliness and urgency, very important. So as I mentioned earlier, every communication has to be effective, And if it has to be effective, then it has to be always time bounded. A communication without a time boundness or timeline is ineffective communication, right? Then the importance of feedback, remember, right? So communication which is not one way, or it shouldn't be one way, it should be always both way, and that's basically increase the effectiveness. So that's why it's very important to receive the feedback, right? Unless you get the feedback, it will be very difficult for you to decide the future course of action or how you can better tackle those situations, depending upon or upon sharing those information. Then there's one more critical factor which is very common and very easy, but I'm not going to tell you. You have to tell me, think upon it, and just let me know by putting a comment below. So to do the communication skill, to the effective communication, you would need some sort of communication skill. In fact, you will definitely need some good communication skill to have effective communication. So what are the 5 common communication skill or must have a communication skill to have effective communication? One is your written communication. You should be very good at conveying your idea through writing language, or to write through emails or messages or drafting message, whatever. You have to be very much good at written communication. Then oral communication too, because in professional world you have a lot of meeting, you interact with a lot of people throughout the meeting, understand their idea, share your idea, maybe conflict with the idea or resolve those ideas. And these all could be possible only if you have the good command over oral communication, right? You should be able to convey your idea and your information through the spoken language. Then the other critical element is your non-verbal and visual communication. Basically your body language, the way you say the things, the way you interpret the things or react to the things is very, very important. Fourth one is active listening. So remember, if there's a communication has to happen between A to B, and if the both person A to B, A is speaking to B, B is speaking to A at the same time, basically they both are trying to convey or send their message at the same time, this will be a complete disaster, right? So to have effective communication skill, you need to have effective listening skill, right? Effective listening skill, very important. You need to have very, very effective listening. It is more important than even speaking than listening to have effective and fruitful communication. Then the contextual communication, also important, right? Remember, every communication happens on subject, some topics, some context is there for any communication to happen, some kind of history, some kind of references. You need to always understand, to have a good communication, that what is that context you're talking about, what is the context of the talking, what is the topic, what is supporting information about the communication, which helps you send your idea across the board or across all those the people or stakeholders who's involved in the communication channel, right? So these are the 5 communication skill which you should be working on it. If you don't have any of them, please start working on them. If you have none of them, no problem, you can start with first one and try to acquire all those skills. So overall summary, right? Project communication plan. So we have seen various sub process, and this is overall overview of our project communication plan, or let's say communication management, right? This is a overall process, project communication management process. First step, project communication. Second step, project communication management plan, project document update, and then organizational process update, right? So you can go to the definition and just I'm not going to detail, we have already discussed in detail in previous slide. So please go through this definition, understand the processes, and then also understand these definitions, right? So process point of view, just basically first thing, you need to plan it, right? And then you need to basically execute the communication, which is basically manage communication, right? And then control communication. 3-step. Okay, plan, manage, control. So next summary points, right, for the communication management plan. Let's say some of the the key ideas. So there's a type of communication, right? I have not gone into the much detail, but there's a type of communication one is called push pull communication. The push means you're sending out the information to a specific recipient, whereas pull means your content at your own description, right? The pull means the recipient will basically access the content based on your own description. So let's say sending an email to selected recipient where you decided to send some message is kind of push method, where let's say you have uploaded a doc or you continuously upload document at some box server, and where from where people pull this information. So this is kind of a pull example, whereas sending an email is a kind of push example, right? Issue logs, the document maintained by the project team including resolved and unresolved issue. Basically it's contain all issues. Change log, we use a document change that occurred during the project. So basically all the changes which you get throughout the processes is basically your change log. You try to understand what are the changes, what happens, and all get recorded so that anyone can refer those change logs. Then the focus report, this basically predict the future of the project status and progress. This will depend upon the current status, various data, various feedback you got it from the various function, and depending on that you basically get this focus report. Now the progress report is contains how the project team has accomplished as of now, as on date, what is the progress is. This is what's represent to you the progress of the project, which depend upon the current status in terms of your cost progress, in terms of your schedule, and how much scope you have covered as of now. Okay, so we have seen a lot of things as of now, right? We have seen scope, we have seen time management, we have seen cost management, we have seen just seen communication management, right? So far we have learned about scope management, time management, cost management, quality, HR, and communication, right? Now after learning this knowledge area, after understanding how we manage these knowledge area in project management role, the next concept which we want to learn is risk, right? Because why at this point of risk? Remember, these are the elements which we have learned, which are based on the actuals you contract, or the kind of a contract signed between contractor and client, and which is basically some sort of fixed information, I would say, which is already known to you. Based on that, mainly based on those information, you can do the planning, or you can plan or arrange or have a management plan to basically manage these knowledge areas. Now from this point of onward, right, from this point of onward, now we need to look into those areas where the things the things which you are not sure if this will happen or not, right? Things which is uncertain, right? Uncertain, or let's say not sure about probability of occurrence, right? So far you have learned or you plan everything was certain here, right? Whatever we have planned so far, so what was scope, what was time, based on those fixed scope and time, what's the cost, and then what is the quality requirement, and based on that what is your resources and everything is required, and then whom to communicate, right? Because your folks your scope, time, quality, everything. So based on that, you have determined on of things where you have 100% probability of occurrence, right? You know these are things going to happen. But now on project, there are certain things, or there are a lot of things which you are not sure whether they will occur or not occur, right? So those elements where you have the probability means you are not sure about occurrence or non-occurrence. Those are basically known as risk, right? We call them risk. And project is always surrounded by a lot of risk. Remember, projects is not just one time event, but it's a series of events over a period of time, right? Let's say this is a start point and this is a finish point, and the projects has to operate or go certain various activity, maybe till your project is completed. So during this period of time, or during this duration, there could be a lot of factors, a lot of unknown factor, let's say unknown factors, which may impact your projects, right? And those are basically known as risk, which you need to think or plan or assume based on your knowledge area, feedback from various stakeholders, team members. You need to identify those risks and have a mitigation plan or have a planning in place in case of those events occur, how you will be planning those risks, how you will be minimizing the cost impact. So those kind of things are basically done at risk management section, and that's what we're going to learn. So let's deep dive in this subject. So what is risk management? Well, if we talk in terms of definition, so risk management is basically the process of identifying, assessing, controlling threats, right? Remember, your project is always bounded with a lot of threats throughout the duration of the project from start to finish. There's different kind of risk which continuously coming in a project, and the team need to identify those risks and try to mitigate the impact of those risks, right? This is what is mean by the risk management in terms of core concept. So these risks can be from the various sources, right? They can come from various sources because it could be due to the financial uncertainty, some legal issues there, some technology issues there, staging management factor, internal accident, some accident that happened, some natural disaster, and so on. I mean, there's an infinite reasons which can bring you the risk, right? So the thing is that you don't have control over all those the infinite reasons. The thing is that you need to identify, based on the current information, what could be the possible risk, and imagine the max impact or the worst case scenario, so that you can assess what could be your major maximum risk, what could be the minimum impact. Maybe some risk can provide you benefits, some risk will provide can be proven a disaster to you. So the thing is that all those options you need to assess depending upon the possible risk, and then have a mitigation plan in place so that you are in a position when those risks occurs, right? This is what it's mean by the risk management. Okay, so I mean, why it's important to deal with risk management, why it is so important to have that much amount of focus, or I would say a major portion of your planning actually goes for risk management, right? Or let's say the major portion of your management activity is actually has to focus on risk management, right? Because a successful risk management program can help an organization to basically face various kind of risk, right? Because like I mentioned earlier, a project from start to finish, right? It could have impacted by infinite number of risk, right? Infinite number of risk could impact this. Now thing is that due to this infinite number of risk, shall we stop doing a project because there's infinite number of risks? Well, no. The thing is that out of those infinite number of risks, what are the risks actually valid risks, right? Which could happen, all right? And maybe some of them are completely imaginary, which may not happen, but maybe some are some valid risk which may happen given the current scenario or given the various situation in which the project is being carried out. And that's why it's very important to focus on those factors and manage those risks, right? So risk basically, also examine the relationship between your strategy goal and what are the risks we have, and among those risks basically you explore the opportunity to benefit or to attain your financial goal, or let's say the company's financial goal, even though by meeting those dealing with risk while you're doing your project work. So this is the concept, or this is the strategy in way the things are managed in professional worlds, right? So that's why you can't simply ignore the risk management and you can say, okay, I will not do a project where there is no risk. Well, that's not possible, because without risk there is not a single project which exists in the world, right? So you need to assess it carefully, since you can't ignore it, right? You can't stop or you simply don't follow a strategy where you don't do the project. That's not possible, right? You have to do the projects to grow your business. Now if that's not an option, then definitely you need to look into the risks and manage those risks, right? Have a practical look all your available risks and try to come up with some mitigation which helps you, or which helps your company strategy or goals to reach that objective. So let's say, what if you don't deal with risk at all, right? You don't deal with risk. That could be one option, right? You simply don't deal with risk. Either you leave it or you completely accept it and take the impact of those risks. Now let's say you just ignore the risk, right? Because there is a probability it may occur, it may not occur, you're not sure about it, so you decide, okay, we'll just ignore it. So in that case, what happen if your organization hit with something unforeseen event, right? And it could be minor or major, remember, right? I'm not saying every risk is a major impact or every risk has a minor impact. It could be major or minor depending upon that the risk or the condition. Now in minor situation, there is a possibility you may able to mitigate, or you may able to or your project may bear the impact, or it may go through the impact. But if it's major, right, or let's say if it's worst case scenario, then in that case it could be catastrophic, or even your project is failed, or maybe your company shut down due to this one risk. It's possible, right? We have several examples in history where just one event brought down the whole company, right? And that event was basically not something which is not imagined before the event that occurred. Those were kind of risk, and probably there was no proper mitigation plan was in place to deal with those risks. So when those catastrophic event occurred, company cannot survive. A company could not survive. There are a lot of examples we can discuss in history where these kind of events occur. So that's why it's very important to look into the risk, even though they are not sure at the current point of time that they will occur or not. But once they occur, they have a huge tendency, or they may have a huge implication on your overall project, or let's say your company also. So that's why it's very important to reduce risk, right? It's very important to reduce the risk. And of course, to do that, to mitigate that, you will require some resources, additional resources. You will require some addition to monitor and control, to have the mitigation plan in place. But yes, working on those mitigation plan, reducing those risks actually benefits the project in long term, right? So there has to be a consistent and systematic approach, right, for to risk management, which basically determines how best you can identify. Remember, the risk is all about first identifying it and then managing it and mitigate it. So these are the several things which you need to do in your risk management, basically identifying, managing and mitigating, so that you have the least impact of those events when they occur on a project. That's why risk is something which you can't ignore. You have to deal it if you want to succeed in your long term. If you want to secure your project's interest or project's benefit, you have to deal with the risk. There's no other option. So, well, once you clear that there's no other option with except dealing the risk, so you have to deal risk in any situation. There is no no ignoring, or let's say there's no option that you can simply leave this risk, right? You have to deal with risk. Now, risk management is not an easy task, right? Risk management is tough. And why it is tough? There are several factors, but some of the big factors or some of the main reason I will tell you. First thing, the risk itself are complex, right? So when I say complex means, as the time passes, there are a lot of risk related to projects. So let's say how the projects arrive, right? How do we get the projects, or how do company get the project, right? Company gets projects from various financial event or various economic events which occur, let's say in the particular ecosystem, or through the various countries, through the various government or various policies. So those projects come through various complex decisions taken in modern world, right? And they are continuously, decisions are being taken. Based on the decisions, some projects decided by various authority, organization, even the private organization, and then that's how they get float tenders, and then it's become projects. Then some contractor will come and start doing the project. So it's becoming very complex scenario, right? And especially if you see the globalization factors, right, and the various other economic factors which are involved. So what happens, all those factors are basically bringing some complex project, right? Complex projects are being dealt more in modern world, or let's say the modern project management history. And that's what brings the complex project, actually brings a complex risk, right? So complex project simply means complex risk. So if project is complex, definitely it will have the risk associated with its complex in nature. And that's why it's become very difficult to manage, because once the risk is complex, then definitely to manage the risk will become double or even more than that in terms of complexity, because there's a lot of factors which can impact those risks, and there's a lot of events or outcome can come due to one complex risk, right? So, and that's why it's become very difficult to have a efficient risk management, because of increasing complexity, right? Next thing is volatility. Remember, we are living in a volatile, right, volatile world, I will say. Well, not volatile, but I will say, I think the most suitable word will be dynamic. We are living in dynamic world, right, which is basically growing at faster and faster pace, which again brings various nature of risk. And of course, then managing these kind of risk and even identifying them, it's difficult. Then the next factor which actually makes us difficult is your technology evaluation, right? We are living in a technology era. I will say the best technology area of age of human, or let's say mankind. So we are living at the best technology age, a best technology era. Now this technology itself brings a lot of risk, right? So this could be coming from the digital technology. This could be various kind of risk which is related to technology, because a lot of technology are new, we are still learning about those technology. So always there is a risk associated with these technologies, right? And we are in a continuous path of utilizing or interacting or bringing those technology in our daily life, in our all kind of decision which we make, whether we make it personal decision, professional decision, and of course when those associated technologies are involved in decision, the risk related to those technology get also associated with that, and that's what basically brings the complexity when we do any projects, which brings those kind of risk. Then the manifestation, right? So when I say manifestation, there are other things, in fact including these various factors, that self become a new factor which manifests by itself. Let's say the corona, right? The recent example is corona. Corona is actually nothing but it's a manifestation of various other factors. It could be your climate change, it could be your there could be various reasons which actually brings these kind of factors, and it was completely unknown and the whole world was caught at surprise. So there could be certain risks which manifest based on the new event, which may not be even anyone is aware of it, and that's why these nature actually makes the risk management tough, right? So in short, risk management is really tough, right? But anyway, it's not an impossible task, but of course it's tough, and it's required a lot of attention, a lot of effort, so that team can better manage the risk when they're doing their project. So remember one thing, we do not manage the risk that we have no risk, right? Basically means the risk management purpose is not that you identify all the risk, right? And you simply remove all those risks, right? That is not the purpose. You cannot remove the risks. Risk are risk, right? Maybe in today's situation you may think the risk will not occur, maybe very next day some event will occur, and then that risk is again come into the picture. So the purpose of risk management is never to reduce all the risks to zero or just simply make the project risk free. It's not possible. You cannot make a project risk free, remember, and that is not the purpose of risk management. The purpose of risk management is to identify whether that risk is worth taking or not, right? Since you cannot remove all the risk from your project, right? You cannot remove the project, you cannot make the project a risk free. So in that case, you would like to know, okay, what those risks, risk number one, risk number two, out of which risk which I should be taking, which I should be accepting, which is worthy and which is not worthy. That is the main purpose of the risk, right? When I say worthy means whether it will give you the enough payout or enough benefits, right? Or enough maybe some financial benefits or some other benefits which actually helps the project or the company in their objective. So that is the whole purpose of the risk. Remember, risk is not about reducing the risk or making the project risk free. Risk management is all about to identify those risks which is worth taking and which can help you provide you some benefit. That's what the purpose of the risk management. So risk management is always related to risk appetite, right? When I say risk appetite, it's a risk appetite of company, right? Maybe some particular organization. So risk appetite means, let's say there are some projects, right, and which are inherently risky projects. Let's say nuclear power plant, right? They are very risky projects, right? Any technical things which go wrong, which can bring disaster, right? Disasters to the organization, disasters to a country. It can have a huge impact if something goes wrong on a nuclear power plant project. But still companies do that, right? Still we have nuclear power plants are being built. Still a lot of projects which are going on related to the power plant. We have not stopped building the power plant, right? Why? Because there is a benefit associated with that, right? There's a benefit in terms of your energy securing, in terms of your meeting the demand of the power. So there are certain benefits which is still attached with this project, right? So even though this project is so risky, the project is being done, right? And this is what is mean by your risk appetite. So there's a capability, there's a big company who can still build these projects and having some, expected risk exposure, right? They think that, okay, some events occur, maybe you will be having this kind of event and this kind of risk it may bring, but still let's do those projects because we have bigger benefits. We have bigger benefits out of those projects. So it's always given, the risk management is basically varies from companies to company, organization to organization, maybe you can say government to government. So while doing any project, the company always look at their policy, how they take a risk, or whether they have the capability to navigate through those risk event, or to bear those consequences of the risk, and still able to meet the project objective. And that will completely vary. A big size company may have bigger capability or bigger appetite to take risk and then operate their business, whereas a small company, they will not be able to survive, so they will not even think about some big risk or big value of risk which may have huge impact, maybe in terms of finance or in terms of the monetary benefits. So that's all depends upon what is your risk appetite, or of a company. And then you have the risk tolerance, right? So risk tolerance is basically related to the limit, right? You may have the certain range. Let's say you have some big company, right? A multi billion company, right? So they may be able, let's say the risk of, if they say some risk event which is which can bring an impact of $0 to $50 million, well, they are very good at it. I mean, fine. Even those in one project they may have a loss of 50 million, they can recover it from other projects by doing billion-dollar project. So that may be a risk appetite for a company A, right? But for a company B, who is just few million, whose overall turnover is, let's say, 100 million. Now for this 100 million company, it's not possible to take a risk of 50 million, right? They have very less appetite, less capacity to deal with this kind of risk. But a multi-billion company, they can easily bear this risk. So that's what is mean by your range or capability of dealing with the risk. So it's just like driving the car. So you have certain limit, green range, where you can drive the car, which is basically your risk appetite, right? You can drive the car safely between this range. Then there is something risk tolerance. Basically it means, let's say if you want to drive the car and maybe you need some urgency or some particular focus, you can increase your limit by certain range. And then there is some range which are very dangerous, right? Now you it depends upon your company's policy, or let's say, it depends upon a particular requirement, whether do you want to take the risk or not, right? Let's say it's driving a car. So when I say it's a safe range of driving a car, maybe in some cases you may increase your car a little bit more the speed depending upon the particular situation, but after certain range it's become very dangerous, where you can say the lethal if you drive in this speed, because this will have very severe consequences, right? And that's kind of become your unacceptable risk, or let's say the limit zone or the speed limits which is unacceptable. So same way, for any risk there is a green zone, there is a yellow zone, and there is a red zone. Now your idea is to operate somewhere between green to yellow and not to reach in a red zone, where it's, if this event occur, let's say in this speed case, if something happened wrong at this speed, definitely it will be disaster, right? It will be simply lethal. So in the same way, if company has to operate or manage a risk, then they need to basically identify these risks and not accept this, and they need to work on these ranges of risk. We will be dealing later detail what do you mean by those ranges of the risk, but this is how the risk management concept, or in overall, whether it's a project or the company, this is how it works like and that's what it means by what is your risk appetite and what is your risk tolerance, right? And then what is your unacceptable range. So it's all about your risk exposure, right, like we discussed earlier. So basically risk management is looking at your risk exposure. So what exactly risk exposure is? So if you go by definition, it's a basically quantified potential loss from business activity which is currently underway or planned. So basically it's a quantified impact, you will say, right? Quantified impact. So that's basically means as your risk exposure. Now once your risk exposure is calculated, you need to understand the value, the impact which you are getting, whether that makes sense or not. So basically it will depend upon how you are assessing those risk exposures. There are the certain level of calculation, there are certain way of calculations, which depends upon type of industry, type of projects. There are a lot of complex factors which brings which gets into the calculation of your exposure, and it's become very complex, and it can become very complex depending upon the project to project. In fact, the similar type of projects, the two similar type of projects may have very complex or different approach of calculating the exposure. So overall, I mean, in general, for every risk, when you calculate exposure, you basically calculate two things. One is the impact, what could be the impact of that risk, and what is the probability of the risk for occurrence, right? This is the the key, I will say, the main globally inherently nature of any risk exposure calculation, right? So every risk exposure calculation will have some sort of impact assessment, and then what's the probability of that event occurrence. So when you multiply these two, it will give you risk exposure. This is what's mean by the risk exposure. So risk exposure, remember, is nothing but your impact multiplied by probability of occurrence of that particular event. This is what is mean by your risk exposure. So why it is important? I think it's very obvious, because that will form the basis to make the decision. You need to basically find out, based on this risk exposure, you can basically list out your risk and see which risk, let's say risk number 1, risk number 2, risk number 3, risk number 4, like this. We have several risks, and based on their exposure value, right, based on their exposure value, you can basically rank them, right? Which is highest exposure, which is lowest exposure, which has medium exposure. Like this you can rank it, and then focus on the top, maybe high risk or medium value risk, and then first mitigate those risks, right? You would not like to focus your resources on those risks where we have the very minimum or very least exposure. Of course you would like to first focus on those risks where we have high exposure, right? And that's why it's very important to understand what is your risk exposure is, right? Because remember, a risk has two factors. One is impact, one is probability. So there could be some risk where impact is high but their occurrence is very low. So probably you may not be much worried, but there are some impact where probability of occurrence is very high and impact could be medium or maybe high. Then you need to focus on those kind of risks, because this is most probable, or let's say the highest probability of impacting to your project, right? And then again, and the most common type of risk exposure, it could be brand damage, compliance failure, security breach, liability issues, financial issues, right? Those are also the risk. Something happened to the client, those are the risk. Something related to climate change. There could be several risks which occurs in a project environment. So you need to basically keep on scanning throughout your project duration, all the risk, right, start from finish, and understand what exactly happens or what exactly going to happen which will impact your project, right? And this is what we would like to understand in the risk exposure concept. So I think by now you should be clear what is actually the risk, what could it do to your project, and why it is important to deal with this kind of risk to have a successful project management. So coming back to the project risk management, right? So this is one of the knowledge area. Remember, risk is one of the knowledge area of project which we need to manage. And in terms of project specifically we talk about, so basically if we go by definition, it's a process which includes the activity which is required to increase or decrease the probability of occurrence or the impact of the positive event, or let's say reduce the impact of the negative event. So for positive event is basically known as your opportunity. We call them opportunity. Positive risks are basically nothing but opportunity. And then decrease the probability of negative impact. So negative impacts are your risk, right? So you need to basically increase your opportunities and decrease your risk. This is what the mean by your project risk management, because every project may be some associated risks and associated opportunity, and you need to deal with these two. So you need to decrease this risk and increase the opportunity. This is what you need to do in just or in principle while you're doing the project risk management. So how this process works? Well, I mean, mainly it has four components. One is first process, you will identify them, then you need to assess them, and then make sure you're controlling those risks, and then you continuously review it, and based on that again you update your mitigation plan. So this is how your risk management process work in general, but let's understand this risk management process specifically for the project, various project steps, and see what kind of steps are involved while managing these projects. So when we talk about the risk management process for projects, right, if you talk about the risk management process for the projects, so basically it's involved these steps. So first one is planned risk management. This is basically the planning, like we see for other processes where everything starts with your planning, and same is true for your risk management. So you need to plan the whole process before you even start working on the process. Then the very next step of your risk management process is to identify those risks. Identification is the very first step of managing any risk, and then you need to do the qualitative analysis. Qualitative means first you identify, you don't need to get into detail in terms of quantification, or let's say the magnitude, or assess the impact where you can measure it, but first you need to simply identify them in a qualitative way, that what are those risks, what are the nature of this risk, what are the properties of this risk. This is what is meant by your qualitative analysis risk. Once you identify the qualitative, then you move to the quantitative, then where you try to identify, okay, you have this nature of this type of risk, then what will be the impact of this risk in terms of how many values, what will be the impact in terms of financial, how many millions are going to lose, how many duration, let's say how many days it will impact your project in terms of duration. So this is a number of days, or in terms of monetary value, or maybe it brings some LD risk or liquidity damage. Then what's the penalty value, how many millions of penalty may be imposed if some risk is occurred. So those kind of quantification, basically it's about numbers, right? We need to put some numbers, maybe in terms of your delay, in terms of your financial loss, in terms of your cost increase. All those stuff is basically mean by your quantitative risk analysis, right? So first you do the planning, then you do identify, then you perform the qualitative analysis, then you do the quantitative analysis, and then based on this you actually plan your risk response, right? So once you identify it, you know it's qualitative quantitative impact, then accordingly you need to plan the risk response. This is basically nothing but your risk mitigation plan, which you need to put in place so that you reduce the impact. This is what the purpose of it. So you need to reduce the impact of the risk to have a successful management, or let's say if it's opportunity, you need to have place enhancement, right? Enhancement plan in place so that you can increase the probability of opportunity. And then of course you need to monitor those risks throughout the period, like if your risk is identified at this stage, at the start, you would like to monitor till the end of the project, that because a risk is not something static thing, right? Risk is very dynamic in nature. Sometimes the same risks become opportunity, and sometimes the opportunity will again become a risk. So that's why it's very important to continuous monitor and control those risks. But in terms of process, I think we are clear. So these are the process. We start with your plan, identification, performing the analysis, which is qualitative and quantitative, and then you plan the response and controlling the risk all over the projects. So let's understand these processes in deep detail by going through each step by step and understand how we do the risk management. So the other term, or let's say the decision matrix, which is which we will be utilizing throughout the whole processes, right? This is basically your EMV, the expected monetary value. So this is basically nothing but a decision tree which is based on the expected impact, the financial impact which you will be getting due to that risk event, right? This is all related to your risk event. Now when I say the risk event, it's a probability and the impact which we discussed earlier, right? So this is basically nothing but risk exposure value in terms of, let's say, dollar or whatever you call it, right? Dollar or money. So this is EMV is nothing but a risk exposure in terms of value, which is basically dependent upon our probability and the impact. So what is the probability of occurrence of that event, and then if that occurs, what is the impact, what could be impact will be in terms of financial or the risk monetary value, and then you calculate actually expected monetary value based on the probability of occurrence and impact, right? And this is how. So let's say there's a project, you may identify some risk, and then based on that risk you may have some various events which may occur, which can bring you this kind of impact assessment. So based on those, the probability and the impact, you will identify those risks and develop a mitigation plan. Maybe you abandon the risk, or maybe you will decide that just accept the risk. So depending on that, we will be discussing various approaches how we deal with risk, but overall, I mean, in concept, this is expected monetary value is nothing but your risk exposure, which again depends upon your probability and impact. So coming to our very first step, right? Remember, our all steps start with planning. So our first step for the risk management is planning, which basically deciding how to approach to plan and execute the risk management activity, right? Before even doing the risk management process stuff, you need to plan everything, that how you will be managing the whole process, right? And that's first step is basically known as planning the whole process, right? And this is basically what is your mean by plan risk management, right? This is what it's mean. So how we do that? So plan risk management is, again, like we discussed various process previously, again it depends upon some input, or I will say some information which is required to do this or to complete this step. Again, you will need some tool and techniques which you will be basically utilizing this tool and techniques. And then you have some goals. Goals is basically some outputs which you will be getting. So in terms of the input or plan risk management, you will need some management plans, some project charter, stakeholder register, inventory, customer factor, organization process. These kind of inputs you will be getting or you will be required to do your analysis, right? So once you get this information, you need to basically utilize some tools and techniques, apply some tools and techniques, maybe analytical skill, expert judgment, meeting, some deep analysis. You may be doing this to arrive at some goal, or let's say some output. And your very first output for this process is your risk management plan. Remember, this is the first step. Okay, first step, your overall risk management process. And in this step you are aimed to produce this document, that is your risk management plan. Okay, this is what you're aiming to get it as output, and this is what in terms of input and output, this is how your plan risk management work. So once you plan your risk management process, now the very next step is you identify the risk, right? So once you know how you'll be doing, what are the things you'll be looking at it to gather information, the process and all those things, the very next step of the risk management is to identify. Identify means basically you need to list down all the risk, right? Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and something like that. So you need to just list it down, simple. List it down or note down all the risk. Simply identify them, document them with the cases of the risk that might affect the project. It is as simple as simple. Don't worry much detail about this. Your first step, your first thing, or let's say first step, is to list all the possible risks, right? Just list it down simply. Don't much worry about the type and all those things. Just list them and then provide the description or the characteristics, just what kind of risk you're talking about, right? So just simply come up with a list of risk, and then we will deal other things in the next steps, right? So first step, identification of risk. And now of course this will also require some input and output. That's we are going to discuss in next section. So identifying a risk, right? Again, it's a process, it's a sub process, remember, and this is a second sub process. So we are at this process, remember, we have plan risk management. Now this is the second step. The second step is identify a risk, and this identifying risk again follows the same format which we have been following earlier. So it requires some sort of input, or let's say the information. Okay, then we will be utilizing some tools and techniques to achieve some outputs, right? So what are the information we'll be requiring? Well, these steps require, in fact, I will say mostly every document, so almost majority of key documents of your project. So it's required cost information, schedule information, quality information, human resource plan, baselines, activity estimates, duration estimates, registers, stakeholder registers, procurement document, material, then environmental factors, organization process. You see all the key information, the key document which which demands for your risk management, right? So this will basically, take all the key information or the documents or the information which is mentioned or which is developed in the project as of now, and then utilize some tools, right? When you say utilize some tools, maybe very first thing is it will require a review. Whole documentation review has to happen. There will be some analysis on a checklist. You may be having some risk checklists available. There will be some assumption analysis, basically, all those cost, schedule, time, quality estimates, everything forms some BOE, right? BOE means your basis of estimates. So you need to review whether those estimates, the basis, are actually posing some risk or not, right? Because those are assumptions only. So every assumptions have some sort of the risk, which may be less, minimum, minor, significant, insignificant, all those things. But the thing is that once you review those assumptions, right, reviewing those assumptions actually helps you to identify those risks. What could possibly go wrong while assuming those things, and then you identify those things and you need to list it down. Okay, you can take the opinion of expert judgment, because experience matters a lot. So what happens that you may discuss with a team of expert who has done similar kind of projects, so let's say similar kind of activity. They can tell you, what are the possible or what are the common risk or events occurs while dealing such kind of projects, and you can immediately look into those factors and list it down which may be applicable for your project. SWOT analysis, again, are standard tools to do this kind of analysis, which is strength, weakness, and opportunity and threat analysis. You can perform these techniques to arrive, to identify those risks. Then again, information gathering technique, there could be a number of ways. You can have a direct, interview with the stakeholders, sort of information gathering session, other things, to basically get the key information or the key factors which could basically bring some risk to the project, right? Some other techniques, diagramming technique. The diagram technique, basically you connecting all the key events together and then see where could be the possible risk lying or possible associated event which can occur and impact the projects. So these are the few of the techniques which you should be utilizing it. So the purpose of the utilization basically to come up with the risk, right? So the output is basically your risk register. So risk register is basically list of all the risks, right? Risk number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like this. You will get the list of risk with some brief description what exactly it is, right? So this, the whole purpose of this process is to have the list of all the risks. This is what we want to achieve in this process. So once you have the list of the risks available with you, you know what are the risks which is applicable for your projects. Now the very next step is to have a deeper analysis of each risk, right? So let's discuss about our next sub process for risk management. So once you identify the risk, right, the next step is to perform the qualitative risk analysis. Remember, qualitative risk analysis I'm talking about. So it means basically you need to prioritize your risk, assess their probability of occurrence and the impact, and then basically based on that you will have some sort of assessment in terms of subjective, right? So when I say subjective, means you need to come up with whether it's a high impact, low impact, or medium impact. So what happens that every risk, it will have some probability, right, and it will have some impact, right? So here you need to basically say whether its probability is high, low, or medium. Also you will say the probability is high, low, and medium. Remember, you don't need to provide some numbers here, right? You need to just tell them whether it's high probability, low probability, and medium probability, or it's high impact, low impact, medium impact. So what happens, based on a company policy, at the back end there is some numbers associated with that. Maybe let's say this is a scale on process of 1 to 10, right? 1 to 10. So if it's high, then maybe it's like between 9 to 8, or let's say 8 to 10 is basically high probability. 7 to let's say 5, let's say it's medium probability, and let's say 5 to 4 is a low probability. So 5 to let's say 0 or 1 is your 4 to 1 is a low. So like this you can define this range, approx subjective range. You don't, nobody is going to ask you that, okay, give me the exact probability impact and give me the exact dollar value, what's the impact. This is not we are asking to do. We are just saying in this step you need to say whether it's high, low or medium in terms of probability as well as impact, and based on that you will be having some kind of, you know, the range defined. This varies from project to project or company to company, but you need to simply identify or do the subjective assessment of probability and impact. So this is what is mean by your qualitative risk analysis. So you have the list, right? You have the list of the risk. Against every risk you have to say it's high probability and low impact, low probability, high impact. Based on that you can, you know, basically identify for the each risk. This is what we meant by your qualitative. Let me write it down. Qualitative, I guess, right? Qualitative risk analysis. Okay. So this is what is mean by this. Now, in terms of process, let's see what are the things, information is required, and what will be your output. So in terms of process, we are at third step, remember, right? This is third step of overall project risk management plan, and again it will require some input. So it will require baseline information, it will require your management plan, risk register which we developed in previous step, the environmental factors for enterprise and process asset update and all those things, right? So you will need these all information, and then you will need to use some tools and techniques. Then there are some, you know, risk and probability impact assessment metrics. Then there is a probability and impact matrix is there, data analysis, categorization, urgency assessment. There are certain tools which you can utilize to, you know, basically do this kind of analysis, and then arrive at output. The output is nothing but project document update, remember. So output will basically, you know, in this process you will be getting some subjective high, low, medium, high, low, medium for your probability, right? Probability and the impact. So based on this you can say qualitative analysis, you will simply, you know, take this information, and based on that probably you need to go back and see where all some changes are required. So when I say the process document update, so let's say you identify some risk. Based on the risk you had some estimation of the cost and time impact, and then you do the analysis and you find out that, oh, the cost is higher than what is expected thing. Then you need to go and update your cost. Maybe in terms of impact of days or the duration estimate, you find that some duration is lesser than what was initially assumed. Then you go and update your schedule or the duration, the activity duration estimate. So these kind of updates can happen to your scope, cost and time. Maybe something was missed and what not taken in your scope. So again you need to go back and correct your scope baseline or include it in the scope. Then those kind of thing has to be done. Basically whatever you learn in this process, you need to again go back, and whatever the document you have produced in your previous processes, previous, you know, the scope, time, cost, quality, those process, and update all those documents wherever it is applicable. So this is what the key purpose, or let's say goal of this process is, to update your document based on the new information. So once you complete with your qualitative analysis, the next step is to perform your quantitative analysis, right? So in quantitative analysis, you need to basically provide the actual numbers of the effect of those risks or event in terms of numerical rating. So you need to now provide some actual numerical figures, right? Numerical figures, or let's say numbers when I say in terms of your dollar value, in terms of your delays, number of days, how many delays or impact. So all has to be quantified in values, right? And in actual values with respect to your project. So this is what is mean by the quantification of the risk. So it's perform on the risks that have been prioritized, that we have already identified, and then we have done the qualitative analysis for those risks. You need to basically do these kind of analysis, which is basically related to number crunching, right? I call this step is as number crunching. Okay, so once you completed your qualitative analysis, now the next step is to do the quantitative risk analysis, right? So remember, this is your fourth step of the whole process. And again, like the previously we have done about the input output system, in the same way this process also requires some sort of information, right, to do its analysis. Now what are the information? Those are risk management plan, cost and schedule management plan, risk register, environmental factors, and process assets. So this information which will be required to do the quantitative analysis, right? And what are the tools and techniques which will be used? It's basically data gathering and representation, qualitative risk analysis, and modeling technique. There's a lot of techniques, tools, softwares available. I'm not going into detail of those things, but yes, those are the tools and techniques which you or which as a team member will be utilizing this. Expert judgment is another, the basic tool. By utilizing the tools and techniques, again, you will arrive at some sort of output, right? And that output is basically project document updates. Again, here, based on this analysis, based on the new information which you have gathered, which you have basically received based on this analysis information, you would like to update all your previous document which you have developed during the various knowledge area, let's say for scope, time, quality, and so on, right? So you need to update all those information. And let's say if there's no new information is available, it's already the similar information, same information, probably you don't need to do any major changes in your document, so that's fine. But in case if you find something, and normally it does, because remember it's coming to the risk identification, which may require update of your cost, right, which you previously you did, or update of your time, or let's say the schedule. You need to basically update those information based on this analysis. So remember, once you have identified, done the analysis, and then quantitative analysis, so now at this point of time, what is your risk, what is your qualitative of the risk, what is the property of the risk, and then what is the possible impact of the risk if that risk occurs. So you basically at this step, till this step, all the information, all the key information of your risk. Sorry. So at this point you basically know all information about your risk, and now it is time to plan your risk response. So once you know everything about the risk, now it's time to plan what actually you will be doing to mitigate those risks, to reduce the impact of those risks. And this is what this process is all about, plan risk response. So if you go by definition, it's a process of developing options, determining action to enhance opportunity or reduce the threats, or this means basically reduce the risk of the project. This is what you are trying to do here. Either you basically enhance your opportunity, right, or reduce your risk impact, right? And whatever things, actions, right, or activities required to do this to reducing the impact or enhancing the opportunity is basically called your mitigation plan, right? So this is what is mean by mitigation plan: a list of the activity or sequence of the activity which you are supposed to do to get the benefit from opportunity or reduce the impact of the risk. And this is what it's mean by plan risk response, right? So planned risk response in terms of the process, again it's requires some input, so which is some sort of information, which is a risk management plan and risk register. These are the key input which you will be requiring to do the analysis. Tools and techniques, well, some strategy you need to develop, you need to discuss with experts to have a positive negative risk, to understand what kind of activity you can or what kind of actions you can take. And then output will be a simply update to risk register. So in the risk register you need to see the risk, you have to list down the risk, you need to know what are your impacts and assessment. Then accordingly you need to update your risk register with planned action, right? You need to basically update, mention those actions or those mitigation plan in your risk register, and that is what is your key output. Okay, so this is what is all about your planned risk response. And remember, this is your fifth step, right? Now the final step is your control risk. So you basically did overall planning, how you're going to basically gather information, which steps you will be doing, and all those things. You do overall planning, then you move to next step, that's identify risk, then you move to the qualitative analysis, then you move to the quantitative, then you did the planned risk response. So once you know what are the risks, what is the impact, what you will be doing, what will be your response to those risks, and then the next thing is that once you planned everything, it's time to monitor and control whether your planning goes as per your plan, or is there some changes is there, or you need to basically focus on those changes and make sure those changes are completed, or those changes are taken. So control risk. So if we try to define this control risk, it is basically a process of implementing the risk response plan, identifying, analyzing, and planning for newly arising risk, keeping the track of the identified risk and residual risks and secondary. So there could be several risks, right? Main risk, secondary risk, residual risk, all those things has to be tracked. Identify the mitigation plan status, what is the impact of those mitigation plan, and then update those things. This is what is all about your controlling the risk, right? Because remember, any project is basically spread over some duration, right? Some duration or some timeline. So you have some start date, you have some finish date, and in between these dates or these duration, a lot of risk can happen, right? Your mitigation plan is going on, so you need to basically compare and see whether those are going as per the plan, is there any change, or some new actions are required. All those things has to be done in this step, that is called your control risk step. Okay, so in terms of output or input process, so again this will require some sort of information, and this is mainly output from the previous step, that is project management plan, your risk register, work performance indication or information. This kind of data you will be requiring to do this analysis as an input. Once you get this input, you need to utilize some tools and some techniques, right? So maybe risk audits, variance and trend analysis, risk assessments, reserve analysis, this kind of analysis you need to perform, right, to arrive at some output. And those outputs are basically you're updating your risk register, recommend corrective action. That's very important, right? You need to see how the risk is moving, what's impact is happening to the risk, and based on that you need to provide the new action or some corrective action which can basically improve the risk position. Then you need to prove, maybe you may request some changes, or you may recommend some preventive action so that you don't occur or don't expected cost or monetary value and all those things. You need to be very about the status comparison and then implementation of the corrective actions. Especially this is the main focus of this process, because we have already planned everything. We have identified our risk, we have done the qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis, and we also noted down what kind of response, what are the actions we will be taking. So everything is planned. Now the thing is that once the projects move to the execution phase, or once the project moves, or activity started, you need to make sure, you need to monitor, control whether things are going as per this plan, or for the risk management or not. And if something is changed, then what are the corrective actions, right, that you need to identify and implement those corrective actions, right? This is what you need to do: identify the corrective actions and implement those actions. This is what is all about control risk. Okay, so with this process, basically your complete set of project risk management is completed. Remember, we have the step of planning, identifying, then analysis, and then the response and the control risk. So this completes overall project risk management process. So far we have basically learned in terms of identification, our responses, and how we will be doing those corrective actions, identifying throughout the projects. Now there are several strategy. Let's say some risk happens. Okay, so let's say there is some risk which you identified at some stage, at some point, and then later on you realize that the risk is realized, or let's say risk is going to occur. Now what are the options available for you at that point of time, right? So if we talk in terms of overall strategy or the approach, so basically we have the three major categories of your approach. Either you will try to avoid that risk, that it doesn't occur, or you will simply say accept this risk. Means, okay, if risk is happening, then let's accept this risk, let's see what are the corrective actions we will take, what will be the impact, and all those things you will try to bring in the projects. Or you will transfer the risk. So transfer the risk means there's a possibility that instead of, let's say you want to do some activity, and then now the cost of activity is increased, now probably you can outsource this activity to some another party, or maybe transfer it, basically shifting the real risk to another the party or another person, through which you can basically avoid or reduce the impact or negative impact of your the particular risk. So this is a common approach, three approach which you take when you have the risk, right? So when I say the avoidance is basically changing the project management plan to reduce or the threat of the or protect the project objective, right? This is what you mean by avoidance. Acceptance means simply passive or active. Acceptance means you simply say that okay, let it happen, and then based on that your impact, you just see how you is impact your overall progress. You don't make any changes, you maintain the status quo and carry on, and let's see at that time when the project the risk happens, you simply absorb those impacts. Then the transfer, the shifting of negative or maybe threat, any risk which is occur, you simply transfer this ownership to another third party, so that you are reducing your the impact of the risk. So these are the three common strategy or approach, I will say, which is followed by the ways company and organization to manage their risk, or let's say this is how they develop their strategy in terms of risk management. So similarly, there's opportunity also which can happen in the projects, right? It's not only the risk always, there's opportunity which also can be present in any projects, right? So when we see the opportunity, again there's several approach. to manage any opportunity or to deal with any opportunity. So in general there are four approach which is followed by the companies, or which is followed by the project management team or organization to exploit to manage this opportunity. The first one is exploit. Basically make sure the opportunity occurs, right, so that you take the full benefit of your opportunity and realize it. Second thing is that enhance it. So enhancement may be to increase the likelihood or impact of the risk, so that opportunity definitely occurs. So you may need to take some additional action so that your assumption or the expected benefits occurs or opportunity occurs, right? So that's a one approach. So you try to enhance them, you exploit them, basically make sure the opportunity occurs and take the full benefit of it, without any you can say without any leaving of any possibility of the reducing the benefit, expected benefit. So you take the full maximum benefit, exploit it, enhance it, you take some additional action to basically make that opportunity occur, or you accept this. Accept means you don't do anything as it's occurred, like in the risk mitigation, you simply accept the consequences. So maybe it's possible that at the end of the day the opportunity doesn't occur, but you don't do anything additional there. So that's one approach you can follow. Next thing you can follow the share. Remember, for transferring the risk, we involve the third party and transfer the risk to them so that it's impact the company's the impact on the company's benefits or the gains is less. Similarly, when the opportunity comes, there is possibility that you can share this opportunity with third party. Maybe you can get a change order from the client and then share the change order with your another third party contractor and get a benefit. So this is how you can share the opportunity and utilize or manage your opportunity. So these are the four approach which you can take while managing the opportunity, depending upon various situation to situation, demands of maybe management instruction, maybe how you want to manage the project, so that you can see the maximum benefit at the end of the project. So you can follow any one of this strategy to manage your opportunity on the project. So we have learned already the overall project management process. We have learned how to approach those risks or opportunity. So this is all about the in terms of strategy and learning how the process work, how the planning happens, how you basically deals with all those the risk or the event or opportunity in a theoretical way, right? But when those planning, those concept goes into practical implementation, there are the certain key element which you need to you need to take care of it, or you need to constantly pursue, so that whatever planning, whatever assumption, whatever mitigation plan you have taken, they effectively get implemented on the project and you get the maximum result of the benefits or the of your risk management, right? And in fact, at least you are trying to reduce any additional negative impact or try to enhance the opportunities. So there are some practical aspects which you should be taking care of, which you should be focusing on once you have your plan, everything is figured out, everything is decided. But when it goes to the actual implementation, certain things you need to take care of it. So there's some key elements. So those elements has to be taken care. And what are those elements? Are the very first thing is your communication and consultant. You need to continuously, right? It's not just one time event. You need to continuously follow up, continuously communicate with the team, get the status, tell them the decisions, what has happened. You need to seek the opinion, consultation from the subject matter expert. So this is one of the key elements which you need to be aware of it, you need to be focusing to have a successful risk management, right? First key element, that is your communication and consultation, not once but throughout the project till that risk is realized or no more valid. Okay. So raising awareness is very important, and not only to a risk leader, but from top to down, bottom, it's very important to tell them what is your risk, what is the status, what we are planning, and what kind of support we want to see, right? It really helps the organization as well as the project team employees to perform better if they have the communication about the risk very clear and have the clear understanding of it, right? So that's the first key element. Now the next thing is establish the context. It's very important, right? Because we all are human, right? People are the key element of any process, on any project management process. And when we talk about the people would like to understand the full context of the problem or the risk to make decision, to align their activity so that they can take the right step at the right time, so we have the maximum impact of our mitigation plan, or we can have the better realization of our opportunity. So it's very important to share your context, right? If so, before sharing you need to have the full understanding of the context. There may be certain organization involved, certain company policies are there, certain business objectives are there, their culture factors is there, legal, political, there could be a lot of factors, right? While you're developing or explaining the context, you need to make sure all those factors are taken care, right? All those factors are taken care means you have considered all those factors while defining your risk, while having a proper definition and then communicating it to the team and making sure team also have the same level of understanding what you have, so that everyone is aligned on the same page and their action oriented to the common focus goal, right? So that's the second element. The third element is risk identification. Now remember, risk identification is, again, it's not one-time activity. Let's say you start a project, at that time you identify the risk, you develop the risk register, right? You at this point of time you risk register and then you just forget it. No, you don't have to. You have to continuously identify whether the previous risk was valid, whether the new risk is added, whether a new opportunity is added. You need to do this continuously. You cannot simply leave this activity at once and say your job is done. No, that will simply lead to failure if you follow that approach. You have to be on the top of this other risk elements throughout the project and continuously update them and have a coordination with the team, and also tell the team that this is what's going on, what the risk, right? So next key element is risk analysis, right? So risk analysis means, remember, we have qualitative, and then quantitative analysis, right? So you have to do this analysis again continuously, right? It's not just one time. Once you do the risk review, you need to assess, because those assessment, the impact and probability can change anytime. It can change from high to low to medium, depending upon the probability of occurrence or the impact, because risk is kind of the dynamic in nature. So you need to continuously do the risk analysis. Now once you do the risk analysis, you need to have the evaluation also. Evaluation means what will be the impact in terms of numbers, depending upon that how you will be analyzing that, or based on the analysis is basically data crunching. Once you get the data, you need to basically translate those data crunching into actual impact numbers, right? So once you get those impact numbers, you can basically evaluate what kind of action you are going to take. You will mitigate that, share it, transfer it, accept it. So all those things, evaluation in terms of mitigation, you need to think about it and plan it, right? And then comes the risk treatment, which is basically nothing but whatever you have evaluated here, you need to apply those, right? You need to apply those processes, you need to apply those actions, you need to agree, discussion with the various stakeholders, and make sure whatever you have planned, or whatever through the evaluation or information you got through the analysis, then all the corrective actions or mitigation actions are actually implemented, right? And then once those are implemented, you need to continuously monitor them, right? Because you need to see the impact of those actions, what happened actually when you implemented those, whether those those actions produce results as expected, or you need to do some additional action, or you don't need to worry about it, and all those things you need to monitor. And then monitor means you need to basically observe this, flag it, and inform the team that what is the current status in terms of indication or some measurement key performance criteria. So that all you need to do in monitoring review. So these are the 7 key elements of any successful risk management, right? And you need to make sure that all the 7 elements are there when you are doing the risk management for the projects. If these elements are not taken seriously and not taken care of, definitely, very likely you are going to fail on your risk management. Remember, risk management is already complex, and then in case of this, if you're missing this key element, well, that's the perfect recipe for failure. So risk management is actually very vast, right? It's a vast area. You can find various risk analyst or risk management. In fact, for the project, you may be having some the proper dedicated risk management team who will be working on this. So it's a very vast area, complex area, difficult area to manage, but the thing is that there's no way of you can't get rid of this while managing a project. So it's really helpful when you follow some standard practice, or let's say the best practices, whenever you are doing the risk management, which helps you to improve your efficiency or productivity for the risk management, right? So there are certain sets of principles which is coming through the ISO, which you need to be follow, or which you should be following, so that you get maximum out of your risk management processes, right? So what are those practices are? First thing is create value for organization. That should be your prime goal. So remember, risk identification, mitigation, especially when we talk about the risk is quite subjective. Subjective means it depends upon your assessment about some topic, and which could be different than other, completely different for the other person who is assessing the same topic. So it's very subjective, hence why you need to have some certain principle of objective focus, which basically guides you to make decision. And that's your basically, you always think first to create value, new value for the organization. If any risk opportunity or the risk identification doesn't add any value to organization, you should probably deprioritize that. You should be focused, or priority should be focused on your creating value for the organization, right? That is what you should be doing while working on the risk part. Then it should be the integral part of overall organization process, right? You cannot do the risk management in silo environment, right? You have to have an integrated approach, so that it's a collective approach from the various function, various department, from top management, middle management, in fact the lower level. So you need to basically integrate horizontally and vertically to have a proper risk management, or effective, I will say effective risk management, right? Then the next one is overall decision making process. Decision making process has to be, again, inclusive, and it has to be like overall decision making process, which includes not only some of the factors, but mainly all the factors, or cross-functional factors, and the discipline wise factors, so that you have most optimum decision when you're working on the risk. Then you need to address the uncertainty very in a focused way. You need to know what are the uncertainty associated with that. Then you need to be very systematic and structured. You need to have a systematic process and structured way to deal with any risk, starting from identification till the implementation of mitigation plan, right? Then you need to work on the best available information. Remember, you to make decision on any risk, you need to get the information, latest information, and most, I can say, the accurate information available at that point of time. Then tailor to the project. Like I mentioned earlier, every project is unique, right? Every project is unique. Now once project is unique, then your approach to solve risk should be also unique, right? It should be unique depending upon the type of contractor, type of client, type of the team you got it. Based on all those things, you have to develop or customize your approach so that it's well suited for your project environment, right? Take into account of human factor, right? People are the one of the key element, and then remember, we all are human, so even though there's always human error factor is there, right? And that's all you need to take into care or take into account while making decision. Be transparent and all inclusive, very important, especially for the risk management, because risk is something, the unknown territory. And in that case, if you're not transparent, basically you're adding more risk to the risk which is already there, and you are simply amplifying the risk impact and the magnitude. So that's why it's very important to be transparent in terms of definition of the risk, its impact, what could possibly go wrong. All the thing has to be transparent and inclusive. Means you need to involve all the associated stakeholders, related stakeholders, so that everyone is aware and have a common understanding. Be adaptable to the change, right? It's very important. So once you had some risk, then definitely when you discuss with the various organization, various department, we could have the several options or several suggestions from various kind of people or various kind of functions. Now you need to be treat all those suggestions or the changes recommended unbiasedly, right? You don't need to have a pre-biased idea or approach. So you need to have a very balanced and adaptable approach, so that you can implement those changes effectively and get the maximum results, right? And then of course continuous monitoring and control is key, right? Because remember, risk is dynamic in nature, right? They are not the constant, or they are not the fixed thing which is like one type of risk is there and that will remain same throughout the project. In fact, the property of the risk change, risk may convert into something else, their status may change. All those things are happening when we're talking about the risk, right? So continuous monitoring and taking corrective action is key there. Then the digital reform, right? We have, as I mentioned, right, we are living in the technology era of digital age. There we can leverage the digital tools, software, all those things. You can do that, and there are several technological advancements which can significantly help you to manage the risk better way, efficient way, and very cost effective way, right? So always be open to some new technological advancement or solution which can help your project, your organization. So failure to act, well, I mean, it's very obvious. The cost of failure or failure to act on the risk is huge, right? I mean, you can't quantify it. It could be infinite. The magnitude could be so high, so devastating, that it can, have a very bad impact. Now, impact, when I say, it's within project, right? In your organization, in your personal way, that has a lot of impact, right? If you simply ignore the project management. So it's very important to the act on this risk, right? And if you fail to act on the risk, you didn't treat it, you didn't identify those potential harms and avoidable risk out faces of business, that will directly, if you talk in terms of company, it will directly first hit your reputation in your market among your clients, and it will basically bring down your bottom line. Means basically it will increases your losses, right? Simply it will bring, and then there's other thing also. So it will basically lead to the transparency lag, then there will be problems in supply chain, there will be other programs which will be hurting you. There will be, security control, governance issues will be there. Work culture is, another byproduct of failure of to act on the risk. Inefficiency will key in, and there's numerous numbers of problems, right? I cannot enumerate all those things. The idea is that numbers of problems you will be facing if you fail to act on the risk. So do not, right? Do not ignore risk management. So one thing I was referring, right, the importance of continuous monitoring and control, right? Why we're focusing on this continuous monitor and control, right? Now this is what I want to demonstrate here, why it's very important to have continuous monitoring. Because remember, any event or any factor which is risk today, right, may convert into opportunity tomorrow, right? It may convert into opportunity, what is seen as risk here, right? So it is dynamic, in nature. So a lot of other factors which impact this situation, which will bring, and this could be in a both way. Opportunity can become risk, a risk can become your opportunity. So that's why it's very important to continuously monitor the status from the start of the project till the finish of the project, right? Because these can be changing, or this will change throughout the project. So here if you see, it's a complete disaster, right? It's a complete disaster, or the risk, if you take this situation. But if you think about this situation as the benefits or maybe opportunity of growth, or so same situation, same stakeholders, but different situation, right? These two stakeholders, in this situation it's become a risk, this situation this become opportunity, right, or benefit. So idea is that always continuously, right, monitor and control the risk, or let's say opportunity, throughout the project. This is what you need to do throughout the project. So make sure that you never lose any opportunity to take benefit, or you minimize the impact of risk, right? So like every management process has some limitation. So the risk management also have its limitation. Remember, risk management is many times it's a subjective. So even though you manage risk, you have a proper mitigation plan, you do the proper continuous monitoring and control, you have everything perfectly set up, but it doesn't mean that it's 100% perfect, right? Because there's certain limitation which is inherently built in your risk management process, right? So even though you have a perfect plan of risk management, but it doesn't guarantee 100% success. So you need to understand, and that's what you need to take the practical approach in many places when you're doing the project management, because risk management is just a management process which helps you to reduce or minimize the impact, but it doesn't guarantee you the 100% success. 100% success means it doesn't make the risk go away, right? It doesn't simply convert all the risk into opportunity, or make all the opportunity realize, right? So there's no it's not a solution of all problems, what I mean to say that, because it has certain limitations. So it's very important to understand what are those limitations whenever you are approaching or taking working on the risk management. So first thing, prioritizing the risk management process is too high, right? It's very important. Sometimes what happens, organization make it very tough for the risk management process, very high requirement, stringent requirement, which basically choke the system. And what happens, it's basically kind of hamper the overall business operation. So that's why it's very important to have a very balanced approach here, right? You need to have the balanced approach while dealing with the risk management. You cannot be very stringent, at the same time you cannot be very lenient, right? And many times, which I notice in my experience, that companies simply not able to take the new project because of very high stringent risk requirement, or setting a high standard sets by organization for the risk. And in that case, company loses a lot of business, lot of opportunities, right? So I see many projects are suspended until the risk management process is complete, right? And during that time, what happens, many opportunities are lost, many new business opportunity which is basically ignored, and basically companies are at the loss of due to this kind of approach. So again, this could be a limitation, or this could be, you can say, the negative impact of your risk management. So which you should be keeping in mind, or having these factors in your mind while looking after overall risk management, right? Now distinction between risk and uncertainty, right? Sometimes what happens that you are not clearly able to define what is your risk and what is your uncertainty, right? And then what is your, whether that risk is actually the event or not. So what happens, you may identify the risk is basically related to your probability of occurrence, right? And the impact itself, that's a risk exposure. Now any event where the probability is 100% of occurrence, then it's no more risk, it's a direct impact. Only thing is that you're not sure about the financial impact, right? It's no more risk, it's a kind of actual event or certain event which is going to occur. Any event which has probability is like greater than 0 of occurrence, so it's basically less than 100, the probability of occurrence is, if it's less than 100, then it's a kind of risk. But once the probability of occurrence move to 100%, it means it's a risk, it's an event, it's known event, right? So you need to be careful while defining the risk. You need to be very cautious what is risk and what is uncertainty associated with risk, and whether it's actually a risk or it's a certain event. So that you need to be sure, or you need to look into it, because it's again subjective depending upon the there's no hard and fast rule to decide these probabilities or these certainty factors. So you need to be careful here. Then the risk, if risk are improperly assessed, because remember there's a high chances the risk is getting not properly assessed, and you have very subjective assessment there. So you can put very crude categorization, let's say high, low, medium impact, or then that will translate into your impact calculation and all those things. So, and that could be wrong also. So it's very important to be very cautious when you're doing those kind of qualitative analysis. Okay. And again, then spending too much assessing and managing is unlikely risk to be avoided. So remember one thing, even though you spend a lot of time, resources to doing risk analysis, to perform risk analysis and arrive at the risk, the mitigation, everything, at the end of the day, risk are risk, right? You cannot guarantee 100% that whether the risk will be occur or not occur or event. So you need to be very balanced again here. How much time, how much effort do you want to devote, and so that you get the practical results. You should not be landing up some situation where you spend more cost on planning and everything instead of having the actual impact of the risk itself. So you need to have the proper balance approach there, right? And unlikely event to occur, the risk is likely enough. So here you need to again you need to see what are your losses, and then what is your benefits, and then decide on those losses and benefits factors in terms of approaching or solving any the risk management approach here, right? So like I mentioned earlier, qualitative risk management is very subjective, and of course many times it becomes inconsistent. So it's very important to have a closer look on your qualitative assessment process. So this basically marks the completion of our risk management process for the project. Let's take a quick review. So planned risk management is your first step which you should be doing, right, which is basically process of defining how to conduct the risk management activity of a project. Then the second step is your identifying the risk, which is process of determining which risks may affect the project and document those all the characteristics, basically coming up with the risk register. And then the next step is your perform qualitative analysis, which is again categorization in terms of high, low, impact or probability, so that you can categorize those risks, or basically sort those risks in terms of exposures. Then the quantitative analysis, come up with the firm impact of this in terms of numbers, where how many dollars, how many days, all those impact has to be quantified so that it can be measured and assessed. And once you have those, then you're basically, the fifth step is plan the risk response. So once you know all the information, all the detail about the risk, its nature, its impact, its assessment in terms of the monetary impact, you need to develop the response to mitigate or to enhance those opportunity. And this is basically process of developing options or action to enhance opportunity or reduce the threat of the project, right? So this is what is planned response. And then you need to move to the next step, that is your control risk, right? Control or monitor risk. This is a process of basically implementing risk response plan, tracking identified risk, monitoring residual risk, identify the new risk, or evaluating the risk process in terms of effectiveness, and then again giving some corrective actions, right? So this is what is all about your risk management, which involves this the six steps. And by doing this too, you can manage your risk for the projects very efficiently. So some of the key topics which I wanted to discuss for the risk management in terms of summary, which you should be focusing, or which you may hear during the risk management. So one is your SWOT. We already discussed. This is basically kind of one of analysis tool, that is your strength, weakness, opportunity and threat, right, which basically increase the breadth, try to understand what is your risk in terms of opportunity, strength or weakness of your company, in terms of your project implication, and then the business approach. Residual risk, remember we already mentioned residual risk earlier. So these are basically the remaining effect or remaining risk once you implemented your mitigation plan and did all those approach like avoidance, transfer or mitigation response. Even though you take those actions, there may be some portion or some aspect of the risk which is still lying there. This is basically called as your residual risk. Secondary risk, the risk that is arise as a direct result of implementation of risk response. So what happened when you develop a mitigation plan, right? You have the mitigation plan and you implement those mitigation plan and take actions. These actions may result or may lead to the new risk, right? This may lead to generation of new risk. The thing is that those risks are basically known as secondary risks, which are basically the byproduct of your action plan. Fallback plan is known as basically plan B, which is depends upon if the risk has very high impact and you suppose some mitigation plan, but this mitigation plan doesn't work out. What should be your response in that case? This is basically what it means by your fallback plan. Avoidance, as it says, it's simply you try to avoid those risks, either simply do not accept it or transfer it, or whatever way you want to say it. Simply that you don't want to take that negative impact and try to try to find some options which basically help you to avoid that risk or some unwanted situation. Okay, then this is the final end of, let's say, your risk management, right? So remember, we have come a long way, started from scope management, time, cost, quality, HR, and now your risk management is complete. Okay, now what next? what else you should be planning or you should be looking after in your project management process so that you have project success, right? Remember, so far we have completed all those elements. Now the remaining elements are these three, and the next important element is your procurement. Remember, procurement is all about buying stuff. It's direct utilization or direct investing your money, or I will say spending your money on the project. And that's why we are talking this at very last of the project, because until unless you have all the information related to scope, time, cost, quality, these things are fixed, it's foolish to start spending your money. And that's why we will talk now procurement, not in that's why we have not talked it earlier. So at this point of stage, at this stage, you know all the information about the project, and not only certain plus uncertain information, both informations are available, and now you can make your spending decision, which is basically your procurement, and we are going to discuss in our next section. So far we have learned about the scope, right? Time, cost, quality, HR, communication, and risk, right? So we have learned so far up to this knowledge area, right? Now the next important thing is about the procurement, right? And remember, we are learning about the procurement after the risk. We haven't planned it procurement earlier, because there is a reason behind that, right? Why we are doing procurement at this stage, right? So before that, we have already learned about this 7 knowledge areas, right? And then we are coming to the procurement, because procurement is actually related to direct spending, right? This is related to direct spending. So when I say direct spending, means you will be spending direct dollar at this point. Now to do the spending, you will need all informations, right? All informations will be required to do the purchase, right? And when I say all information, all final information, right? Not just preliminary or some kind of estimation, or let's say which is not finalized or planned or not decided by the team. You cannot utilize that information for doing the procurement, right? So for the procurement, you need the firm information, because you need to connect with vendor and issue a purchase order or sign a contract, depending upon that what kind of vendor it is. So you need to do a formal contract between vendor through the known information. So that's why it's very important to have the firm information at this stage, right? Now that's why we are learning about the project management at last, because the input of the project management has to be firm, and very clear information will be required, so that firm decision can be made, or a very clear spending plan is made without any ambiguity. So that's why we are learning procurement at this stage. And let's understand how actually the procurement process manage in projects. So what is project procurement? Well, project procurement is basically creation and maintenance of relationship with external sources which need to complete a project, right? So project procurement, if we talk in terms of brief or key activity, this is basically creation and maintaining a relationship with external resources, right? That is very important. External resources, and this need to be complete the project. So when I say external resources, it could be material, right? It could be manpower, or it could be some services, right? So it's the manpower, material, services, which you are not taking from internal, or which is not your internal company's manpower, but this is external. It's basically from different than your own company. You need to connect with maybe another vendor, the third party vendor, or some other company from where you can get those resources which can help you to complete your project. This is basically about maintaining relationship with those kind of external resources. So this is what the main, I would say, the main motto of project procurement management, right? So if we talk the importance of project management process, so project management, first thing, is important for every industry, whether it's software industry, construction industry, or research industry, any kind of industry you have. Procurements play a very important role for the success or completion of the project. So there are major industry, I can tell you, like construction, manufacturing, engineering, technology, finance, and healthcare. These are the major industry which utilize the procurement process, I will say one of the key process for their project management process. Because if you talk these projects are basically high value projects, right? And generally they are long duration, and that's why the procurement play a key role in managing these projects. Because one thing, they have the very high value, second thing, they are the long duration. It means they need to monitor over a long period of time. Remember, if any project will just start and finish date, and let's say it goes for 4 years, so 4 years managing a procurement is not an easy task. Because remember, procurement depends upon your external resources, right? It depends on external resources, and there could be a lot of factors which can influence this, right? And that includes your external market, depending upon various situation. A lot of things changes. So that's why it's very challenging task to do a successful project management process for any project, especially if it has high value and long duration project. So procurement management process basically helps the companies to increase their quality, right? Which allow the organization to negotiate the detailed contract, or let's say service contract, maybe the other material contract. There are several type of contracts we will be learning later, but it helps to negotiate a better contract, right? Basically it suits the companies, or let's say the organization, or maybe I think better shape projects, right? This basically suits the project's needs, basically helps to improve their quality, and which in turn basically helps them to provide a good high quality of services. Then the decrease risk, also it helps organization to reduce their risk, maybe in terms of the cost, the process, and quality, because they have various options, right? Vendor options, subcontractor who can connect with them and try to mitigate their risk, right? So, and also they have several contract terms with the vendors, remember. So whenever there is a procurement, there is a project, right? Or let's say there's a company involved, and this company forms a contract, right? They have some sort of contract with, let's say this is our vendor, or let's say subcontractor, or some third-party service provider. So there is always contract involved between two parties, right? Company and vendor, and which basically this contract helps to fix a lot of things which are variable, and through this basically helps to reduce the risk, right? Then the next thing is controlled cost. So remember, procurement means basically your spending of money, right? So it's directly related to your dollar values, and it really helps to negotiate the procurement term with vendors or third party or service provider, which basically helps to reduce the cost, or at least control the spending in certain limits, right? So that's really helps, or is one of the key leverage we can utilize from procurement management process to control the cost or to reduce the cost of your project. Also, it helps the organization to have a better understanding of the cost with the procurement management. This basically helps you with respect to the market condition or other external factor. What is your cost positions for the various product and services, and then that helps to negotiate again from the vendors and services, not only for this project, maybe a previous project, as well as you can utilize this information for the future projects. So for any project procurement process, procurement manager, generally a separate dedicated project procurement manager is assigned, and a procurement manager basically communicates with the vendor to buy, rent, or contract product or services which is needed to achieve the project's objective, right? So this was the main responsibility of any project procurement manager, to communicate with vendors, right? Or let's call that subcontractor, or maybe any third party provider, whatever you call it, third party service provider. Okay, so this is what the main role of a project procurement manager is. So like we mentioned earlier, contracts play a critical role in any management of procurement for any project, right? So contract basically means that when there is a two-party involved, let's say A and B. A is let's say a company, or let's say some project company who's doing the project. B is service provider, right? So they are basically bound through some sort of documents or some sort of, let's say, agreement, formal agreement, right? We call it formal agreement. This is formal, and this formal basically nothing but known as contract. This is what we call a contract, which defines under which condition, what will be terms and condition, where party A and party B agrees to B provide services to the company, and then A of course return the financial benefits to the service provider. So this is all defined in your contract, right? Now there are several type of contracts. So mainly there are three type of contract we talk in terms of project procurement process. One is a fixed price contract, which basically means you have the fixed the contract value which is mentioned, and accordingly you need to provide the services. Cost reimbursable, based on what is the actual cost incurred by the subcontractor, plus there will be some incentive, you can say, which is involved. That could be the form of basis, or there will be time and material. So depending upon the actual the time or material or resources spent on the project, company A need to pay to B, right? So let's discuss this each contract type in detail and understand what does it mean when we say it's fixed price or cost reimbursable or time and material contract. So fixed price contract, right, as it's mentioned here, fixed, or sometimes it's also known as lump sum contract, right? So these kind of contracts are very much very much famous, or I will say mostly it's EPC contracts are utilizing this kind of contract, right? So what does it actually means? It means that let's say a company A, or let's say some company, is going to pay the one fixed amount. So they will just pay one fixed amount regardless of how much it costs the contractor to do the work. So let's say you have a company A, right, and you have some contractor, call it B. So company and contractor, they will agree to some lump sum amount, right? Some lump sum amount which is your fix, which is not going to change, which company A will give to the contractor B to provide the services, right? So suppose at the later date, if the contractor incurred more cost than what is mentioned here, then it doesn't mean that the company will provide that additional amount. No, the company is going to pay only that fixed amount, not any additional, and then the contractor had to bear the loss, right? So these kind of the fixed price contract are normally signed when the contractors know what is the full scope of work, right? When scope is defined, it's clearly defined, it's known what exactly this contractor need to do. On basis of that, contractor will quote their prices, and then company and contractor will agree to a lump sum price. This kind of contract normally agreed under these conditions. So like I mentioned right here, if something increases or cost increases, then the contractor is at the higher risk, because remember, company has already mentioned that he is going to pay this lump sum price. They are not going to increase the contract value, and then the additional cost is basically borne by your contractor. So fixed price contract, the risk is high on the seller side, or let's say the contractor side. So contractor is taking lot of risk. Now reverse is also true. So let's say if contractor is able to finish the scope of work less than the fixed lump sum, then definitely that delta will be the profit of the contractor or the company. So that's why it can go in both way. So if contractor always try to minimize their cost so that we can have the more profit. So further, this fixed price contract can be divided into several categories. One is a fixed FFPP, which is basically firm fixed price contract, where everything is fixed, then company is not going to pay anything more than that, so even a single penny. Then another one is fixed price incentive fee, where company provide the provision that okay, if you complete the project with this cost and some timeline, then I will give you some additional incentive if you're able to meet that. So there could be that kind of contract agreement is there. And then there will be some fixed price economic price adjustment contract that depend upon the various conditions of the market. Company can agree to pay some additional price based on economic condition plus what is lump sum contract. So these are the three categories of your fixed price contract. Normally what I saw in construction industry, this is very much predominant type of contract. And you have the cost reimbursable type of contract, right? This is second type of contract, which is which we see in the project management. So which means that company need to pay the seller back for the cost involved during the work, plus there is some agreed amount which you will pay on top of that. So what happens that, let's say there's two party involved, your company, right, and there's a contractor, and you agree to a contract, right? In the contract it says that whatever work the B is going to do, so whatever the contractor will do the work, there will be some cost involved, right? So that cost plus some additional margin or additional markup need to be paid by the company to company B, and then they provide the services. So in that case, what happens that company A need to pay the total cost which is incurred by the B, the contractor, plus there is some markup cost which is again decided in the contract, which these two costs company A need to pay to the contractor B. Now these kind of the contracts are normally signed where the scope or the definition of work, right? I will say the scope or the definition of work is not clearly defined or not fully known, right? Not fully known, then we use this kind of contract. Cost reimbursable contract is used in this condition. And in this condition, what happens, remember, so contractor is not bound by any limitation of the cost or markup price. So what happens at this case, the risk is basically high for the buyer side, or let's say the company side. The company who signs a contract with a contractor is highly risk, because as you know, here the contractor can increase the cost, right, as per their convenience, you know, and the time is if it's long duration project and high value and expected high value project, then definitely your cost may rise exponentially. So that's why, you know, buyer is at higher risk side, because there's no control, there's no fixed limit is defined. So, and that can, you know, basically push up the cost than expected, and then you have to pay the markup, right? So that's why it is called that these kind of contracts are normally not preferred by companies, because they know that they have a higher risk and they can have a huge financial losses, you know, huge financial losses if they sign this kind of contract. So again, this kind of contract can be further broken down to three categories. This is simply like coming from the previous you know, the fixed type contract, that cost plus fixed fee contract. So where you have all the reimbursable cost which is incurred for the total work, right? This is work cost plus there is some, you know, fixed fee which contractor will charge, right? Because remember, if you do the work at the same cost what is incurred, then there is no benefit to him, to contractor. So but contractor need to make money, because whenever they do business, they need to have some profit. So company need to provide some additional fee so that they can, you know, have some margin in their business. Then the another contract type is a cost plus incentive plus fee contract. Again, there is some incentive involved which depends upon how the contractor performs the project, which is called CPIF. Then we have the cost plus award fee contract. So there is already, you know, fee involved at the time of the award. So you will be basically contractor will be paid all the cost, plus there is already fixed award is mentioned in the contract, that okay, that the contractor who will get this contract, he will get this award plus you know, whatever the cost is incurred for doing the work, that will be reimbursed by the company. So these are the three modality which can be followed under the cost reimbursable contracts, and these kind of contracts are actually less known. Normally, you know, for the small top value contract, this kind of contract are signed, or especially, you know, the government where they have very long-term projects where there's not much definition involved, especially like research projects. So these kind of contracts are normally signed in those areas. Now coming to the third type of contract, there is your T&M contract. Now T&M contract is normally used for the labor contract. So as it says, it's basically time and material contract, right? So it is mentioned here. So it basically depend upon time. Time means basically labor man hours, right? When we say labor contract, it's nothing but your man hours, right? And then you have the material based on your bulk material, whatever your cost is there, that's involved. So time basically means buyer has to, you know, provide some labor at fixed rate. So they will be, rate will be fixed, at which rate they will be providing their man hours. So that is basically means by your time. And then the material, basically they will be also fixed rate for, you know, some bulk material like steel or some kind of equipment or some office space. Those kind of things are rates are already fixed. So here what happens, unit rate of each service is fixed, right? It is determined in the contract, and then depending upon, you know, what is actual number of units is utilized, the total number of units, based on that it's your cost is calculated, or the contract is calculated. So this is what is mean by the time and contract. So remember, in this unit rate, all the cost is covered by the contractor. There is no additional fee, incentive, or profit is added here. So this unit rate is include all the cost plus whatever the margin which contractor wants to have, that is already built in this unit rate. And so company will simply apply this unit rate to the total number of units consumed on the project, and they will arrive at the cost which need to be paid to the contractor, right? So you will simply pay the unit rate which is agreed in your cost projects, or let's say for the material cost. So whatever the agreed rate for material time which you're going to pay for it. So coming to the project management project procurement management process itself, so it is basically the 4-step process, right? And the first one is your plan procurement. So like every process, we started with planning procurement, then we conduct the procurement, and then the control procurement, and then you have the close procurement, right? So let's understand in detail what are these processes are. So plan procurement management process is basically documenting the project purchasing decisions, specifying the approach, and identify the potential sellers. So this is what you do. You do the planning. Planning means basically you identify what is your requirement, what are the decisions, what are the vendors. There could be several vendors who provide one services. You need to identify those, then you need to identify the approaches, how you will be approaching to various the sellers. There could be seller A, B, C, there could be several sellers, right? So how you as a company will go to which seller, what kind of negotiation you will be doing, how you will be making the contract with those sellers. So you need to plan all those you need to plan all those in terms of your condition, your company policy, whatever is defined there. You need to, according those conditions, you need to basically plan how you will approach and perform your procurement. So this is what is all about your plan procurement management process. So this is what is called planning, right? In every other management process, we have seen that planning is your first step. Okay, so defining our plan procurement management in input and output process. So like we discussed previously, for all the sub process there is input involved, which basically means your information, right? Information required to do this activity. Then you need tools and techniques, right? And then you have some goals, or let's say some output will be there, right? And this is your first step. Remember, this is your first step of the sub process. Now when we say the first step process and what kind of input required, so we basically require a project management plan, requirement documents, risk registers, very important, then activity resource requirement schedule, what were your estimate, right? Then stakeholder registers, enterprise environmental factor, and organizational processes. So these are the minimum input, right? These are the minimum, or let's say the minimum input required to plan your procurement activity. Now once you get this information, you need to do some analysis, right? So one is you make a buy analysis. Based on this information, you will basically approach to various vendor and understand what are their offers, and based on that you decide whether you need to buy it or make it, right? So there could be a possibility that where the vendor has come up with offer or some quotation, but that quotation is very much high, and you can make those same amount, same services or product in-house or in the company, rather than giving contract to another third party. So that you decide whether you will make it or buy from outside. Then again you will need some expert judgment, the market research, and those kind of tools and techniques will be required to decide first thing whether do you have to make it or buy it, and if you buy it, then from whom you will buy it, right? So in terms of output, once you do this analysis, so you will need basically procurement management plan, then procurement statement of work for each activity, or depending upon each WBS, Then you will in the document make and buy decision, what exactly you decided. Based on that, you can go ahead with purchasing requirement. Then you need to understand what is the selection criteria, because every vendors is evaluated based on the company standard as well as the project requirement. So those criteria has to be mentioned. What will be those criteria? Then of course, if there's any change request, so let's say you have estimated some budget, and then based on the quotation you receive, you see there is an increase of additional budget is required, then this will basically trigger you change request, right? So this kind of information will be required. Then the same thing can happen with time also, other things, so you need to basically do this change request. There could be several numbers of changes which you can identify at this stage. And then of course, based on the changes, you need to update your project document. So this is what your output for the plan procurement process, and based on that output you need to plan accordingly or update your plan as you come up with new information. So some of the key element when you say the planning procurement, so project procurement managers have basically look into various aspects while they are planning for procurement. So one is that they need to know what is the material and resources required, right, which is normally called a BOQ or BOM, bill of material, or bill of quantity, which is required for them to complete the project, right? Then second thing is that they need to make a decision, either make or buy, right? So this is what it mean when I mentioned earlier make or buy. Make or buy means either you make it, means internally you can arrange if it's possible, or you need to go outside and then buy from third party. So that decision you need to make, right? Then you need to find out what kind of contract you will be agreeing, right? That you need to decide in terms of key activity procurement manager. Then you need to decide what are the key dates. Remember, right, once you decide the contract or value, the next important thing is that the key dates, because those equipment or those material, those services need to be arrived at particular fixed date, because we have the deadline associated with projects, right? The timeline associated with that, and this has to be met for that particular the time commitment which we had made to the client. So, and then again, this related to your project milestones, they has to be met with all the deadlines, that is has to be made sure by the procurement manager that whatever services being provided, they are meeting deadline or the milestone criteria. Then of course next thing is the legal terms and conditions. So whatever terms and condition which is mentioned in the contract, also very important, because that has to comply with company policy. Maybe project requirement has some policy to have the legal terms or conditions with each vendors and subcontractors. So we need to look into those things while doing the procurement. And then of course the safety is also there, so you need to make sure that whatever contract you're signing, the safety standards are assured regarding whatever material you're procuring, resources or any other services, right? And then of course before doing this, you need to analyze or research other vendors, and then understand what are the various criteria for the partnership. So these are the key planning, or let's say the important thing area which project procurement managers should look while they are planning your procurement. So once you finished with your procurement planning, then the very next step is you conduct the procurement, right? So once you planned it, you need to basically conduct the procurement. So conducting procurement is simply about obtaining the seller response, selecting a seller, or awarding a contract. So this is what it's mean by conducting. You basically, depending upon plan or information, you go into the market and choose the final seller and award them the contract, right? This is what it's mean by conducting procurement. So conducting procurement, basically it's required team to assess the bids. You will simply get the bids from the various vendors, select the partnership basis on what kind of terms and condition you will be following to do the work or do the business with those contractor, any vendor negotiation, whatever has to be taken place, this has to be done at this stage, right? And all the involved party has to be signed in the contract. So there could be several party involved while we are having contract, subcontractor or vendor. All party and terms and condition need to be agreed, and this is what we need to do in a conduct procurement, right? And also it's make sure what are the payments and how we will be paying. Maybe it's one-time payment, phased time, and what are the services. Those all need to be agreed at this time, right? This is what is meant by the contract procurement. So you need to basically make sure all the key information or the key terms and agreement with respect to the third party, not only third party but all their related parties involved in the contract, are clarified and formally signed, or let's say in a legal contract, so that you can render those services from those service provider. So for conducting the procurement, normally these are the 5 critical steps which you need to follow. So one is your requirement, which is very important, which is related to whatever the document you have or information, what exactly you want to purchase, that is important. Second thing is your vendor selection. Once you know what is required, then you need to find from whom, right? This is basically about what is required. Then this is about from whom you will be finding. Then negotiation and contracting. So once you find out whom, then you will basically do a contracting, a formal, or let's say the legal agreement, right? So this is a third important thing. So then the fourth thing is service delivery. So once you legalize it, and while legalizing, you need to make sure whatever delivery or services are being delivered, those are as per your expectation. And then of course monitoring becomes a part of it. So once you make a contract, then it's very important to monitor and make sure that contract is meeting its obligation. And whenever there is a requirement of additional communication, or maybe there's some deviation from what the vendor is committed, you need to get inside and then start managing and controlling those deviations. And then fifth thing is renewal of contract. So depending upon the situation, you may renew the contract or maybe close the contract. So it's very important, because remember, it's a legal document, so you need to formally close all those documents, right? All those contract. So these are the key 5 steps for any procurement while we are conducting procurement, and each step is own important. So make sure if you are doing any project management on procurement management on your project, these all 5 steps are met or done, so that there's no additional risk or in terms of cost or other kind of risks involved. So conduct procurement, we talk in terms of input and output system. So what kind of input is required? So what kind of information, right, it's needed? So it's really procurement management plan, documents, source selection criteria, seller proposal, which is basically your bids or various quotation you received, project document, make and buy decision, and PSOW, right? This is procurement scope of work, what is meant by PSOW. So once you have this information, you will basically do various tools and techniques utilized. Those are basically called bidder conference, proposal evaluation techniques are there, independent estimation, and there's negotiation, expert judgment, advertising, analytical skills, those kind of tools and techniques which you can utilize. So basically conduct the procurement. And then once you utilize this information and then perform this analysis using this tool and techniques, you will arrive some output, right? And those outputs are basically nothing but what is a selected seller agreement, resource calendar, basically when they are providing those resources, change request depending upon this analysis and input. There may be possibility you need to change some of the document or additional requirement may be there. Then the project management plan updates, and then documents, other documents update for your project. So this is what is the output or the goal of this sub process, right? So this is what we need to do in terms of input output process. And remember, this is your second step in overall project management part or project management process for the procurement. So once we are done with conduct procurement, the next step is basically control the procurement, right? So once you award it, once contract is signed, right, when a contract is signed and it is awarded, basically what happens, you need to monitor, you need to control how the vendor is progressing, how vendor is performing. So the process of managing procurement relationship, monitoring contract performance, and making changes and corrections as needed. This is what is mean by control procurement. So you need to basically manage the relationship, monitor it, control it, and perform the changes if it's required, so that project objectives are met. So control procurement, well, again, in terms of input and output process, so what kind of inputs required? So it's required work performance report, work performance data agreement, then procurement documents, project management plan, approved change request. This kind of information is required, and tons of tools. Again, there are a lot of tools you can utilize. Several tools are there. So contract change control system, payment system, claim administration, record management system. I'm not going to detail of all those tools and techniques, but this you can utilize to basically analyze this information, and then you are expected to have some output, right, or some goals. So this is basically your work performance information, what kind of performance of contractor will be looking at it, change request. Then again, if depending upon that, you need to update your project management plan, document, and organization process. So these kind of things you will be doing as a control procurement, and this is your third step, right? So first you need to plan it, conduct it, and then you need to control it from the procurement point of view. So while controlling procurement, you need to basically see some of the important things, and it's one of the critical thing, because once the vendor get the contract, you need to make sure the vendor is maintaining the relationship or the expectation what is required from the company, right, which basically ensures your final services or functions will meet the requirement, or what is their initial purpose, they're meeting those requirement, right? So controlling procurements are normally basically involve these kind of activities, like the evaluating the regular internal status, what are the status of your product or the deliverables, contract agreement, review the progress performance of the vendors, and inspections is also one of the part of controlling procurement, right? Then assessing the work orders, and then issuing any additional payment or payment status. So all kind of do the jobs which you are doing is basically related to controlling procurement. Then after controlling procurement, the next step is basically your close procurement, right? So once you conducted your procurement, controlled it, and finished it, you need to formally close it, which is basically the process of completing each project procurement, right? So when I say the close procurement, right, so it's basically requires some input, which is project management and documentation mainly. Then you need to basically do the documentation, which is record management system, and final negotiation with the vendor, and the goal is to basically close all the procurement document and update your organizational process. And this is what your fourth step is, right? So you need to formally close all your obligations with the subcontractor. So closing procurement, straightforward, right? This involves in almost all companies, organizations, a standard required to do this, right? So you need to basically do a final negotiation once service is completed, and then confirm basically that vendor has fulfilled all the terms with the original contract, as well as company has also completed their obligation. So both party basically relieve each other from their obligation, and finally contract is closed. This is what is mean by the closure of contract. So this you need to make sure it is done when any procurement activity is completed. So quick review, the first step, which was plan procurement management, which is all about planning. Then the second step is to conduct procurement, and then once you conduct it, you need to control the procurement, and once your procurement is finished, you need to basically formally close it, right, your procurement. This is what it means my project procurement management process. So quick summary for a few of the keywords: FFP, which is basically firm fixed price; CPF, cost plus fee; cost plus fixed fee, which means by CPFF, CPIF, cost plus incentive fee, TM&M, time and material contract, right? This is what we learn about the type of contract. These are nothing but types of contract. Okay, then we have again the single source, which is basically means a preferred seller, which is from where you are selling, and there could be several vendors for one providing one services. And when there is one single, then it's called single source. Sole source is only one qualified vendor, because where you try to find out some activity, resources or activity supporter from the various market, but you couldn't get the expected vendor, so there's only one vendor is available in the market, so this is basically called one qualified seller. RFQ, request for quote. Fact complies, basically the condition where party may claim that whatever we have asked, so whatever we have mentioned the contract, that is provided to party B. This is what it can be from both way, right? It can be a party A can claim to party B, or party B can claim to party A. So this is what is mean by factor comply, and you can find this the legal terms in the contract document or any vendors PO issued or purchase order. So this is just a legal term. So far, we have learned various knowledge area. We have just completed a procurement knowledge area. So if you see initially, which we discussed, that project management is all about applying or utilizing your knowledge, right? Your skills, tools, and techniques. So when you combine all this together, you basically do your project management, a successful project management. So this is what is needed when you want to do a successful project management. So remember, skill is basically related to your people, right? People, and people are the key stakeholders of any project. So when I say stakeholder, it could be not only the people who's directly working on project, but there go the people who are not directly with the project, but they can highly influence the project. So stakeholder involves various kind of people. So project team, project director, project manager, senior manager, company director, those all people are called as stakeholder for any project, right? So and it's very important to manage those stakeholders, identify those stakeholders, to have the right people at the right time and in the right way. So that basically helps you to get the optimum resource which is required to complete your project. So like we as a human being evolved, right? Similarly, project management field is also evolving. So each area, there are several areas starting from risk, tool, budget, success, sponsors, integration, project management, overall time analysis. I mean, there are several areas involved in a project, right? It's a combination of various areas, right? Combination of areas, which is what is project management. And this is basically how you manage those areas, how you integrate those areas, and how you combine all those stakeholders to arrive at your success or the achieved target, whatever is a target you have in terms of your scope. WB is all as a planned cost. This is basically achieving your goal by managing your people, tools, and processes, right? This is what is mean by project management. Okay, so we have finished the procurement, right? Remember, procurement is one of the key knowledge area. Now once you completed the procurement knowledge area, the next thing is that stakeholders, right? We just discussed that there are several kind of people involved in a project, right? And we need to manage their expectation, their whatever the expectation they are having from the project, because every stakeholders has some sort of expectation, some sort of interest in a project, and we as a project manager, you need to make sure that those interests, those requirements are met. And this is what is all about your stakeholders management, right? And this is what we are going to learn in our next